You Drive, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hammer Jr. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Jeff Lupetin, Ann Whitney, Doug James, Darren Stevens, Carl Amari, Alyssa Fraden, Elizabeth Lido, Kip Karstedt, C.J. Amari, and Christopher Bolf. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
$5 finally.
The day's getting longer or what?
Too long, if you ask me.
It's that time of year.
What do you mean?
It gets dark so early.
Then we ought to knock off sooner. 4 o'clock instead of 5.
Oh, old man Roscoe would love that.
Hey, Mary Ellen, let me get those files for you.
You want to carry my books, Rich?
No problem.
I guess not, for a big, strong man like you.
I was wondering, how about I buy you a drink?
No thanks. I have to drive home.
Just one?
Some other time. Besides, it looks like it's gonna rain.
We could stop off at the corner.
Leave her alone, Rich. Can't you see she's not interested?
Just trying to be friendly.
Good night, Mr. Pope. Don't work too late.
I won't. Look at them go. Never worked overtime in their lives.
You still at it, Ollie?
Few more minutes, almost done.
I was about to leave.
Go ahead, I'll lock up.
Let me give you a hand. What do you got left?
Why does he always want to give me a hand? Thinks I can't do it, is that it? Oh, no, not that much. Just some letters.
Well, give them to me. I'll do them for you.
What's he trying to prove? Don't worry, I can handle it.
I know you can, but I'm your assistant, Let me assist.
Yeah, assist me right out of a job. That's what you're after, isn't it, Pete? That's all right.
Come on. I'm your friend, too.
Sure, Pete, a real friend. You want my desk, don't you? Go on home.
You know, Ollie, you don't look so good. You're working too hard. You gotta take it easy,
I'm fine. I'm fine, really. Just get out of here.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm sure. Sure, I'm sure. Working too hard. What does he know about it? What do any of them know about it? Look at this traffic. You'd think it never rained in this town before. Pull over, let me pass. What's the matter with these drivers? All a man wants is to get home after a hard day. They probably don't even have a home. Creeping off to the nearest bar, knock back a few. Make the light! Go on through! Punch it! Come on, it's still yellow. Make the turn!
Hey, mister! Don't you see me?
Help! He tried to hit the newspaper boy. I saw the whole thing. Stop! Somebody stop that car. Help! Police!
Portrait of a hit-and-run driver. The name is Oliver Pope, a shaky little citizen, insecure in his job, suspicious of the world and its inhabitants. A man who feels big and powerful and secure only when he's behind the wheel of a car. Oliver Pope has just arrived at a crossroads in his life. The hit occurred in the world he knows. The run will take place in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, You Drive, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, garage door. Open! What's the matter with this thing? Good Lord. What have I done?
Ollie?
Yeah?
I'm in the kitchen. Did you put the car away?
What?
The car. Why did you put it in the garage? I thought we were going to the movie.
It's raining, Lillian.
Oh, still, it was supposed to stop.
Well, it hasn't.
Where are you going? Dinner's almost ready. We can still make the first show.
I have a splitting headache.
Bad day at the office?
They're all bad.
Well, then, the movie will take your mind off it. You've been under a strain.
I'm not under a strain. It's just...
Just what?
I think Pete Radcliffe wants my job.
Oh, come now. He doesn't impress me as that kind of person at all.
Why does she disagree with everything I say? Lillian, please.
Here, take this.
I don't need it.
Yes, you do. You're tired and cross and you have a headache. An aspirin will make you feel better. Good for your heart, too.
She thinks I got one foot in the grave.
Ooh, you're shaking. Let me feel your head.
What are you doing?
I want to see if you have a fever. You might have the flu bug that's going around.
Leave me alone. Stop fussing over me, please.
You should be glad that someone cares about your health.
I'll be fine. But I don't want to go to a movie.
Well, maybe tomorrow night then, if you feel better.
I'll feel better if you just leave me alone.
Did you lower the garage door?
Of course I did.
Well, it sounds like someone just opened it.
That's impossible.
Listen,
Probably the cat.
I'm serious. Does the cat know how to work the garage door remote?
All right, I'll check it out. Who's there? Thought I closed it. Who did that? I didn't even touch it. The headlights? Somebody in the car? Get out, or I'll call the police. No, you won't. You definitely don't want the police around. I'm not kidding. Nobody. You're cracking up, Ollie, old boy. Then who just turned the headlights on? There. Now they're off. Tell them it was a short circuit. The moisture. But the headlight switch was on. Somebody pulled it out. Did they? And who would that be?
Well,
That must have been a short, rain and all.
was it the cat?
I don't know, Lillian.
Did you turn the car lights on?
Yes. I mean, no. I mean, I turned them off.
You mean they turned themselves on?
Faulty connection or something?
Shouldn't be acting that way. We just had a $200 tune-up. You didn't see the paper out there, did you?
No.
Oh, the boy's late tonight. I guess it's the rain. Here's your supper.
I don't have much of an appetite.
Oliver, sit. You need your nourishment.
I'm gonna lie down for a while. I got a lot on my mind.
Oh, no. You'll eat your salad and then we'll see. Greens for what ails you. Sit.
On his rounds in the rain when a hit-and-run driver collided with the bicycle. So far, an eyewitness has been unable to provide a description of the vehicle or a license plate number. We'll bring you any late-breaking developments. Back to you in the studio, John.
What are you watching?
Nothing. I just thought I'd catch the news.
I thought you were going to lie down.
I am.
Well, try to get some rest. I'll check on you in a little while.
Yes, is this the TV station? I'm calling about one of your news stories. There was an accident tonight on the corner of 3rd and Elm. Could you tell me... Oh, I'm a friend of the family. That's right. Could you tell me how the boy is? I see. Yes. That's terrible. Terrible. Critical condition. What do I do now? What if... You don't do anything. You'll be fine. Nobody saw you clearly. Put it out of your mind. That kind of thinking makes a man crazy. But it was me. I did it. Did you? If a tree falls and nobody hears it, did it happen? Answer me that. But I have to do something. That's right. Be a man for a change. In the morning, it'll be nothing but a memory. You'll see. What in the...
Ollie? Ollie, what is it?
Nothing. Go back to sleep.
Oh, come to bed. Why are you standing at the window?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, there it is again. I thought I was dreaming. What?
Some jerk waking people up in the middle of the night.
But that's your horn, Ollie.
Who's out there? Who's doing this? Huh. Wires must be wet. Take care of it first thing in the morning. That's enough! I had it with this piece of junk. Where's that wire? There. Stupid car. You trying to kill me, slamming the hood like that? I never even touched it. You tell him, Ollie. Don't let a piece of machinery push you around.
There you are. 1 egg or 2.
Just toast.
Well, the morning paper came. Oh, terrible about that little boy, isn't it?
What little boy?
Oh, right there on the front page. Just 12 years old and they don't expect him to live. Oh, I hope they catch the man who did it so he gets what he deserves.
How'd you know it's a man?
Oh, didn't you read that far? There was a witness. Oh, drink your juice. I'll make your toast. You gotta have more than that. How can you expect to do a day's work on 1 piece of toast?
I'm not going to work. I don't feel so hot.
I thought you said you fixed that.
I did.
Are you sure there wasn't someone in the garage last night?
I told you, okay? The car's old. Nothing works right on it.
Our other car was old and it didn't go honking its head off in the middle of the night.
I'm gonna get rid of it.
Oh, well, that's just great. Then what will we drive? You know we can't afford a new car.
I don't care.
Well, I do. I'm going to take it down and have it looked at right after breakfast.
You do that if you want, but I'm still getting rid of it.
That's it, Ollie. You tell her. You're the boss of her and that car, aren't you? Well, aren't you?
And that low-pressure area seems to have passed over. In local news, still no word on yesterday's hit and run. The boy, 12-year-old Timmy Danvers, remains in critical condition. We'll be back with the sports news after this.
So sad. Oh, I don't believe it. Now something's wrong with the steering. Turn!
A big rig on Old River School Road.
10-4. Help you, ma'am?
Oh, officer, I am so glad to see you. My car seems to have broken down. Do you know where there's a payphone?
Back a block at Lincoln. You'll see it.
Thank you.
Not out of gas, are you?
No, the tank's full.
Here, let me try to get it started.
No, I'm afraid it wouldn't do any good. This car is nothing but trouble. Hello, Otto? I don't know what the trouble is. It just stopped and now it won't start. Would you please send the truck right away? It's in the middle of the street. Ollie?
In here. What took you so long?
Oh, I have never had such a morning. That car!
Where is it? I didn't hear you drive up.
It's at the garage. I had to take a cab home.
What happened?
The strangest thing I've ever seen. It all started down there at the corner. I tried to turn right, but I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
The wheel wouldn't turn. It wouldn't let me go where I wanted to go.
Where was this?
Oh, it finally stalled at the intersection near Lincoln.
Which intersection exactly?
3rd and Elm.
Stalled?
The motor died, and there I was, right in traffic. Oh, it was embarrassing. Even the policeman couldn't get it started.
Police? What were the police doing there?
A motorcycle officer came by while I was waiting. I think he wanted to watch the corner. It's that same corner where the child was run down last night. Maybe they're keeping a lookout in case the driver returns to the scene of the crime.
Did he say whether they had any leads yet?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, he said they were very close to making an arrest.
Is that right?
The witness can almost remember the license plate. Oh, I hope they get him soon. None of us are safe with a madman like that around. It sounds like...
I thought you said it was at the mechanics.
Oh, no!
What are you trying to pull?
Oliver, what are you talking about?
You just told me you had it towed for repairs.
I did.
I tore out the wire to the horn last night. But what is it doing here?
That's what I want to know.
Hello? Speaking. No, I didn't pick it up. Neither did my wife. Yeah, I do know where it is. It's right here at my house. Didn't one of your guys bring it out? Well, I don't understand it either, okay, pal? But I want you to understand something. Don't go sending me any bill. It wasn't there long enough for you to even look at it.
Guess you told him, but that still doesn't explain.
Oliver, I'm confused.
You're not the only one. What do you know about this?
Was that the mechanic?
He said they'd lost the car. Imagine the nerve of that guy.
But it isn't lost. It's in our garage.
Well, then you tell me how it got here. They didn't deliver it.
Oh, I suppose it drove itself home.
Don't answer that.
Why not?
Will you do as I say?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Why? Ollie, what's happening? Your eyes. You look frightened.
Nothing. I just don't want to see anybody.
I don't know what's come over you, but if you don't get over these heebie-jeebies fast, I'm gonna call the doctor.
Are you gonna let her talk to you like that? Be a man.
Well, Pete Radcliffe.
Morning, Mrs. Pope. Or afternoon, I guess it is.
Oh, what a nice surprise.
Ollie here?
Yes, he's in the kitchen.
Could I see him, please?
Well, just for a few minutes. He's a little under the weather today.
That's what I figured. I thought I'd stop by in my lunch hour. How's he doing?
Oh, nothing serious. I think it's just a touch of the flu. He's in the kitchen. Ah, guess who's here?
Hey, Ollie boy. I hear that mystery bug's got you down for the count, huh?
Not quite. I'll be back to work tomorrow.
Oh, I hope so, buddy. Kind of slow around there without you.
He's lying through his teeth.
What brings you over here, Pete?
Well, you didn't show up this morning. I thought I'd do you a favor and empty that in basket of yours.
Now that's going too far.
Pete, I've got important papers in that basket.
Not anymore. I took care of it. Every letter answered. Here they are. All they need is your signature.
Give me those.
Ollie.
Gosh, Ollie, I was just trying to do you a favor.
You want to do me a favor? Stop bucking for my job. I take one morning off and already you're making noises like you're the head of the department.
Hey, you got me wrong. I was just trying to help so you wouldn't fall behind.
Don't try so hard.
Think I enjoyed sitting there dictating your letters? Well, I've got better things to do.
So, go do them. Nobody's holding you here.
I think maybe I will. In case you didn't know, a kid was run down on our street last night. Yeah, he lived just 2 doors away from us. Used to play with my kid. That was one nice, decent, fun-loving, ambitious little kid with a paper route, and some maniac smashed into him with his car and left him bleeding in the rain.
We read about it in the paper. Such a shame.
They didn't actually hit him, did he? Just ran him off the road.
Same difference. Let me tell you, we're watching that corner. He'll show up. They always do. And when he does, he'll give himself away.
You haven't heard how the little boy's getting along, have you, Pete?
He's dead, Mrs. Pope. About an hour ago.
Oh.
So long. I'll be going now.
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
He knows. He doesn't know, Jack. Just tough it out, buddy boy. There's not a mark on your car. They'll nab somebody for it. Just you wait.
Where are you, 51? Check in.
Stakeout, corner of Elm and 3rd. No luck yet.
The chief needs you back at the station.
That's Big 10-4.
Are you leaving, officer?
For a while, ma'am. I'll try again at rush hour. You see a suspicious car, you get the license plate this time.
Should I try to stop him?
No. No way. Keep your distance and call it in. We'll follow up.
You simply have to stop him. That little boy was very special on this block. Everyone loved him.
I'm sure they did.
Officer!
Yes, ma'am?
I think that's him.
Are you sure?
No, but...
That won't do. You've got to make a positive ID.
He's getting away.
You know, if I had something more to go on...
The car's the same color. Yes, he's the one. I'm sure of it.
Wait here.
Yes, officer?
Driver's license and registration, please.
Oh, sure. I just live down the street. How's it coming with that hit and run?
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure. What?
Where were you about 6:15 last night?
Home with my wife and kids. Why?
I've got a witness who says you're wrong.
About what? Look, I tell you, I was with
License and registration, and don't try anything funny.
You gotta be kidding.
This is 51. I need backup at 3rd and Elm. Possible suspect.
I'm not the one you're looking for. Listen to me. My name's Pete Radcliffe. I live right down the...
Turn around, please. Hands on the car. And don't make any fast moves.
What are you doing?
I'm taking you into custody. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
But I'm not the one. Will you listen to me? I'm not him.
There you are, just in time for dinner. You feeling better after your nap?
I guess so. Paper come?
By your plate. I'm just giving you a little chicken broth and some crackers tonight. Nothing too heavy. I know you want to get back to the office tomorrow and... Ollie, what on earth is the matter?
Did you see the headline?
No, dear, I haven't opened it yet. What does it say?
They've made an arrest.
About what? You're not making sense.
The hit-and-run driver.
Really? Well, I'm glad to hear it. But is that any reason for you to take on so? You're as white as a ghost.
The man they've arrested is Pete Radcliffe.
Let me see. I just can't believe it.
Read what it says. Positively identified by an eyewitness.
Well, I still don't believe it.
Why not?
You can tell when a man would do a thing like that. Pete just isn't the type.
You don't know him like I do.
No, I suppose you're right. You've always claimed he was sneaky after your job and all.
Yeah, I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Ollie, I'm surprised at you. How can you take satisfaction out of someone else's misfortune?
I don't get any pleasure out of it. I just said that I don't have anything to worry about at the office.
Oh!
Stay calm.
Ollie, there is someone in the garage, and now I'm not imagining it this time.
There's nobody there.
Don't you tell me it was my imagination. You heard it. Aren't you going to look?
A little noise, that's all. Could have come from anywhere.
It came from the garage. If you're afraid, I'll call the police.
No. No police. I'll go. Now what? The whole front bumper. Looks like it fell right off. Or somebody pulled it off. Who did this? Who's in here?
Did you see anybody?
No, there's nobody out there.
Then what made the noise?
That cat. It was pawing around the garbage. It knocked the lid off.
Well, it certainly made a racket. Don't you want your chicken broth, dear?
No, I don't feel so good.
Oliver, wake up!
What?
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Sounds like some nut's got his radio turned up as far as it'll go.
Oh, see where it's coming from. Where's my robe?
It must be coming from next door at the Cassidys, that teenage boy of theirs.
Cut out that noise. People are trying to get some sleep around here.
Dad's telling them.
Hey, over there. Did you hear what I just said?
Is it at the Cassidys?
I think so, but it's so loud they can't hear me. I'll go over.
Oh, what can those people be thinking, running a radio like that at this time of night?
I'll take care of it.
Attaboy. What is this?
And now the news. An arrest has been made in the accident that fatally injured young Timmy Danvers.
Radio in my own car. Somebody or something is trying to drive me insane.
The suspect, Peter Radcliffe, has been identified by Mrs. Daniel Hastings, who was walking her dog at the corner of... Funeral services for the victim will take place tomorrow afternoon at the Church of the Good Shepherd.
No!
Take charge of it. Kill it. The right tool for the right job. How about a hammer?
Yesterday's hit and run.
Leave me be, you piece of junk!
For the victim will take place tomorrow.
Can't see! Turn those headlights off me!
An arrest has been
Off,
made
I
in the
said!
accident that fatally injured young Timmy Danvers. Young Timmy Danvers. An arrest has been made in the accident. Fatally injured Timmy Danvers.
Oh, Ollie, I wanted to surprise you.
I don't need any more surprises.
I was going to bring you breakfast in bed.
I'm not an invalid. A fever and a little lost sleep doesn't make me bedridden.
Well, eat as much of it as you can. I still think you should have called the police.
Why?
To find out why prowlers are coming into our garage. This makes 2 nights running.
I'll install a new lock when I get home tonight.
Ollie, you haven't eaten anything.
Not hungry.
Ollie? Ollie, are you sure?
Please, stop fussing. I have to get ready for work.
Now, don't you stay in that office and try to work if you feel bad. You come on home.
All right, Lil.
Aren't you going to drive?
I thought I'd take the bus.
Now?
I don't trust the car. It's falling apart.
So what should we do? Are you just going to let it sit in the garage?
No, I'll put an ad in the paper. Maybe we can unload it on somebody. For now, leave it as it is.
If you say so. Bye.
Bye.
Morning, Lillian.
Oh, good morning, Alice.
How's everything?
Fine, I guess.
Are you sure?
Oh, it's Ollie. He's so nervous lately.
What's wrong?
Well, he's not getting enough sleep, for one thing. Neither am I. All that noise in the middle of the night.
I heard it. Was it the Cassidys?
That's what I thought, but... Oh, you won't believe this. Someone broke into our garage.
No.
I told Ollie to call the police, but you know how men are. If it happens again, though, I'm calling them myself.
You should. Did they steal anything?
I don't think so, but they fooled around with the car, turned the radio on and off. It was terrible.
Oh, I bet. I hope they didn't do any damage.
Well, Ollie says it isn't serious, but he wants to sell it. Now, I suppose we'll have to buy a new car.
Well, at least it runs. There he goes now. Oh, looks like it's going to rain.
But Ollie's not driving to work. He's walking to the bus stop.
Then who's driving your car?
Watch out! Alice!
Lillian, maybe I'm going blind, but I'd swear there's no one at the wheel.
I don't believe this. Get away from me. Leave me alone. I said get away. What do you want from me?
Hey, mister. What are you doing in my yard?
I have to get to the next block. Out of my way. Taxi! Taxi, over here! Thank God.
So where are you headed?
Anywhere away from here.
Yeah, sure thing, pal. Just let me turn around here.
No. Stop!
Well, who's that? Hey, what's going on here? It could have totaled my head. Hey, listen, fella, watch where you're driving.
Don't. Just go. Get out of here.
Yeah, not till I give that guy a piece of my mind. Hey, who's driving? What the heck is going on here? Hey, cops! Somebody's tearing up my cab!
Stop! I'll do whatever you want! What am I supposed to do? Get in? All right, I'm getting in, see? See, I'm getting in. Now, where are you taking me? Now you've done it. Is this what you want? For me to get caught? For your crime?
Face it, Ollie, old boy. It's not the car. It's you. It was always you. Stop trying to lay it off on a piece of Detroit iron. Stand up and face it for once in your life.
Slow down. You're gonna get me killed.
Come off it. Take your punishment. Thought you were pretty clever, didn't you? Well, you weren't clever enough.
I am not what I drive. I'm a man. I tell you, a man.
That's right, a man. Just think, your name will be all over the papers. You were a man who was not afraid, who would not break, who drove to the police station under his own power and turned himself in.
That's it. I am a man. A man who would not be broken. A man who stood up. A man who took his medicine.
This is an all-points bulletin for drivers within the sound of my voice. Any persons attempting to conceal criminal acts involving their cars are hereby warned. Check first to see that underneath the hood there does not lie a conscience, and that the hum of the engine is not really the beating of something very much like a heart, especially if you're riding along a rain-soaked highway on your way to the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Charlie?
Go back to sleep. It's early.
What time is it?
I don't know. My watch stopped.
Oh, look at the clock.
It says 7, but it's wrong.
Oh, it can't be wrong. You wound it, didn't you?
It has to be wrong. Look out the window. It's still dark. Must be 3 or 4 in the morning.
When did you turn the light on?
I don't need it. Leave it off.
So, this is the day, huh?
This is the day.
Well, if you got 3 or 4 hours yet, what do you have to get up now for?
Can't sleep. So, I thought I might as well go over to the jail.
You know what I think?
What?
I think you're crazy. If it really is the middle of the night, you're crazy to get up now. What's so special about today?
Ella.
Just about hanging a little?
I said, why don't you go back to sleep?
Why don't you? There's going to be all kinds of excitement today, reporters and everything else. You're the one that could use some sleep.
Bring breakfast over about 8:30.
You want some coffee now?
Pierce will have some at the jail. Just bring Jagger's breakfast at 8:30.
What about you?
I can't eat.
What time do you string him up?
Ella.
Well, you know what I mean. What time does he get hung?
Hanged.
That's what I said. What time?
When you're talking about an execution, Ella, the word's hanged. It's at 9:30. And you know something? I hope they stay away. I hope everybody stays away, not just the reporters, the whole town. Because when I think of a bunch of cold-blooded gawkers who get their jollies from watching a boy die, I want to...
Well, why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't the whole town turn out to watch it?
Including you?
I haven't decided yet.
Why would you want to see a thing like that? Why would you even think about it?
Because if anybody deserves it, he does. Dirty little animal.
I'm leaving now.
I understand that after the neck breaks, they only feel it for a couple of seconds. Well, it ought to take more time than that, Charlie. For what he done, this is a mighty easy way to pay it off, don't you think?
Easy? To get strung up by the neck? All I can say is you have a funny view of what's easy and what's hard. Just remember to bring his breakfast over.
Hey, Charlie. How does he want his eggs?
Edible. They're the last ones he's gonna eat, so do one thing for me, will you, Ella? Make them edible.
Sheriff Charlie Koch on the morning of an execution. For the record, and as a matter of absolute fact, it is a little after 7 a.m. Now, logic and natural laws dictate that at this hour there should indeed be daylight. It is a simple rule of physical science that the sun should rise at a certain moment and take away the darkness. But at this given moment, Sheriff Charlie Koch, his wife Ella, a condemned man named Jagger, and everyone else in this small, inconsequential town are about to find out that there are some causes and effects that have no precedent, except in the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Sheriff.
Pierce, anything doing?
Nothing much.
You sure?
Yep.
Take your feet off the desk.
Sure thing, Sheriff. Glad you finally made it. This ain't the day to be oversleeping.
You tell me all about sleeping, Pierce. You're the expert on that.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I mean, I ain't complaining.
You ain't complaining, but at 2 or 3 in the morning, you've had a 4-hour shift. And, buddy, that doesn't break anybody's back.
2 or 3 in the morning? What have you been drinking? It's 7:30.
Then why is it pitch black outside?
What are you talking about?
Take a look.
I don't get it.
What don't you get, Deputy? That some men can't sleep and get up early? I suppose that doesn't make much sense to a guy who could put in 12 solid hours on a mattress and then wake up and complain about...
Sheriff.
You got a problem, Pierce?
Sheriff, it is 7:30 in the morning. Take a look at the clock. And you're right, it's black as a coal mine outside. I never seen it blacker. What's going on?
You're right. It's 7:30, and the sun's not up yet. And to tell you the truth, Deputy, I don't know why. I don't know why at all. Who's coming?
I can't see yet. Everything out there looks the same. Black as the ace of spades.
Morning, Colby.
Sheriff?
How about that? You see it out there?
Of course I saw it.
Any sign of the sun?
Not a speck.
You gonna run an extra in that paper of yours?
If I get the time. I've been answering the phone since 6 in the morning. One fella says that the electricity's gone off in the whole town. Well, I can see that's not true. Another one says it's already tomorrow night.
I like that.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, hold on, there's more. The president of the January graduating class of our local school, who majors in physics, tells me it's a phenomenon caused by sunspots. Now, you're well versed in law and order, Sheriff Koch, keeping the peace, in other words. So I'm here to ask you, what's your theory?
I wish I had one. It's almost 7:45 in the morning. Daylight should have come 2 hours ago.
Maybe a storm's on the way. Big whopping storm, the kind that covers up the whole sky.
Possible, I suppose.
Storms don't bring this kind of darkness. Anybody call the state capitol?
Oh, yeah. In between reassuring people that this is neither an interplanetary invasion nor the end of the world, I placed said call myself.
And?
Oh, things are normal there. It's daylight, just as it should be. But if you'll forgive the pun, they're as much in the dark as we are.
You mean it ain't black up there?
It appears that all up and down the state, and across the face of the earth for that matter, we are the only ones who are groping around in total darkness. So, the phenomenon is quite localized, which means we'll have to seek elsewhere for company to share our misery. How's Jagger doing this morning?
I seen him. Brought him in a cup of coffee to make sure he was awake.
Thoughtful of you.
To remind him about what day it is.
I'll bet you did. I wonder, how did you occupy yourself as a lad there, Deputy? Torture small animals or just pull the wings off flies?
Say, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. I don't mean anything by it. So, Koch, can I talk to him?
Go right on in. I'm not saying he'll talk to you, but that's the privilege of the press, to try.
So he's got 1 hour and 45 minutes left. What about a priest or a minister?
He doesn't want either.
As a point of interest, Sheriff, entirely off the record, do you believe Jagger's guilty?
Mr. Colby, I arrest people on the basis of evidence. I jail them on that evidence, and I'm responsible for their meals and their health until they get sentenced, executed, or let loose. As to guilt or innocence, it's a matter for the jury, public opinion, and God to decide. And that part of it, thank the Lord, has nothing to do with me.
Uh-huh. So, let us all praise God for the morning's impartiality. You just keep them alive until their moment of death. I see. And as for my part, I follow fate around with a small pencil and a notebook and make a record for posterity of how he died and why he died. But neither one of us has any guilt to share for the fact that he does die. How perfectly convenient for us.
He's guilty as hell. He fired buckshot into a man's head. A real decent, upstanding man. And today, he's going to pay the price. He's going to hang for it. And man, oh man, is justice going to be served up deluxe style this time.
Pierce, why don't you shut your mouth?
I got a right to an opinion.
Oh, you do, Deputy. Indeed you do. There are just a couple of disturbing facets to this particular case.
Like what?
First, that the murder victim was not a decent man by any stretch of the imagination.
Hey, you're talking about the dead.
He was a crossburner and a psychopathic bully who attacked the man you've got locked up in there.
Well, that don't matter.
Go on, Colby. I want to hear this.
Second, Deputy Pierce here saw it happen and then perjured himself.
Now, wait a minute.
Let him finish.
That's the word, all right, Deputy. Perjured. You said that Jagger shot him from across the room. Well, no such thing could have happened according to the records I saw. The murdered man had powder burns all over him.
So what?
Oh, you tell me how a man can get shot from 10 feet away and still have powder burns on his skin. By itself, that might not have proved self-defense, but it would have supported Jagger's story. It would have at least raised some doubts in the jury room. If they had heard it.
I wondered about that myself.
Did you, Sheriff Koch? Well, you saw the body, didn't you?
I saw it.
But I didn't hear any comment on those powder burns when you gave your testimony, or did I miss that?
I answer the questions they asked me.
Oh, don't feel singled out now, because your courageous editor who covered the trial from start to finish, he just didn't see fit to include that insignificant little detail in any of his news stories either, now did he? Even though for some reason he knew at the time that he was being very, very selective about what he wrote and what he didn't write, about the truth, in other words. Which is what a trial is supposed to be, a search for the truth. So, when you get right down to it, you're quite right, Deputy. Justice is being served on a platter with its tongue cut out, just like the carcass of any dead animal.
Call me when you're ready.
I will. Smoke, Jagger?
No, sir.
You don't mind if I have one?
Go ahead.
I quit years ago, but I picked up a pack last night. I don't know why. And this morning, I looked at it like I've never seen a pack of cigarettes before. It didn't even feel right in my hand. I know it's bad for me, but I put it in my pocket just the same. Now, why do you suppose that is?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Colby?
Anything you like. I can't promise I'll have the answer, though.
I was just wondering, what kind of day is it?
Oh, you're not going to believe me, even if I tell you.
Rainy, huh?
No, it's not bad. A little chilly. The main thing is, it's still dark.
How do you mean?
It's still black as night outside. The sun never came up. Close to 8 in the morning, and not even a little bit of daylight.
God, come on. Don't kid me.
I'm not. Why would I? What reason would I have to lie to you?
Well, this place doesn't have any windows, so I guess it could be Christmas Eve or the 4th of July, and I wouldn't know the difference.
Jagger, do you have a religious affiliation?
No.
Anybody you want to see?
Nobody.
Anything you'd like to say? Anything at all?
Nothing.
No priest, no friends, no comment. What do you have?
What do you think, Mr. Colby? Not much, that's what. I mean, I've got a little over an hour, and I've been thinking that I'd like to rip these bars apart and get out, same as you would. Or maybe, just save everybody the trouble and hang myself in here. But I haven't got the strength for one or the guts for the other, so I'm just sitting here and waiting. What else is there?
That being the case, would you care to make a statement?
You want a statement? Is that what you came here for?
Look at it this way. I don't think anybody should leave the Earth without a comment. You, me, or anyone else.
Oh, well, now that sounds like a reasonable request. Considering that you're not the one who's leaving.
I'm serious. I'm giving you the chance to say anything you want.
All right, then. I'm guilty, Mr. Colby. How's that? That should let you off the hook.
And that's supposed to mean what?
That's supposed to mean that you're on the side of the good guys. You know. There have to be good guys and bad guys. That's the nature of man. Well, I'm the bad guy, okay? Worse than that, I'm the troublemaker in town. The one with the causes and the banners. I'm the idiot. The fool. I tried to be his brother's keeper. You understand now, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't matter whether I do or not. I want to hear what you think, on or off the record.
Anything I say, you're going to write it down and put it in that little newspaper of yours, aren't you?
Not if you don't want me to.
How would I know if you did or you didn't?
I don't have a tape recorder on me. See? My notebook's in my pocket, and so is my pencil. If I did put it in my paper, what good would that do me? As a matter of fact, it would do me some damage. Because I didn't speak out about the case. I kept silent. Not even an editorial. So I can't very well change my stripes now, can I?
I said all I had to say in court.
But nobody listened. Well, I'm listening. We're two men talking here. If you say it's private, that's how it stays. What difference can it possibly make to you now? I have to know. Can you understand that? I have to.
You think I know?
You were there.
You got one of those cigarettes?
Right here.
shotgun. It wasn't mine, it was his. Everybody knows that, but they convicted me on premeditated murder, even though I'm the one who tried to take it away from him before he could go out and use it.
So you fought with him?
I either loaded the gun and put it in his hands, or I tried to get it away from him. Take your pick. All I remember is the gun going off, and that's what counts, isn't it? Not motives, not what's in your head. You know what road is paved with good intentions. Good, bad, it doesn't matter.
I'd say there's a big difference. A huge one.
Except that the man I killed, he was the White Knight.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would. The things he did, other people only thought about. What they wanted to see happen but didn't dare do. He was the cross burner, the bomb thrower. He did their dirty work for them, like whipping some poor, scared guy just for being black, when nobody else had the guts to pick up a stick or a rock to do it themselves. So the White Knight ended up with his brains spattered all over the place, and I was the cause of that, one way or the other. There's no way the people around here were gonna pin a medal on me.
You don't think much of this town, do you?
Do you?
The man wasn't a saint, but he died. And what the jury said was that regardless of how it happened, we cannot dispense life or death because someone offends us. That's the distinction between men and animals.
That's well said, Mr. Colby. You tell it to the man who fixes up the rope, okay? You tell it to the sheriff and his deputy out there. You tell that to the town while they stand around and watch my eyes bulge out and my tongue swell up and I choke and do my little dance for them. You tell them all about the difference between men and animals. But you better draw pictures. Because this kind of language they just don't get.
Catch!
You ready, Mr. Colby?
I'm ready.
A lot of commotion out there. I guess they just can't wait.
That's not it. It's because nobody can see where they're going.
Why's that?
I told you, it's dark out.
For real?
The darkest I've ever seen it.
Get the crossbar on there real good.
I got it, officer.
And the rope. Make sure it's fixed right. Don't want it to break now, would we?
No, sir. Could you point your flashlight up here one more time?
You got it.
How's that?
Looks A-okay from here. You done real good, boys.
Boss?
What?
Well, sir, you had us add cleats to the support, and then you wanted a bigger crossbar, and now you ordered a new rope, but just for today? Well, the old setup was just fine the way it was, as far as I could tell. So how come you went and spent all that extra money?
Because this one's gonna go off without a hitch. Right, boys?
Well, if it don't, it sure won't be your fault.
Yeah, that's the truth.
All right. I guess you can come on down. We gotta test it one time.
Sure thing, boss.
Now, when I say pull, you drop the sandbag.
Yo.
All right, then. Pull! That got her. That got her good, didn't it, boys?
Yeah, boss. It sure did.
Who's there?
Easy, Pierce. Looks like everything's in working order.
Yep. That'll take care of him.
Sure it will. But I'm still worried about one thing.
What's that?
Exactly who or what is going to take care of us.
There it goes, 9 bells.
Why is it so dark then?
Is it an eclipse?
Can't be. I've been listening on the radio. This ain't no eclipse.
It's weird. It's just plain weird.
Word of the darkness that has suddenly and inexplicably engulfed this remote Midwestern town.
Turn up that radio so we can hear.
It is now 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but latest reports indicate that the darkness blanketing the specific location is virtually total. So far, there is no sign whatever of any daylight on the horizon. A spokesman for the Meteorological Service says that the event is without precedent, according to records covering the past 150 years.
Who's that?
Turn on your headlights.
Why, it's Sheriff Koch's wife.
Morning, Ella.
Is that you, June?
It's me. What you got on the tray?
Breakfast.
Oh, aren't you the one fixing a nice hot meal for your man?
Well, it's not for Charlie.
Who's it for, then?
For him.
You don't mean...
Afraid so. For Jagger.
What did you go and waste good food for? He don't have no right. He don't even have time to eat it.
It's the law.
The law?
That's what my husband says. Anyway, I can help carry out the letter of the law. I'm glad to. It's my duty.
Ella?
Over here, Charlie.
Just bring it on inside. I'll be right there.
Excuse me.
The governor, please. Yes, I'll wait, but please tell him it's urgent.
Mr. Colby?
Hi, Ella.
Where should I put this?
What? No, this is the editor of the Sun-Times. That's right. I'm calling to see if there's been a stay in the... Yes, I'll hold. What do you have there?
Charlie said to bring it.
Breakfast?
For the condemned man.
I guess you can just take it on in.
To the cell?
The hall door is open. It's right down there.
I know where it is. Charlie said to fix a plate of eggs. He didn't say I had to spoon feed it.
Yes, well, of course, if he's on the phone. He's not? What do you mean nobody called? No, listen. After the automatic appeals, there's always a request to the governor's office for a stay while they argue it before the circuit court.
Morning, Mrs. Koch. I thought that was you.
Yes, I'll hold.
Thanks for bringing the tray.
Just in time, too. I wouldn't want it to go to waste.
When did you make these eggs?
When?
They're cold.
Well, that's not my fault.
You could at least have brought them on time.
Charlie, you listen here. I couldn't drive because there's no street lights, so I walked over. I couldn't even see where I was going. That's just how long it took me.
All right. I'll take it into him.
If he doesn't like it, he can throw it in the trash for all I care.
Well, now, don't do that. I mean, I haven't had nothing to eat this morning.
I said I'll take it to him.
Yes, I'm here. I see. You sure? That's it, then. All right, yes.
Who was that?
The governor's secretary.
And?
No dice.
I see.
Well, there you go. Sure is a big, fat surprise.
No, but I'll tell you what is. It's a surprise that someone can go to trial for his life with a third-rate public defender who's afraid to stand up to the local DA. It's a surprise that no private lawyer somewhere heard about the case and went to bat pro bono. It's a surprise that the public defender didn't even try to call the governor a half hour before the sentence is carried out. And it's a surprise that I didn't give up the ghost on this place a long time ago. But it's not a surprise that you, Pierce, and this whole town are out of your minds with glee over the cold-blooded taking of a life that's about to occur.
I think you dropped this.
It's all right, Reverend Anderson. It's empty.
Whiskey helps, does it, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't hurt.
Helps you see things more clearly? Or does it keep you from seeing?
You suppose, Reverend, that there's some theological explanation for this morning?
Theology? That's for divinity schools. This is a time for faith.
Faith in death or in darkness? Maybe if we thought there was a divine act going on here, we could find a way to live with it.
God is always with us, whether we know it or not.
Is he?
Even now.
This isn't the first gallows ever built, Reverend, or the last. Won't be the first man to lose his life at an untimely age, and we won't be the last mourners on this earth either.
Did you see him? Did you talk to him?
Briefly.
He wouldn't see me. Wouldn't even let me in his cell.
That's a pity. He's a lonely boy. But at least he won't be lonely for much longer.
That's the truth. He's going to glory.
I'm glad you think so.
And you don't, Mr. Colby?
It would be easier if I did, but I gave up my faith years ago. Now I'm not sure I ever had it.
We all stumble in life, lose our way for a time, but the shepherd doesn't give up. He keeps on looking for us.
What happens if the shepherd loses his way too?
It must be time.
Listen to them. Oh, they want blood. Reminds me of sports fans in an arena somewhere.
Yes, a Roman one.
How's it look out there?
Hard to tell. When they light their torches and storm the jail, I'll let you know.
Well, I'd better get the prisoner ready.
You're going through with it?
Unless something happens in the next 10 minutes, I have no choice.
Then I suggest we use this time wisely.
And how do we do that, Reverend?
There's only one thing left to do. We pray.
No time to pray now. It's 9:25. That's right, ain't it? 9:25?
5 more minutes. I can't believe Koch's doing this. The sun's not up yet.
Law says May 25th at 9:30 in the morning. Well, that's what it is. May 25th, and it's pretty near 9:30 already.
Quite apart from the fact, Mr. Pierce, that you're not the most sensitive of men, doesn't this morning suggest to you that there's something odd going on? That perhaps we'd better dispense with business as usual until we find out exactly what it is?
You know something? I've taken an awful lot of crap from you. And just who are you, anyway? A little shot editor of a crummy little paper? That's right, a crummy little paper that crawls along on its hands and knees from one edition to another. The way I figure it, you got more creditors than you got readers.
That'll do it, Pierce.
That won't do it by a long shot. And maybe you feel like turning your cheek to this bum, but there ain't no rule book says I gotta. He says I perjured myself, says I lied. And he wasn't throwing no bouquets at you either.
Maybe because I don't deserve any. You know, Colby, you're right. I saw the victim. He did have powder burns. And when a committee of townspeople came to me and said there'd be no autopsy, I just bent my head and shuffled my feet and nodded. We've all got little axes to grind, don't we? I'd like to be re-elected sheriff. And you, Colby, you'd like to keep that newspaper going. And Deputy Pierce over here, he likes to feel important. He likes to be popular. He likes to stay on the side of the majority. So here we are, gentlemen. All of us treading water in a sewer.
I don't take it from him, and I don't take it from you neither.
Watch who you put your hands on, Pierce.
Oh, what?
You better unravel it right now, or I'll spread you all over the yard.
It's 9:27, Koch.
Then we better go get the prisoner.
At last, Mr. Pierce. A labor of love, huh?
You coming, Pierce?
Yeah, I'm coming. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I want to see Jagger's face when he gets a look at that gallows.
You won't be able to see anything, and neither will anybody else as long as it stays dark out. And maybe that's just as well.
Come on!
Let's get this show on the road.
Hurry it up, Sheriff!
Can't wait all morning.
There he is! Dirty little murderer!
I want to see him choke.
You don't need the chains. I'm not going anywhere.
He has some minutes, doesn't he?
He's used them already. We're behind schedule.
You can talk to him now, Reverend. Take your time.
It's my time. And I got nothing to talk about.
Then let's go. Let's get on with it.
Don't waste your last minutes, Jagger. We're a different color, and I know we have different faiths, but you've stood up for me and mine. You've spoken for us. And God help you, you've killed for us. I think we owe you some peace, and I'd like to try to give you some.
That rope over there give me peace. I don't need any words, Reverend. No quotations, nothing in the Bible or any other book.
Get it over with!
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah!
Patience, everybody! I'm gonna give you what y'all came here for. I'll dance at the end of the rope, and I'll choke, and I'll swing back and forth like a rag doll. Yeah, you'll see. You'll get your money's worth. I promise.
This way.
I told you, I'll do this myself.
last words?
Not on your life. That's one thing I won't give you people. I won't give you the satisfaction of saying, I'm sorry. Yeah!
Don't return their hate. Don't dishonor yourself.
Why don't you go home? Go on. Get out of here.
Just tell me one thing. When he came at you, Jagger, did it feel good then?
What's the difference?
And when you aimed that gun at his head, that wasn't such a bad moment, was it?
Good or bad, who cares? If I wanted him dead or not, it ended the same. What was in my heart didn't matter, because it's what you do that counts, isn't it? Not what you wish for.
So, when you killed him, Jagger, when you blew his head off, there were no regrets then, were there?
If I told you I didn't mean it, would you let me go? The law's the law. It's what I did in this life. The same as for him, and I hated his kind.
You enjoyed seeing him dead, didn't you?
You know it.
Now I know it too. I know it only too well. This man is guilty.
We're all guilty.
Guilty as sin.
It's important to get with the majority, isn't it? That's the big thing. That's what really matters to you.
We're all the majority. The minority died on the cross 2,000 years ago.
You want a statement? I'll give you a statement. Tell everybody that. Tell them they're no better than me. Who wants to put the rope around my neck, huh? You, lady! You want to put it on, mister?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
And who wants to pull the lever, huh? You, Reverend? But you know we're all murderers!
I'll do it.
Hey!
You seen the light, Reverend? You finally seen the light?
Have you? Have any of you? In all this darkness, can anyone make out the truth? Look at what's hanging from that gallows. He hated. He killed. Now he dies. You hated. You killed. And not one of you isn't doomed. Not one. Do you know why it's dark? Do you know why there's night all around us? Do you know now what the blackness really is? It's the hate he felt. The hate you've felt. The hate all of us felt. There was too much. There was way too much, and we had to vomit it up, and now it's surrounding us and choking us. So much hate. So much miserable hate.
Oh, it's getting colder.
Look what's happening. It's getting even darker. You can't hardly see anything now.
Take me home, Charlie. I want to go home.
I will, if I can find the way.
That's crazy, isn't it? What he said. Isn't it crazy? You know what's going to happen, don't you? I mean, you know what's going to happen next. Oh, believe me, this here stuff is going to lift. It'll just all of a sudden just plain lift. Because it's just a fog is all it is. Nothing more than a fog. And it'll lift. And there'll be the old sun, high up and bright. Wait and see. There'll be the old sun shining to beat the band.
I don't know. I don't know if there'll ever be daylight again. Only God knows. And I'm not even sure about that.
Reports now coming in of similar occurrences here in the United States and abroad At 9 o'clock this morning, a dark cloud suddenly appeared over several widely separated U.S. cities. The government of Israel has verified the fact that a rectangular area over the West Bank appears to have gone dark. In China, correspondents just filed a news item about several square blocks, including a political prison, thrown into darkness early this morning. In Iran, an area in Southeast Asia, in Central and South America, the African continent, the darkness continues to spread.
Witness the effects of a sickness known as hate. Not a virus, not a microbe, not a germ, but a very real sickness just the same. Universal and not easily contained. The diagnosis? Highly contagious and unfortunately quite deadly in its effects. Consider yourself forewarned. Don't look for this one in the realm of science fiction, but rather right in front of you, in the mirror. As a matter of survival, you'd be well advised to eradicate it now, right now, before the light goes out, somewhere in the vicinity of your town. A prescription prepared for all within listening range of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Norm Woodell, John Watson Sr., Turk Muller, Jeff Lupetin, Paul Patch, Maggie Carney, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, and Irene Olson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Probe 7. Log entry 1411. Another waking period. Ship seems to be functioning perfectly as usual. Wish they could make cars this reliable back home. Oxygen supply, right on the button. Food supply, a little over. Something wrong with my appetite. Not enough exercise, I guess. I know. More workout time. Gotta stay in shape. Never know who I might meet in space. Coordinates on autopilot. Propulsion system humming like a top. Pressure flow, output, all right on the money. Oh, come on, guys. You don't need a pilot up here. Could have sent an unmanned probe. All I am is extra weight. Think how much farther this crate could go without me. Of course, you wouldn't have my brilliant observations. Boredom followed by prolonged disinterest, with periods of great loneliness. Must be fascinating. Here's an observation. All these blinking lights in the cockpit. They remind me of stars, or candles, or cigarette lighters. That's it. You remember cigarettes? Did you know at concerts people had these little lighters, and sometimes they'd hold them up and it looked like a sea of stars out there in the dark? I want to write a book, not this diary. Doesn't have enough plot. Just me remembering. That's who I am, boys. He who remembers. Oh, well. Better send you the numbers. Here goes the download. Transmitting now. Till next time, this is Colonel A.L. Cook. Over and out. Hold on, I think we've got a malfunction here. Some kind of overload. Yep, there's a power drain. Initiating diagnostics. No time for that. Switching to manual override. Base, this is Probe 7. Probe 7, calling base. Come in. I've just lost a rocket tube. Can't handle this baby. Controls won't respond. Losing power fast. Have to set down on the nearest planet. Got one in view now. Not much choice. Entering atmosphere. Surface coming up fast. Can't slow down. No retro rockets.
Warning. System overload. Warning. System overload.
Ship's about to catch fire. Base, do you read? This is Probe 7. Probe 7. Mayday! 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 Mayday!
One Colonel Cook, a traveler in deep space several million miles from his point of departure and presently out of options. He set a course across an endless ocean in a one-man lifeboat, now scorched and broken on an alien shore. But even if he should survive, his greatest ordeal is yet to come, for he must face a far more dangerous challenge, an opponent more menacing than the cold, lifeless vacuum of space. He must face what awaits him on the other side of the bulkhead and do battle with the unknown. As soon as the dust settles, he will take stock of his plight with very little effort, a single 360-degree movement of head and eyes. For Colonel Cook has come to rest on a small, undistinguished planet not on any chart, one that is actually an outpost in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Log entry 1412. I'm alive. That's all I know for sure. The ship is wrecked pretty badly. It might be possible to realign the main drive, but not without help. So far, I'm holding up. One badly bruised head and a broken right arm for which I've made a sling. A few more painkillers in the first aid kit, but after that, I'm on my own. The planet has an atmosphere, so I don't need the pressure suit. That's another stroke of luck, if you can call it that. The terrain is desolate. Sand, rocks, some low-grade plant life. That means there's water. The question is, how much and where? The ship has cooled down now, what's left of it. Main instrument panel is intact, so I'll try to contact the base directly, if there's enough power. More later. Cook, signing off. This is Probe 7. Do you read? Probe 7. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, with a landing report and damage assessment. Over to you, base. This is Probe 7. Come on, base. I'm waiting.
Probe 7, this is Base. You're coming through low, barely audible.
Blaine, is that you?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Blaine. We read that you're...
This is Cook, Probe 7. I'm glad to hear you.
Cook? Cook, we thought we'd lost you. Your transmission was interrupted.
Everything was interrupted. I'm lucky to be alive. Probe 7 made unscheduled landfall approximately 7 hours ago.
What? Come again. Can't hear. I thought you said...
I've crash-landed, Blaine, in another planetary system. Didn't have much choice. One of the thrusters broke off the ship. This planet is 92,900,000 miles from the nearest star.
Good Lord, Colonel. We're having trouble seeing you on the monitor.
Sorry, but I can't send or receive a visual. Most of my equipment was fried in the crash.
Okay. How's your oxygen?
And that's the least of my worries. There's an atmosphere here. I don't know its density or composition, but it's breathable.
Probe 7? Probe 7, your signal's drifting. Can you increase power?
Not much chance of that. Far as I can tell, this is the last of my juice, at least for now. I've got half a generator and 3 solar cells working. I was afraid it wasn't enough to get through it all.
Okay. Can you effect repairs?
Say again?
Repairs. Can you make repairs?
If you give me maybe 20 years, a good right arm, and a new head while you're at it, I might make a start. The bottom line is, I need help. Got that, Base? Help. And right away.
Probe 7, you're breaking up. Probe 7, are you there? Probe 7, we're having difficulties. All right, just stay there. Stay in transmission. Probe 7, we've traced your signal. We know where you are.
Great. How soon can you send a ship?
Colonel, I'm sorry to say we have nothing here that can reach you.
What? You had several ships on the drawing board.
Repeat, we have nothing available.
Say again?
All construction is suspended pending the current crisis.
Ah, come on!
Colonel Cook, I've been told you'll have to make the repairs yourself.
Base, now hear this. I don't have fuel, no propellant at all. I left most of my rockets scattered across 50 miles of dirt and rock. All I have is a ship that looks like a jigsaw puzzle. As for the wiring, it's nothing but spaghetti. So when you say you've got nothing that can help here, you're telling me you're crossing off one spaceman permanently.
Probe 7, we're having difficulty. Your words are breaking up.
All right, Base. I'll give it to you in a few syllables. This ship isn't going anywhere. Not forward, up, down, or back home. Is that plain enough for you? Now I'm asking you again. Isn't there anything you can do to help me out here? Or are you just going to write me off?
Colonel Cook?
There's the low power warning. I'm losing transmission. Got to sign off for now. I'll make contact again in 3 hours. Roger that, will you please, Base?
We will stay on this frequency, Colonel, and wait to hear from you. Oh, just a minute. There's someone here who wants to speak to you, Colonel.
Colonel Cook, this is General Larrabee. We understand the spot you're in. We wish we could help.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is a possibility that once you give us a full report on the ship, we can send you instructions for its repair and walk you through it step by step. That's still an option.
Is it? Well, here's an option. Why don't I just build me a new one, General? I'll make it out of tin cans and chewing gum. I'll burn some circuit boards with a magnifying glass. That's a possibility, too.
Colonel, I'm trying to be frank with you.
Sorry, sir. I'll transmit again in 3 hours. Over and out. Heaven help me. I wonder if that's a possibility. Log entry 1413. I'm standing on a hillside a few meters from the ship. You hear that? I think there's going to be a change in the weather. Back home we'd call it a sandstorm. Better head back soon. I see vines and some flowers down the other side of the hill. There's more life here than I thought. As to what stage of evolution is reached, that's pure conjecture. No sign of animal life, but the vegetation grows thicker in certain areas, like the valley. Can't trust my leg yet. Better stay close to the ship. I've picked some plants for analysis. We'll see if there's anything edible. Hey! Anybody! Hey! Take me to your leader. I've got beads and wampum. Is anybody here? That's just great. The last good wires in the whole ship. Here comes that sandstorm. I'm gonna get the hatch shut. Close, will you? That's it. A little bit more. There. That'll have to do. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, calling base. Over to you. If you read.
We read you. We read you very well, Colonel.
Ah, you've got the video going.
For now, General, I've wired all the solar cells in the series. At the moment, I'm running off the storage batteries, though. It's almost night here.
All right, tell us your situation, please.
My situation?
Yes. Any change, Colonel?
I've done what I can, but I'd have to call it unchanged. The power level's higher as long as I charge up during the day, but I don't know how long that will last. At least, I've got you on the screen. Got to see another face, both of you.
You should be used to solitude. You've been in space a long time.
Yeah, I should, but that was different somehow. I was a big something in the middle of nothing. This, though, I've landed and it feels like I'm supposed to be somewhere, and I'm not. My memory of home is fading fast.
Colonel, and the condition of the ship, still a total loss?
Probe 7 is no longer probing, General, unless it's the few feet of dirt I tore up when I crashed. There is life here, like I said, vegetable life, pretty elementary. I've explored the surrounding area in all directions, but I can't get down to the valley with this leg. The gravity is roughly the same as ours. From what I can tell, the atmosphere is similar as well. At least, there's no pollution. I haven't started coughing yet.
Describe what's left of the ship.
What's left of the ship, General, is a few feet of bent-up metal. I told you, it's unrepairable.
You're sure, Colonel? You're absolutely positive?
There isn't one other section that's still intact. She'll do for a museum or a junkyard. Take your pick. As for me, I don't have the luxury of making a choice.
Nor do we, Colonel. Nor do we.
Right. The crisis.
Listen to me, Cook. We've got a major problem here.
Oh, you do?
Since you left, we've had an international incident. A serious one. There's talk of war. The next 24 hours will be crucial.
As long as I can remember, there's always been a crisis, and there's always been talk of war. Well, hasn't there?
Yes. But this time, I'm afraid.
You'll forgive me, General. But I've got a crisis, too. And it's a very immediate one. I have the remainder of my rations and 2 broken bones in one arm. You have my location. I need to know that help of some sort is on the way, or would you call that unreasonable?
Now listen up, Colonel. The rest of the fleet's been taken out. There isn't another ship, unless we build one. And if we go to hydrogen war in the next few hours, there'll be nobody left to do the building. Do I make myself clear?
You're serious?
That's the realistic view, Colonel. It may go down hard, but I'm giving you the facts of life. 10 hours from now, maybe 6, maybe 4, we'll be fully committed. I'm talking about 500 million people, not just one man. That's about as clear as I can put it.
Very well then, General. I guess that's it.
We don't see any alternative.
Will there be any point in making further contact with base?
Yes, Probe 7. For 2 reasons I can think of. Both of some benefit to you. One, so you'll know that you're not alone up there. And 2, to confirm that your own world still exists. so the latter is a moot question at this point. Over to you, Colonel.
I can't think of anything else to say at the moment.
Feel free to keep the signal open, if you like.
Can't do that, General. I need to charge the batteries when it's light again. Here's that storm. Don't know how strong it'll be or how long it'll last. But I'll try to get through it. Nothing else I can do.
Then, for whatever it's worth, know that we're still here. For now. Over to you, Probe 7.
Roger, base. And out. It's going to be a long night. Wait. What's that? Hold on. Blaine? General? I wish you could hear this. There's something outside, I swear. Something or someone. Log entry 1414. Just in case anybody ever hears this, I didn't get much sleep last night. I was waiting for the wind to die down. As soon as it did, I opened the hatch sometime around dawn. You see, I thought I heard something pounding on the hull, over and over. It couldn't have been an accident. It had to be something intelligent trying to signal me, to let it in from the storm. That was what I thought. Funny the way the mind works. I've never been so glad to hear anything in my life. And at the same time, so afraid. But I opened it anyway. Well, everything was covered with a fine layer of sand, silica crystals, very much like the soil back home. And that was the trouble. Whatever had been outside, there was no sign of it now. If there were tracks, the sandstorm had wiped them out. The ground, everything, smooth as a beach where no man has gone before. I did find something, though. A broken branch. So, it was only the wind, after all, blowing it back and forth before it broke off. Had me going for a while. So much for my man Friday. Now I'm back to the old routine. Reconnaissance, hunting, and gathering. Just think, a few million years from now, something on 4 legs, or 2, or 8, may actually walk this barren planet again. A few million more years, and it will grow a bigger brain so the species can start doing the same things I'm doing. Foraging for food, trying to survive. Wonder if there'll be anything left of the ship by then. Probably not. Me? I'll be a fossil at the bottom of a tar pit somewhere, and no one will realize I was ever here. Well, onward he marched, for want of anything better to do. Blaine? General Larrabee? Are you still there?
Here, Colonel. Go ahead.
Well, you look like you haven't slept.
Not much. And you?
Not really. Up at dawn to do some hiking, north, east, south, and west. I had been hoping.
Yes?
Just a crazy dream I had.
No sign of anything?
It's a primitive planet. I'm very much alone here, after all. Oh, not completely. I've got a wind that sings sad songs and some scrawny plants that check me out every now and then as I walk by. There might be some fruit trees that are edible down in the valley, if they're not poisonous. But that's it. That's all of it.
I'm truly sorry.
There used to be an old saying, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. The only thing wrong is I can't even find the lemons. But don't worry, I'll keep trying.
Not that this will provide any vast solace to you, but at 9 o'clock this morning, Colonel, we went to war.
And?
The whole eastern seaboard went up.
You mean all of it?
The cities, everything. It took 12 minutes. Exactly 12 minutes.
I suppose we retaliated?
Oh, indeed. With great alacrity and effectiveness. And we still are. With everything we've got.
It was our old enemy?
That's right, if it matters now. And the result of all this? Our world is doing a little wholesale dying at the moment. And there's nothing to do but watch it happen.
What about the base? Are you safe?
For the time being. Our location's classified. Only you and a few others know where we are. The signal's encrypted.
That's good then.
Trouble is, we can't stay here much longer. There have been bombs as close as 400 miles from us, falling through the night. It's now a question, Colonel, of the manner of death. Very fast or very slow. It's that kind of consideration, not one we thought would ever be a reality.
General.
You know, it's really quite a pity that we didn't send others with you. What you think of as a prison might have proved to be a haven of sorts for the survival of the species.
Don't have any illusions about it, General. What you think of as a haven is only a very sizable dungeon. A good-sized dungeon with a breathable air. But that's what it is, and there's no way out. I don't much care for solitary confinement, and neither would you.
Unfortunately, both of us have very little choice in the matter.
General, this is urgent.
Give it to me.
What is it, General? What's happening there?
In a moment, Blaine.
But, General...
I said in a moment. Cook, I just received an official communication. We're going to have to move out of here. Now, I don't know whether we'll be able to transmit again or not. If we are able to, I'll do my best to make contact. You have my word.
Thank you. Try if you can. It means a lot to hear a real, live voice.
I wish we could do more. Silence. Or cries. That's the story from our world. Silence or cries. God bless you. And good luck. Over and out. Probe 7.
Yeah. Over and out. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Hell of an ending. To all my friends back home, take good care. Looks like I won't be seeing you again. Not in this life. Time to start a new project. Chapter 1. The Memoirs of Colonel A.L. Cook. And I've got a very good memory. You wouldn't believe the stories I could tell. Who knows? After I'm gone, maybe someone else will crash here and find it. A lifetime of memories. Every sight, every sound, all the way back to the beginning. The kids I knew, the girls I dated, my friends, mom and dad, the first job, all of it. Every detail recorded for posterity. Has anyone ever done that before? Maybe people who keep diaries their whole lives, except that no one ever got it all down. Didn't have the time. But I do. All the time in the world. Log entry 1415. This one's for the record. A final official entry. From here on, it'll be the life story of Colonel A.L. Cook. Me, myself, and I. If for no other reason than to keep from going batty. But for now, it's a beautiful day, here on Primordial World. Ship's still standing, of course. You'd never know that's what it was. More like something from a scrap metal yard. The cost that went into building it, the man-hours, and for what? To come to rest here. A little way station that isn't even on the map. I'd call that a waste. Exhibit number 1 in the elephant's graveyard. Ever hear of that? They used to say there was a place where elephants go to die. Hundreds, thousands of them. A secret place off the beaten path. And there were bones and tusks. And once in a great while, someone would stumble upon it. Like the Sargasso Sea, where sailing ships caught in the kelp and were trapped forever. Well, maybe other travelers will end up here, gone to ground, never to move again. Eventually, there'll be a whole collection of them from all over. But remember, I was the first. I should scratch it in the metal. Cook was here. But I digress. This is still supposed to be my official report. The evaluation of the crash site coming up. The tail fin is all but covered by sand. Have to dig it out before the next storm. Then build some kind of windbreak or the whole ship might get buried. I could gather some branches, make one. There's more vegetation in the valley if I can get up and over. Now, that's odd. If there are no other trees in the immediate vicinity, where did this branch come from? The one that was banging against the hull last night. Unless something carried it here. The wind or oh well, maybe I just didn't notice before. That must be it. Rocks to the left of me, rocks to the right of me. One very dry, broken off branch in the sand. And what great sand it is. None better in the known universe. On sale at closeout prices. Note the fine crunch under my boots as I walk the proud land. The rare texture, the superb body. Why, it's positively... What in the name of... It can't be. It looks exactly like... No, I must be hallucinating. But this... impression... I could swear it's a footprint, a boot print, to be precise. A lot like my boot, in fact. But it's not one of mine, about 4 inches shorter. But that's what it is. It is! Now hear this. Now hear this. I've got company. I've got company. Hey! Whoever you are, come on down. It's open house at my humble abode. It isn't much, but it's home. Drinks on me. Meet your genial host. Please. Please let me see you. Here's another footprint. And another. And another. Where do they lead? Up the hill? Has to be since the storm, so there was something here. I knew it. Hey, I don't care who you are or where you're from. Let's shake hands and be friends. Don't you need a friend? I do. Come on, friend. We can talk. I've got some stories, believe you me. Where you hiding? Behind that bush? Ugh! Blood on my head. Something hit me. Why'd you do that? Got to get inside. Get the hatch closed before they come after me. Can't let them get in.
This is Base. With our last transmission, we got ours a few minutes ago. A 500% increase in radioactivity. Not much hope for us. Colonel, this is General Larrabee. I wanted to wish you well. From what we can gather, the enemy got it just as bad as we did. We wiped them out. And they wiped us out. One last forlorn wish for you, Colonel. If you ever meet someone where you are, whoever they are, and however it happens, in whatever circumstances, I hope it can come without fear. I hope it can come without anger. That's what they're going to have to put on the stone. The one we'll all be buried under on our world. Here lies a race of men who flex their muscles. One time too many. I hope your new world is different, Cook. I hope there's no such word as hate. I hope there's...
All right. I'm ready for you. You want in? Maybe I'll let you, and maybe I won't. It's up to you. You can be friendly, or you can be dead. Hey, friend. You want to come in? Must be lonely out there. I hear you. What's the matter? Hungry? You're going to get a lot hungrier. Or don't you eat, friend? What do you say? Speak up. Can't talk, huh? No. You only know how to hit. Take more than that to put me down. What'd you use, a tree branch? Not very friendly, if you ask me. Well, I've got a nice piece of metal in my hand, and I know what to do with it. Won't catch me again. This has been going on for hours. I don't know about you, but I need sleep. I really need it. Understand? Sleep. And this king-size bump on my head doesn't help. Tell you what, we'll make a deal. I give you one more chance to get away. Go hide, I don't care. You may not understand the language, but maybe you get the message. I'll wait a while and catch some sleep. Then when I wake up, I'm going to have a nice freeze-dried dinner. If I don't hear you out there, we'll forget the whole thing. You stay up the hill, and I'll stay down here. Just remember to keep your distance. Otherwise, I might have to come up there and teach you a lesson. A man's got to have his boundaries. Oh, God, I hurt. Want to sleep just for a while. Hey, friend. Gotcha. Stay down. Pretty weak, aren't you? Let's see who you really are.
Ito ko. Mien. Manda. Manda.
No. You're a woman? No, wait. Let's talk. Can't we talk about it? Do you understand anything I'm saying?
Min. Oh boy.
Look. My name is Cook. Colonel Cook. I'm from another planet. I crash landed here. Cracked up my ship. This is my ship, get it? Or it was. It can't fly anymore. Now I'm just a wingless spaceman with no place to go and all the time in the world to get there. All right, be that way. I'm not going to hit you. I'm putting my weapon down, see? Oh, what difference does it make? You're probably an illusion, and those prints you left on the ground, they're illusions too. I've been fighting a running battle between fear and loneliness took the prize. You can disappear any time now. Any time at all. Go on. Poof! In a puff of smoke. No, wait, please. Are you real? This knot on my head certainly is. All right. Do whatever you want. Just don't go. Not yet. If you can't understand, I'll draw you a picture. Where's the stick? Look. Right here in the sand. This is my solar system. The sun in the middle, and this is my world. See?
Omida?
You got it. Now then, I went off course. I didn't have the power to get back. You know, power? Vroom, vroom. No good. So, I tried to land here, where we are.
Omida korum.
Go ahead, you draw.
Korum mistum.
Oh, that's your solar system and your world. You came from there. Let me see now. It went out of orbit. Is that it? Your planet left its orbit and moved away from the sun. And the line, that's where you went and where your world went, right? I'm sorry. What about now? Where's your planet now? I understand. Gone. Disappeared. Probably frozen by now. But you got out. How many others? How many got out? You got away. Any others?
Min.
One finger. That's a hard count, my dear. A very hard count. And you've been here a while, haven't you? Look at your suit. Your galaxy might be light years away. It would have taken years to reach here. Where's your ship? Ship. Where's your ship? It crashed too, didn't it? So you've been here a long time. A very long time. Me, Cook. Colonel Cook. You?
Korava.
Korava?
Korava.
Well, what do you know? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. How does it figure? I thought you'd be a 50-foot flesh-eating ant or something. And you turn out to be a woman. Which is neither here nor there. Because however you slice it, we're stuck here. A one-armed man and one very tired lady. Quite a pair. What have you been living on? What food? You understand food? Eat? Well, I can offer you lunch or maybe it's breakfast. I'm not sure which. And some companionship. And we can spend the rest of our lives drawing diagrams in the sand, which will be somewhat tedious. But the brighter of us will have to learn the other's language eventually. I hope it's you. Because I got some stories to tell, believe me. Come, Corova. Eat. Food. In the ship. Chow time. Come along. Inside. Eat. Food.
Food? Okawa? Okawa?
No. Not that way. Come here. Food. Please come back. I'm not going to hurt you. Please.
Okawa!
Oh, for heaven's sake. Corova, please. You scratched me. What did you do that for? That's all you know how to do, isn't it? Draw blood. Well, go ahead. Get away from me. It's not just language, is it? It's our animal nature, the way we instinctively respond to one another. In that case, there's not much hope. Go on. Go. If that's the way you want it, go. Base, this is Probe 7. The following is sent on faith, which is appropriate since this transmission is in the nature of a fairy story. I don't know under what heading you would classify it. Very likely space medicine or space opera. The long and the short of it is that I'm not alone here. There's a woman from another planet. Her name is Corova. I don't know much about her. I do know that she comes from another planet in another galaxy. A planet that left its orbit and moved out of space away from its sun. I suppose the inevitable happened. They just froze. She's not very old, so she must have been sent in a spaceship as a little girl. But now that ship is no more. They probably sent others too. God knows what happened to them. Died en route, lost their way, landed elsewhere, who knows. But somehow or other, she made it. Perhaps as a child on a preset course. She was here alone until I came. If by some chance you're still there, I can't send you any soil tests. I can't send you data about plant species or anything like that. But I can give you an observation about the psychological makeup of the animal kingdom. They're a frightened breed, a very frightened breed. It must be a universal trait wherever there are advanced life forms. Though it's questionable how advanced we really are, so I guess we aren't alone in that regard, which is really quite a pity, as you may understand all too well, if any of you survived. Base, this is Probe 7. Last call. Absolutely, positively, the last. Over and out. Log entry 1417. Well, the ship is history. I've left it for good. I finally made it up the hill and down the other side. And guess what? There's much more vegetation here. Fruit trees. Flowers as big as your head. And through it all, a stream of running water. I swear, it's like a garden. I brought what I need in a backpack. I'm going to set up shop on the banks of the river and try to live here, for better or worse. It will be the last great adventure. I only wish I could share it. Oh well, there's always posterity, if anyone should ever find this and play it back.
Cook.
Oh, you. Never mind. Talking to myself. But you wouldn't understand. Why don't you just keep your distance?
Cook? Ah. Cook.
Not going to hit me, are you? No? That's a surprise. Well, you're just in time to say bon voyage, friend. I'm going that way. There are even more fruit trees over there. No reason to get in each other's way.
Cook.
You want to come? You may, if you like. We'll eat and we'll live. I don't know how or for how long, but we can try.
Cook.
What? Dirt? Soil? What do you call it?
Earth.
Earth? What does that mean?
Earth.
Is that the name in your language? All right. We've just given this place a name. We'll call it that. We'll call it Earth.
Cook. Korava. Earth.
That's right. My name's Cook. My first name is... But there's plenty of time for that. No need to rush things. Okay, Korova. This is our home now. This is Earth. What's that?
Food.
So that's what you've been eating. Some kind of red fruit. Any good?
Food. Eat.
All right. Not bad. We'll take some with us. If you think it's all right. Come on. I wanted to tell you something, but now I've forgotten. I guess we'll have plenty to talk about, though. This place, a new life after all. And after a while, we'll have new memories to talk about. Things we can share. Come along, then. Let's go. This fruit's all right. Any other life forms around? I hope not, for the moment. But if there are, we'll make the best of it, won't we? Pleasant enough place, don't you think? My leg's better. We'll explore as much of it as we can. No need to set up any boundaries, I guess. There's plenty for everyone. For you and for me. And it's a beautiful day.
Do you know these people? Their names might be familiar were you to hear them. They lived a long time ago. Perhaps they're part fable, perhaps they're part fantasy, and perhaps the place they're walking through now is not really called Eden. That's for you to decide. We offer it only as a possibility and a presumption in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Tony Makis Sr., Sam Derrence, and Oksana Fedanushin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hank? Hank!
Oh, morning, Captain.
Anything on the radar?
Not yet. No signal at all.
Try 4.0, true. It'll probably come from that direction.
I had her on that all morning, sir. Still nothing.
You're past your time, aren't you? Who's your relief?
Al Baines, Captain.
Baines? I'll see what happened to him.
Yes, sir.
Morning, all.
Anything yet?
Afraid not.
They lost, you figure?
There's no telling.
Okay if we fill our containers now?
Go ahead, as long as the water supply holds out. Be a while till the next batch is ready. Julie, where's your husband?
He was sleeping, Captain.
Get him, Julie.
Is something wrong?
There's something wrong.
Yes, sir.
How does it taste today, Henry?
Same as always, hot, flat, and unforgettable.
But wet. Suffer it a little bit more. 6 months from now, you'll be drinking chocolate ice cream sodas.
You want to see me, Captain?
There's a man in the radar tower who'd like to see you, Al. He would have liked to see you 2 hours ago when you were supposed to relieve him.
I overslept.
Tell that to Hank Parker up there in the tower. Tell him you overslept, and then be good enough to tell him, Al, that you'll stand his watch all day tomorrow.
That's not fair, Captain. It doesn't happen often.
Once is too often, Al. More than once is intolerable. And many more than once is a case history of Albert Baines who likes his sleep.
I prefer it to a stupid game in the hot sun, both of them.
A game, Al?
What are we listening for? 30 years of 2 shifts a day. What have we ever heard? Wind noise. And what have we ever picked up on the radar screen? Dust particles? But anything to make you happy, Captain.
You listen to me. There's a ship on its way. And when it reaches this atmosphere, it may want to be vectored in. They may want landing instructions, wind direction, ground temperature. And if Al Baines is in the sack, we may spend the rest of our lives here. Is that what makes you happy, Al?
How do we know there's a ship out there, Captain? A lot of garbled static 2 months ago that you told us was a message, and then nothing. 2 whole months, and you decide there's a ship coming here to take us back. You make the rules and set the watches and plan the days, and now you tell us the Messiah is coming. And you tell us to pray? The difference between you and me, Captain Benteen, is that I do my dreaming when I'm asleep. You do yours on your feet.
There's a ship coming, Al. All of us believe it.
Because he tells you to.
And we believe him. Whatever Captain Benteen says, that's what will happen.
Sure you believe him. He tells you this is the best of all possible worlds, and by God, you break into song. You're sweating your lives away on this rock, but the captain says it's paradise, and we have to clap our hands. Rule by hypnosis.
Al, there's a ship coming. This happens to be a fact. There's a ship coming. Believe it. I tell you, it'll happen. And you know it's real, just as you know this is real. You haven't forgotten our ship, have you? The Pilgrim 1? The first spaceship sent up to colonize the outer regions? And this plaque, placed here by the 130 men, women, and children who established the first off-Earth colony. We owe them our belief, because they had faith. Don't ever forget that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better go check on the generator.
This is William Benteen, who officiates on a small outpost in space. An outpost slowly disintegrating under the heat of two suns, with the holes, the cracks, the fissures that are the residue of despair. He tries to fill them with faith and to retain a faith of his own. This is a remnant society, a handful of people who left the earth looking for a millennium, a place without war, without jeopardy, without fear. What they found was a lonely, barren place whose only industry was survival. And this is what they have done for decades, survive. Until the memory of the earth, they came from what has become an indistinct and shadowed recollection of another time and another place. 2 months ago, a signal from Earth announced that a ship would be coming to pick them up and take them home. In just a moment, we'll hear more of that ship, more of that home, and what it takes out of mind and body to reach it. Because this outpost is located in the far reaches of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, On Thursday We Leave for Home, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Can't keep the generator running, sir.
No wonder. Look at these wires. They're rotten.
That's all we got, Captain.
No backup?
This is it.
Any insulation?
That's all gone, too. We used it on the converter belts.
Well, we have to get the current running somehow. If that refrigeration unit stays off, the temperature in the underground rooms will go up 50 degrees.
Well, we could stop the saltwater converter for a day or so, switch the parts.
Then we'll have to do that. Tell the people to fill up all the jugs they have. We'll be shutting off the water in 6 hours.
Yes, sir. Captain, what about the ship?
It's on the way. We know that much. Then everything will be different. When we get back, the things that are old and worn out, we'll throw them away. Just throw them away.
Captain Benteen.
What?
The main square. Come quick.
It's Mrs. Rodale. She's hanged herself.
Cut her down.
Mommy, what happened? Is that lady all right?
Get them out of here.
Come, children.
God have mercy on her. You men there prepare her. We'll bury her in an hour.
Yes, sir.
We now consign to this planet the remains of Mary Rodale. We ask God in His infinite mercy to give her the serenity and joy that she sought while she was with us. And we ask His forgiveness for her sin.
Amen.
Amen. We ask that this good woman be allowed to rejoin her beloved husband who preceded her in death 11 years ago. Bid your farewells now.
Forgive her, Lord.
Have mercy on her, Lord, for what she's done. A terrible thing.
She didn't know what she was doing.
She knew what she was doing. Better and clearer than the rest of us.
This is a funeral, Al.
The 9th funeral in the last 6 months. Nobody talks about it. We just let it go by. But there have been 9 people who thought that maybe heaven is a place where they can get a drink of water without salt in it, where they'll be able to breathe air without choking on the heat of it.
If you want to talk blasphemy, Al, take it away from here.
I'm talking truth, Captain Benteen. I'm saying that this woman and the others, they took their own lives because living became intolerable. And I say that dying was their right.
Anything else?
Just this question. I put it to everyone here.
Al, please.
No! Isn't living tough enough that we don't have to do it by the book? Isn't it hot and blinding and miserable enough that there shouldn't have to be rules? So that we shouldn't have to suffer by the numbers? Will anyone make the simple observation that there's far more happiness going into that hole than what's left above ground? There's more peace of mind in that dead body than all you mourners put together. All we've got here is anguish. Captain Benteen, let us live with it or die from it in our own way.
Young Mr. Baines here wants us to lie down in the sun. Young Mr. Baines would have us give in to death when there is still life. He would end all the rules. He'd throw away the regulations. There'd be no standing in line for water. Let the strong take it away from the weak. No rationing of food. Let the young steal it from the old. And when that ship comes down to take us back to Earth, it won't find a society. It will find only a pack. There'll be no human beings left. Only animals. There's a ship coming. It's winging its way in now. It's on its way. Say it. Say it out loud. Let me hear you say it. There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming.
There's a ship coming. There's a ship coming.
That's right.
There's a ship.
A ship.
Yes.
A ship that's coming to take us. Hear that? Can you hear that, everyone? Do you hear? It's the
meteor storm. It's a meteor storm.
Find shelter. Get inside. Up to the cave. Get up to the cave.
Julie! It's Julie. She's bleeding.
Quickly, we have to move.
I can't. Something hit my arm. I think it's broken.
Stand aside, I'll carry it.
How is she?
It's just a cut to the forehead, not very deep. But keep this bandage on it.
Julie? Julie, honey? Can you hear me?
Al?
Don't let her move just yet. She may have a concussion. How's your arm?
It's not broken. Must have been a rock that hit it. Captain, thank you.
For a little first aid. No thanks necessary. I deliver babies, too. you might want to keep that in mind. Now, I'd better go see to the others.
Will it go on much longer, Captain?
I wish I knew. It sounds like it's spending itself.
I've seen meteor storms before, Captain, but nothing this size.
What about the damage, Henry?
2 underground cells destroyed. At least, that's what it looked like from out front.
Everybody accounted for?
I think we're all here, Captain.
I've checked. Nobody's missing.
Thank God. Everyone try to stay calm. The worst of it is over. Jojo?
Yeah, Captain?
You're not scared, are you?
Well, kinda.
Now, we can't have that. Mind if I sit for a minute? We'll talk, you and me.
Captain, tell me about the Earth.
Would you, Captain? Tell us what you remember.
Yes, do.
Well, all right, I guess I can do that.
We'd like to hear.
You, over there, is that you, friend?
Yes, Captain.
And you, Buck.
Yes, sir.
You fill in the holes if I leave out anything. Straighten me out if I'm wrong about any of my recollections. Jojo, I was a boy of 15 when we arrived here. But I remember Earth. I remember it as a place of color. I remember that in the autumn, the leaves changed. They turned different colors, red, gold, orange. And I remember streams of water that flowed down hillsides, and the water was sparkling and clear. And I remember clouds in the sky, white, billowy things that floated like great, majestic ships. They looked like sails.
What are sails?
Don't you know what sails were? In ancient times, that's how ships moved across the water. There was so much water. The men unfurled large sheets of canvas against the wind, and it was the wind that moved them. And I can remember night skies. Night. Endless black velvet with stars. And sometimes a moon that seemed to hang there as big as the face of an old man, looking down on us all.
Captain, what's night?
Why, that was the quiet time, Jojo. Night was when the earth went to sleep. It was the cover it pulled over itself. Not like here, with 2 suns always shining, always burning. It was a darkness that felt like a cool hand brushing over tired eyes. And there was snow on winter nights. Gossamer things that drifted down and turned the earth all white. And we could build snowmen the next morning and see our breath in the air. And it was good then. It was right.
So, why did you leave there?
Oh, we thought we could find another Earth, Jojo. Then we found this. We thought we could escape war. We thought we could build an even better place. And it took us 20 years to find out that we had left our home 1 billion miles away, only to be stranded, like visitors, transients, that no roots could take hold in this ground. But it was too late. So we spend the next 30 years watching a clock and a calendar and waiting. But we can't wait any longer. Not a day, not an hour. We have to get back home. There's no more time. I'll go outside and survey the damage. Not much harm. Radar tower is still standing. What? Why, it's... Al! Al Baines, do you hear that noise? All of you, come out here. Do you hear it?
What is that?
That's not a meteor show. That's not a meteor. And it's not wishful thinking. Not this time. Those are rocket engines. Look, I remember the sound of them. That's the ship. The ship has come at last.
Wow, what a ship. How fast can it go?
Oh, pretty fast. Watch your step. Looks like you got plenty of room for everybody.
Do you have any water? Clean water?
We have enough.
Oh, doesn't that sound wonderful?
Delicious. Careful. I better talk to your leader. You have one, don't you?
Sure do. Captain Benteen.
I don't see...
He's standing over there. Hey, Captain, come see the ship.
Mr. Benteen?
I'm Benteen.
Colonel Sloan. I command the Galaxy 6. Our orders are to transport you all back to Earth.
Colonel, what took you so long?
6.5 months, Mr. Benteen.
100 times that. We've been waiting for 30 years.
Does it all look like this?
Salt flats and scrubby mountains. 2 suns, hot and perpetual.
30 years of it.
30 years. The children have never seen Earth, and some of the older ones don't even remember it.
They'll see it now. Our orders are to get you aboard as soon as possible. We figure that we should be able to lift off on Thursday. Are you still using Earth time?
Of course.
Good. That'll give you 3 days to prepare. Unfortunately, your people will only be able to take what they can carry. Over 200, aren't there?
187 men, women, and children.
It may be a little crowded, but we'll fit you all in. You've been used to a lot of space, Mr. Benteen, haven't you?
Space?
Room to move around.
That's all there is here. That and the heat.
I can feel it.
They'll make the trip standing on their heads if necessary.
I'm sure they will, but I don't think that'll be necessary.
Do you know, can you understand what a godsend this is for all of us?
It's hard to imagine. I can only say your country's very, very proud of you.
What of the Earth? Has it changed?
Not too much.
Still green?
Still green.
And the cities?
The cities still stand.
And war?
As always, I'm afraid. One dies down, another one springs up. But through some miracle and the grace of God, we never had the big one. Now, Mr. Benteen, all things considered, I think you'll find it very much as you left it.
Captain Benteen.
Captain?
That's what the people call me. This place, their very lives, it's all been my responsibility.
You've done quite a job, Captain Benteen. But you can rest easy. I'll take over the responsibilities now.
No need. I'm used to the job, Colonel.
The living quarters, they're underground?
I was saying, Colonel, I'm used to the responsibility. I wouldn't quite know how to function without it.
Is it cooler there, Mr. Benteen?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Your underground rooms, are they much cooler?
Yes, they're refrigerated. It's... Captain.
Morning, Captain.
George.
The best morning ever. We just wanted to say thank you, Captain.
Why? For what?
For keeping us alive all these years.
That's right. Without the Captain, none of us would be here.
That's not necessary.
You better believe it, Colonel.
I do. I do believe it. Captain Benteen.
Go ahead, Colonel Sloan. That's all right. I'll see to the others.
You know, I don't need this. I'm not going to take this.
Hi, Captain.
Julie, where's your bandage?
Oh, I don't need it anymore.
But we put one around your head so the cut would heal. What's this?
Isn't it incredible? It's called a medicinal patch. You wear it for 24 hours.
It accelerates the growth of new skin. Look at her forehead, Captain. You can hardly see the scratch.
Better put the sling back on your arm, Al.
I don't need a sling. Just this metal band. It's magnesium. Colonel Sloan said my arm would be perfect by the end of the week.
Well, I seem to have had my practice taken away from me. But while we're here, I'd use that sling. I'll bet I've fixed about 500 broken wings in my time, and the only way to be sure it heals properly is to keep the limb immobile.
Where's Colonel Sloan? I want to ask him what to pack.
Eleanor, let me help you with that bundle of clothing.
Thank you kindly, Captain.
I'll carry it for you.
No, thank you, crewman. I've got it.
Here you go, ma'am.
I don't know how to thank you. Are all the crew as strong as you?
That's our job, ma'am. Nothing to it.
Hello there, Captain.
Will.
I'm so excited. How much longer?
Not long. Be patient. May I have your attention, everyone?
Good question.
Quiet, please.
What is it, Captain?
As all of you know, we have less than 36 hours before we depart. And as I told you earlier, there is a maximum allowance of 14 pounds per person. Soon we'll begin weighing your belongings, and if we're over the limit, I'll make up a list of necessary items.
I hope I'm not intruding, Captain.
I was just telling them about the weight requirements.
We'll handle all that tomorrow. I heard you'd called a meeting here in the cave, so I brought Lieutenants Engel and Rafferty with me. Everyone has so many questions about Earth, I thought perhaps this would be a good time.
Actually, Colonel, the purpose of this meeting is simply to make some last-minute arrangements.
Colonel, I used to live in San Diego. Is California still the same?
Sunny and warm most of the time, but not this warm. Los Angeles has become the biggest city in the world.
These kinds of questions, we could just as well handle them when...
Colonel Sloan? Are there still major leagues? My dad used to tell me about baseball and the World Series.
The leagues are just as before, American and national.
What about the Dodgers?
They came in 10th last season. I'm told they need pitchers pretty desperately. I'll tell you what, when we're finished here, we'll improvise a ball and bat and have ourselves a game. How's that sound?
Yes!
That'd be great. Let's do it.
I think it's a little hot for that kind of activity. What we could do is have some group singing. We haven't done that for a while.
I got an old sack. That'll be the ball. Who's got a stick?
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Please, wait. We haven't finished yet. Jojo, I haven't told you a story in a long time. How would you like to hear a story about... What have you got there?
This is what they call candy. One of the spacemen gave it to me. It tastes...
Sweet, Jojo. It tastes sweet.
Yeah, sweet, Captain. Want a bite?
Oh, thank you, Jojo.
Back on Earth, we can get all we want.
Something, Captain?
I'm not sure. I'm not at all sure. You've promised them all candy. You've made it sound as if that was what the Earth is made of. Sugar and spice and everything nice. Maybe they ought to be told the truth.
The universal language.
Baseball. You have a limited vocabulary, Colonel. Do you have any idea what the temperature is? At this hour, it's about 110. I don't know whether your crew can take it, but I know my people. They're going to pay for this little athletic event. Some of the older ones, it might even be serious for them.
It's just a game, Benteen. My guess is that it's worth it. Now, I'd better get back to the ship.
Colonel Sloan.
Something else, Mr. Benteen?
Colonel, when we get on the ship, you can tell us what to do and we'll all fall into line. But here, in this place, I'm in command.
I'm not trying to usurp authority, Mr. Benteen, but I really don't see what harm a little game...
It's still Captain Benteen. For now.
Galaxy crewmen, back to the ship. That's an order.
It's time for rest now. All of you go back to your homes. I'll announce when the new day will start.
I don't know. I guess it's suddenly illegal to have fun.
You happy now, Captain?
I was never unhappy, Colonel. I just happen to know what's right and what's wrong. I ask you to keep your crew in the ship during the rest time. I don't want my people distracted.
You rule with a heavy fist.
If it were 1 ounce lighter, no one would have survived. I've held these people together by will. They'd have died, Colonel, without someone they could hold on to. They'd have withered away.
Not anymore, Captain. Relax.
That's a luxury I've never been able to afford, Colonel. I've never been able to marry, to think only of myself, because of them. I've been a father figure, a governor, a confessor. I've been all those things. And if I hadn't been, there'd be no life here. These are my people. Understand? My people.
What's with him, Colonel?
I'll bear with him a little bit longer, fellas. He's really quite a man. He's got just one minor aberration.
And what's that?
He believes he's God. As far as he's concerned, we're booting him out of heaven.
Yes? Mr. Captain Benteen is here, sir.
Show him in.
Very well, sir.
Come in, Captain. Sorry my quarters are a bit cramped. Please, sit down.
Colonel Sloan, this is a list of all passengers with their approximate weight and the weight of their belongings after each name. The scale we have is pretty beat up. My guess is that it underweighs by about 4 or 5 pounds.
Fine. All I wanted was an approximation. We'll weigh them in on our own equipment before blast off. This is Wednesday, 12 midnight? I keep getting confused with the constant light. When do the people get up?
About 2 Earth time. The hours from 7 until 1:45 are the hottest. That's when we try to stay indoors. Then we have our meetings at the cave about 2 hours afterwards. We've had to improvise our own schedule.
You've improvised very well, Captain. I looked at the saltwater converter, your electro plant, the sun shields you put up over the crops. Very inventive.
Necessity hasn't been the mother of invention here. It's been the father and the whole family.
Well, you'll be able to give way to progress now. Though I wonder if all of it'll be to your liking. The way you'll be lionized when you get back to Earth. You're referred to in the press as the Lost Pioneers. They're gonna make quite a thing of you when we land.
Oh?
Wherever any of your people settle, there'll be keys to the cities, brass bands. I expect they'll scatter all over the U.S. The government's had inquiries by, well, it must be thousands of relatives. My guess is that they'll just about have time to look into a television camera and then get whisked off.
Well, they won't be scattered, Colonel. They'll go as a group. We'll find a place where we can settle, and that's where we'll stay.
I'm talking about when we get back to Earth, Captain.
That's what I'm talking about. They won't be splitting up. Not my people.
Captain, as a point of interest, did you ever ask them?
Ask them what?
Whether they'd want to stay together.
That would be a ridiculous question, like asking a child if he wants some more ice cream. They're children, you see, Colonel. Oh, chronologically, they range from 6 months to 60-odd years, but socially, psychologically, they're children. I've kept them alive and functioning all this time. Once we're back on Earth, I'll simply continue the process.
Captain Benteen, Have you told them that? Have you told them that after 30 years of waiting, 30 years of living in a compound, they're going to travel 1 billion miles just to walk into another one? Have you?
There's no need. They wouldn't have it any other way. To leave them to their own devices, that would be an act of cruelty.
Captain, do me one favor. Just ask them.
Naturally, we won't have to concern ourselves with the colder climates, the northeastern states, the upper regions of the Great Plains. We'll find an area much farther to the south, perhaps Florida or Texas. Southern California has a temperate climate.
Captain, you better tell us about frostbite treatment, because I'm moving to Wisconsin. That's where my family settled originally.
What about Oregon, Captain? That's where Joan and I plan to settle. I've heard about the forests there.
New York.
Please, wait a minute. You don't understand. Let me make this clear. All of you will have a chance to meet your relatives. I see no reason why visits can't be arranged, perhaps even for a week or more. But naturally, we'll remain together as a community in whatever land grant we obtain from the government, or whatever given area we can arrange. I can assure you of one thing, and I hope put all your fears to rest. I'll remain as your guide, your consultant. And I guarantee that no one will lack for my help or my advice.
Captain, Julie and I were thinking of farming.
Why, that's a fine idea, Al. We'll farm just as we have farmed, but much more easily. The rainfall back on Earth is so plentiful. And as I told you, there's only one sun, so you won't have to shield the crops. Of course we'll farm. Certainly, we'll farm.
Julie's got relatives in the state of Washington.
You couldn't take the cold. None of you could. But I guarantee that wherever we settle, the farming will be good. I'll see to that. What's the matter?
Don't you understand? We don't plan to stay together.
You don't understand, Al. You've never understood much of anything. If we split up, I seriously doubt that we'd survive.
Al, explain it to him. Go on.
We'll survive, Captain. If anyone wants to stay together, that'll be their right. But if they want to go their own way, that'll be their right too. Am I wrong, Colonel?
You're not wrong. We're to take you back as a group. Once on Earth, you can do as you please.
Colonel, let us settle our differences in our own way.
There are no differences, Captain.
There are differences. There are. Changes that have taken place on Earth. Things we aren't prepared for. Oh, the Colonel has made it sound like a big holiday. The good life just plucked off a tree. Well, friends, I don't want any of you disillusioned. Wherever men live, they grub, they scrabble. They have to dig to stay alive. It's a fact. But together, that's the word, together. We've got to stay together. Think of that word now. Let's say it out loud. Everybody, now. Together. 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 Together.
Looks like the congregation isn't with you anymore, Captain.
What's the matter with all of you people?
Wait. I've made the compartment assignments. I'd like to go over them with you.
Assignments?
There's not much time, and there's some things we have to check off. There's a decompression problem that we've got to tell them about, and a moment of weightlessness shortly after we leave the atmosphere that I want to explain to the children.
Do you know what we called you while we waited for you to come? We called you the Messiah.
Did you?
You were supposed to bring freedom, but that's not what you brought. You brought selfishness, dissatisfaction, divisiveness. With all the misery we've had here, those germs never infected us.
I brought nothing but a ship and a crew and a means of escape. You've had no diseases, no viruses. Did it ever occur to you why? You've lived in a test tube, Captain. Antiseptic and germ-free and sterile. Sure, you're a group, a cell, but that's all over with. Now it's time for you to be what God meant you to be, individuals. Time to break the test tube. Time to rejoin the human race. What I'd like to know is why in the name of God you're so reluctant about it.
Because I remember the human race. This is incredible. Oh, it's really incredible. I was wrong, Colonel. I've been telling them about an Earth that doesn't exist. An imaginary garden. No, we can't go back. It's too late.
Captain, really?
Everybody, gather around. I've got something to tell you. Listen to me, all of you. I want to tell you all. Listen to me, all of you. I want to tell you about the real Earth.
Captain, are you all right?
Let's talk about the diseases.
What?
The viruses, the cancers, the floods and the freezing, the wetness and the cold. And there are other miseries, worse than anything we've experienced. Hatred, jealousy, violence. Listen to me. It's an Earth we don't know. We can't leave here. We'd be committing suicide. We'd die of things we've never been exposed to before. We'd die of the loneliness that animals get in a zoo. Because we don't belong. We don't belong to his kind. Do you understand me? We don't belong there.
Captain Benteen, why don't you let your children vote on it?
Only if they know what's waiting for them. Only if they understand that Earth isn't any garden. It's never been, and it never will be.
That's fair enough. I'll tell you what Earth is. The same as it's always been. It's a race struggling to survive, just as you have survived. Captain Benteen is right when he tells you that it isn't all a place of beauty. There may still be wars and prejudice and strife. I suppose there will always be jealous men and angry men and unforgiving men. But it has one thing you don't have. Every man is his own master. There won't be anyone telling you when to eat and when to sleep and when to meet, what to sing and how to play. Instead of heat, you may feel cold, and instead of thirst, you may feel hunger. But you'll be men and women. You won't be sheep. You won't be a kindergarten. And when you pray to God, his name won't be Benteen. A vote now, Captain, and the majority wins. Those of you who want to be on the ship 10 hours from now, heading back to Earth, step forward.
All right, I'm going. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
That's it.
I suppose that makes it unanimous, Benteen.
Even you, Jojo?
Well, I want to go with the Colonel.
Give me something, anything. Give that sledgehammer. Here.
No, let it go.
Angle! Rafferty! There, sir. Stop him! He's running from the ship!
No. Captain, no, please. I got
We'll see how far you get without a tail fin.
Put it down!
You all right, Colonel?
I'm fine. What about the ship?
Just a couple of dents, nothing serious. Lucky you stopped them when you did.
Captain Benteen, let go. For everyone's sake, loosen your grip and let go.
God help you. God help you all. Tomorrow you think you're getting on a ship headed for paradise. What you don't realize is you're heading for hell.
What about you?
I'll stay here. That's right. This is my home. This is where I belong. This is where you belong. You just don't have the brains or the guts or the sense to know it.
This ship leaves at 0800 tomorrow. If you're not on board...
I want no special privileges, Colonel Slow. No special treatment. If you're to blast off at 8, you blast off at 8. As for the rest of you, you can go on the ship or you can remain here with me. I'll be at the cave. Any who want to remain can meet me there.
That's it, folks. The rocket's fired up. Everybody on board, single file.
What about the captain?
I'll give it one last try. Lieutenant Engel, see to the passengers. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Where are you going, sir?
To the cave.
Captain?
Benteen? Benteen, we know you're in here. Please, let us talk to you.
He's not going to show himself, Colonel.
We're leaving now. We have to blast off in 5 minutes. If we don't, we'll have lost our orbital position. Benteen, it has to be now.
Captain! Captain, please, come out!
Remember this. If we leave without you, there'll be no other ships. This is where you'll live the rest of your life. And this is where you'll die. All right, Benteen. As you prefer. Let's go, Baines.
Goodbye, Captain.
Hello, friends, all together at the meeting place. Any new business today? No? Jojo, I'll bet you want to hear about Earth. About the rivers and the seas, the blue skies, or the night, the stars and the moon. Which do you want to hear about this time? There's color on Earth, the change of seasons. And the wind brings the smell of the ground, the plants, the seeds, the roots, flower petals, sap from the trees, and the smell of the weather, the rain or the mist or the fog. And on the earth, there's green, the color green, the feeling green. There's something fresh about it, something living. Earth. It's called Earth. Don't leave me. Please. Oh, don't leave me. No! Don't leave me behind! Don't leave me.
A man named Benteen, sometimes known as Captain, who had certain prerogatives. He could lead, judge, legislate, even dictate. It became a habit, and finally, a necessity. William Benteen, once a god, now a population of one, on a distant outpost in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
On Thursday, We Leave for Home, starring Barry Bostwick with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Christian Stolte, Elizabeth Lido, C.J. Amari, Richard Hensel, Justin Kaufman, Kurt Nabig, Joby Cerny, Jennifer Joy, Meg Thalken, Tracy Hernandez, Jake Salins, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, and Amanda Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Oh, no, where am I? What am I doing outdoors? I don't remember leaving my... Oh, it's so dark. I don't live here. Or here. Oh, it is my house. Oh, I must get home.
May I assist you, madam?
You startled me. I've lost my way. My home is somewhere around here, I'm sure, but I don't know where.
Perhaps I can help you find it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't even know how I came to be out here.
It's certainly not safe at this time of night.
Oh, at any time.
Well, surely the daytime when the streets are crowded.
No, that's when it's most dangerous. For me. So you see, I never go out.
Never?
Never.
But, dear lady, why not?
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of something or someone?
Someone. It's difficult to explain.
Please, try me.
Oh, I'm not sure you'd believe me. You'd think I'm just a senile old woman.
I'd believe you, Wanda.
What did you call me?
Wanda. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't tell you that.
You didn't? Are you certain?
Yes, I'm certain. How do you know my name?
Because I've been looking for you for a long time, Wanda.
Oh, no.
You've kept me at bay for many years, but no longer.
No. Get away from me.
There's nowhere to turn, Wanda. You don't know where you are, remember? You certainly couldn't run from me, a frail old woman like you.
Please. No, I won't let you.
Say that again. It amuses me. You won't let me? How do you imagine you're going to stop me? You really have no choice, Wanda. There's nowhere for you to go now. Come to me, old woman. Take my hand.
No.
Take my hand.
No. 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 Oh, it was the dream. The dream again. I'm home. Of course I'm home. Where else would I be? But is it night or day? Oh, that's right. The clock is broken. It's been broken a long time. Can't get it repaired, can I? Not without going... No, I can't. I mustn't. I have to resist every temptation. Oh, really, Wanda? How could you be so careless? How could you fall asleep before... I must check. Yes. The boards and the windows are still secure. Is that... Can I feel a breeze? Is there a gap? Oh, not enough. Not enough. He still can't get in. Oh, what about the door? Chain is on. And the door is locked. Good. He can't come in that way either. Yes, I'm safe. Safe for another day. But I've been careless. Really, falling asleep before checking. I mustn't take chances. I can't take chances. Not while he's out there. And he's always out.
Miss Dunn? Miss Dunn, are you all right in there?
Who are you?
It's Barry. Mr. Fabian, from the grocery store. I know we've actually never met, but, well, we've spoken on the phone, Miss Dunn. At least we used to. Do you even have a phone anymore? Anyway, you know me, right?
What do you want?
I'm delivering your groceries, Miss Dunn. You remember? Charlie, the kid who works for me, was supposed to bring them, I know, but he called in sick. Yeah, kids these days, huh? No sense of responsibility. Anyway, I thought I'd better get them to you now instead of waiting till tomorrow. I figured, you'd be waiting for them. Is that all right?
Put the food through the letterbox.
The letterbox, right. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Fabian. Your money is coming under the door now.
Under the door.
Here it is.
Miss Dunn, wouldn't it be easier to just...
$6 and...
Okay.
32 cents.
Many thanks, Miss Dunn, but...
Good day to you, Mr. Fabian.
Miss Dunn, are you still there?
Yes? What is it?
I've been thinking. I just wonder... Miss Dunn, does anybody else bring you food?
I really don't see what business of yours that is, Mr. Fabian.
Well, no, it's nothing like that, I promise you. This has anything to do with business. I'm just concerned for your well-being. It seems to me a person can't live on food big enough to fit through a letterbox.
I can assure you, Mr. Fabian, I'm in no danger of dying as long as I observe this strict regimen.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear you talk like that, but I don't know. Maybe if I could come in for a minute.
Come in?
Yeah, I just want to talk, Miss Dunn. I mean, I can't do that so well out here. I really think you need to see a doctor.
Out of the question. No one is coming in here, Mr. Fabian. Not a doctor, and not you.
Miss Dunn? Miss Dunn, could you open the door, please?
Go away!
Miss Dunn, I just want to help you.
I know what you want. Leave me alone.
Miss Dunn, all
I know who you are.
You do? Well, that's good. That's very good. Myself, I have a very bad memory. Every morning, you know, my wife gives me a pen. Every day I lose it somewhere. So, will you let me in?
Stop trying to get in here. You won't get me. Just go away and leave me alone.
Come on, Miss Dunn. Look, I've got other deliveries to make. I just want to help you if I can. I think you could use a little help. Ah, the heck with it. Good luck living here in this neighborhood. What's left of it.
Go away. I won't let you in. I won't let you get me. Leave me alone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Please! Freeze!
What's going on out there?
Help! Is anyone in there? You gotta help me.
What is it? Go away!
I've been shot. I need help. Please. Please do something to help.
Who are you?
Officer. I'm a police officer. Please, you have to open the door. I need help. I've been shot.
You're lying to me. I know you. You can't fool me.
No, I'm not trying to fool you. Please. I think I'm dying.
You can't trick me so easily. You're no policeman. Why can't you just leave me alone? I know who you are. I know what you are.
An old woman living in a waking nightmare. An old woman who has fought 1,000 battles with death and has always won. Now she's faced with a grim decision. A decision that might to others seem the simplest in the world. That of whether or not to open a door. And in some strange and frightening way, she knows that this seemingly ordinary door leads to the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Please. Why won't you help me?
Stop this! Why must you do this to me?
I'm losing a lot of blood. It's so cold out here.
Listen to me. I'm going to open the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But I'm leaving the chain on. Don't even try to touch me. I won't let you.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I couldn't hurt anybody.
Oh. You're so young. Almost a child.
Unless you help me, I'm gonna die. I don't think I can even move very far.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, it isn't fair. No, it just isn't fair. You keep trying to trick me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't move. Don't do that again, or I'll close the door.
What? Listen, lady. I've been shot. I'm bleeding to death. Do you understand? Do you understand? Please. My name is Harold Belden. I need a doctor. I need a doctor right away. Please, call the hospital. I can't get there myself.
I can't call the hospital. I haven't got a telephone. Not anymore.
Then let me come inside. You can't just leave me. I'm begging you, I'm freezing.
I have to unlock the door. You can't ask me to do that. You can't. I don't want to die. You understand?
So you're not gonna help me? You're just gonna let me die out here?
I know who you are.
No, I told you who I am. My name is Belden. Officer Harold Belden.
That's not her name. There is no such person. Stop trying to trick me.
I don't understand why you keep saying that. Look, it hurts. It hurts, okay? Please, lady, please.
Stop! Stop! Oh, why are you torturing me like this? I tell you, it isn't fair. I don't want to die.
Well, I don't want to die either. If I could get help for myself, I would, but I can't move. I've been shot in the side, you see? Look, look, I'm bleeding.
Oh, it isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Will you help me?
Yes. Yes, I'll help you.
Thank you. Take my hand.
What?
Take my hand. Pull me inside.
No, I won't. I mean, I can't. Oh, can't you? Can't you crawl in?
Well, I don't think so.
Please try. Quickly. I don't want to leave the door open. That's it. Come over here. Into the bed. You just rest. Rest. Oh, what have I done? And what am I going to do? Officer? Officer? Officer?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
What a... Oh, I'm alive.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're the lady that helped me.
Yes. Eventually. Now, drink this.
What is it?
Tea. There's no milk, I'm afraid. No, don't get up, officer. Conserve your strength.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Please, call me Harold. You saved my life. I owe you at least that much.
Is it good?
It's fine. Thank you. How long have I been out?
Hours.
What time is it?
I'm not sure. Morning, I think.
What do you think?
I don't have a clock.
I guess it is morning. It's hard to tell. What happened to your windows? Who boarded them up?
Well, I did. A long time ago now. But they're still as strong as ever.
What? Why would you do that?
Oh, I have my reasons. Well, we all have our own reasons for doing things. Why would you want to be a policeman? To be in a job where people try to kill you? Well, why would you want to court death like that?
Court death? I don't know that I'd put it that strongly. I do what I do because there's just some jobs that have to be done.
You mean it's a sort of vocation?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Listen, Mrs.
It's Miss Dunn.
Listen, Miss Dunn. You should try to get some rest yourself.
You need it more than I do.
No, really, I feel much better. When the doctor gets here, he'll take me off your hands for good.
The doctor?
Yeah, sure. He'll check my wound, take me to the hospital. You didn't call the doctor?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I told you last night. I haven't got a telephone. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I was kind of out of it last night, I guess.
Oh, of course. Perhaps you could use your radio to ask someone to come get you. Well, you could wait outside for them.
No, I busted my radio when I fell on it. You see?
Hello.
And I don't think I got the strength left to get up on my own. Look, couldn't you go to one of the neighbors?
Oh, there aren't any.
What are you talking about? There aren't any neighbors. There must be. Everyone has neighbors.
Well, I don't. Not anymore.
Why? What happened?
They've all moved away.
Not all of them. That's impossible.
All of them! Trucks came and took away their furniture. First one, and then another.
Is something happening to these buildings?
I wouldn't know.
I'm sorry to ask, but how can you not know something like that? I mean, if it was my home...
I don't have a great deal of contact with the outside world. I haven't for quite some time. I couldn't even tell you who the president is.
Wow. But there has to be somebody around who can help, you know? Or maybe a phone booth somewhere where you could call a doctor.
Perhaps. I don't know. But even if I could call the doctor somehow, I couldn't take a chance and let him in.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
Dangerous for you?
Yes.
You let me in.
Oh, I didn't have a choice. You were going to... I didn't know if I could trust you, but I'm still alive.
Of course you're still alive. What do you think I was gonna do? I mean, but the doctor, he's not gonna be any harm to you.
I keep telling you I can't let the doctor in. I can't let anyone else come in. Don't you see? It might be him.
It might be him. Who? Him who?
Mr. Death.
Mr. Death? What?
I know he's out there. He's trying to get in. He comes to the door and knocks. He begs me to let him in. Last week, he said he was from the gas company.
The gas company?
Oh, he's clever. After that, he claimed to be a contractor hired by the city. He said this building was condemned, that I'd have to leave. But I knew who he was. I kept the door locked, refused to let him in. Eventually, he went away.
Condemned, huh? I mean, that explains why there's no one else in the neighborhood.
No, he knows I'm on to him. Yesterday, he said he was Mr. Fabian from the store. But all he really wanted was to come in. That's all he ever wants.
Wait a second.
No, it's no use. You wouldn't understand. I knew you wouldn't. How could you?
Well, I mean, wait. But I want to understand. I do. I mean, this man you're afraid of, you say he's Mr. Death.
That's right.
You don't mean just anybody, do you? You mean like Death, right? Death.
That's right.
So is this Mr. Death a person like you or me?
I know it sounds crazy to someone like you, to anyone but me, but it's true. I know it's true.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but, I mean, people die all the time, all over the world. Now how could one man be in all those places at once?
I don't know. Don't ask me that. Maybe there's more than one of him. Maybe.
I didn't mean to upset you. Please don't cry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm sorry. Okay? Can I have another cup of tea? Please?
Of course.
Tell me about Mr. Death.
Your tea.
Thanks. Please, Mr. Death. I would like to know about him.
All right. At first, I couldn't be sure. It was a long time ago. Everything is. It's been so long since anything happened to me. But I was on a bus. There was an old woman sitting in front of me, knitting a scarf, I think. There was something about her face. I felt I knew her. Then a man got on the bus. He wasn't special in any way. Not short, not tall, not fat. Just a man. I remember that there were empty seats, but he sat down right next to the old woman. He didn't say anything to her, but I felt that his being there upset her in some way. I couldn't understand why. He seemed like such a nice man. When the old woman dropped her ball of yarn, he bent down and picked it up, right in front of me. He held it up to her. I saw their fingers touch. He stood up and got out the next stop. I couldn't move. It was as if I knew what had happened. But I couldn't do anything. I was just so frightened. When the bus finally reached the end of the line, the driver came over to the woman. He thought she was asleep. But I knew she was...
What, dead?
Dead. And right then and there, I knew it was his touch that killed her.
Okay, but you said it yourself. She was an old woman. Okay, just because this man touched her...
Mr. Death.
Just because he touched her hand, it doesn't mean he killed her. Maybe what you saw was just what it looked like. A man trying to be helpful. I mean, the real cause of her death might have been, I don't know, a heart failure or a stroke or something. I don't know.
No, he killed her.
Okay, I'm a cop. I've seen dead bodies. I've seen people that were killed by guns, knives, but never by a touch, okay? The man being there when she died, that's just a coincidence.
But I've seen him since then, several times. I've seen him in crowds. I've watched for him. Every time someone I knew died, he was there.
He, the same man, the one on the bus.
No. Once he was a young soldier, then a salesman, a taxi driver. Someone you wouldn't notice unless you were watching closely.
But you could see him.
Oh, yes. And I wondered why that should be. Why I could see him when no one else could. And then I knew.
Why?
It was because I was getting older. And my time was coming. I could see clearer than younger people, people like yourself. Now, do you understand? Oh, I know you don't believe me. That would be too much to ask of anyone. But do you at least understand? Please. I have to know.
All right. Maybe. Maybe, okay? But if there is some Mr. Death who's able to visit all the people in the world like Santa Claus...
Don't mock me.
I'm not meaning to mock you, okay? I would never do that. I swear. But if he's real...
He is.
If he's real, then I don't see what the problem is.
You don't see what the problem is? Oh, you must be joking.
No, I mean, if you know what he looks like, what have you got to be afraid of? If you're right, and you can see death, I'd say you're kind of fortunate.
Fortunate?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you'd be able to see him coming. You could just avoid him.
Oh, didn't I tell you his face is always different? He's different sizes, different ages, different races. I couldn't be sure.
Well, how about when you go out?
Out?
Sure. Well, I know you said you don't have much contact with the outside world, but you have to go out sometime. I mean, to the shops or something, you know? Now, couldn't he touch you then, if he wanted to?
No.
Why not?
I never go out. Never.
Never.
Oh, I haven't been out for years. I don't know how many. I don't keep count. That would be too depressing. But I suppose you can guess from the smell. You're too polite to mention it. But it must bother you as much as it bothers me.
So what do you do about food?
The boy at Mr. Fabian's store delivers it. But I never open the door to him.
How can you live like this?
Oh, don't think I enjoy it.
So why do you do it?
Because if I don't live like this, I won't live at all. If I don't watch out, if I let down my guard even for a moment, he'll get in. I know he will. I haven't always lived like this, you know. I was young once. People said I was pretty. I lived out in the sunlight. I hated to be inside, even for a minute. My mother always said I'd spoil my fine complexion, but I didn't care. I loved outdoor things. I lived out in the sunlight, so warm, so beautiful. Beautiful, like I once was.
You're still beautiful.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm old and cold. I miss the warmth of the sun so much. See that patch of sunlight on the floor? Where's it coming from?
I think it's coming in from between the cracks in the boards of the window over there.
Oh, yes. It's so warm to the touch. You know, I've always hated the dark and the cold. And now I'm old. I've lived a long time, but I don't want to die. I've heard people say it was his time when an old person dies. But it's not your time if you're not ready to die. I'd rather live in the dark than not live at all.
Miss Dunn, I promise you, there's nothing to be afraid of. We're all alone here. Okay, there's nobody outside the door. I know you're upset, okay? And you're clearly under a lot of pressure. But I think all you need is some rest.
Officer.
Yeah, and I need help.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Just give me some medical attention. Look, I don't know how badly I've been hurt, okay? But I've lost a lot of blood. And I need help soon. Or I don't know how much longer I can...
I've told you I can't go out there. You can't ask me to do that.
Look, this whole Mr. Death thing, I promise you, you don't have anything to worry about.
Shh. Someone's coming.
Well, get them to help me.
No!
There's nothing to be afraid of. Please, answer it. Go on. That's right. Go ahead. You're doing fine. Answer it. Go on.
I'm keeping the chain on.
That's fine. Do whatever you want. Just see who it is and get them to call for help.
I'm sorry, lady, but I got my orders.
No! Get away! Officer Belden, help me!
I can't fool around any longer. Step aside, I'm coming in. Take my hand. Easy, lady. Just lie quiet there till you get your strength back.
What?
You gave me quite a scare there when you fainted like that. Sorry I pushed you when I put my shoulder to the door. You started to faint and I offered you my hand, but you passed right out. For a second I thought that... Well, I don't even want to talk about that. But I'm glad you're okay.
And still I live.
Huh? I told you I didn't mean to hurt you. It was an accident. You're not gonna sue, are you?
What do you want with me?
Here, let me help you get up. Take my...
I can get up myself.
Look, you gotta understand, man. I don't get no pleasure out of busting indoors. Who would? Except maybe some thug, but I'm no thug. I'm just a guy doing a job.
Your job?
Look, you don't seem to realize how important this is. I've got a crew and equipment coming in an hour to pull this tenement down. Begging your pardon, man, but looking at this place, I say it's long overdue. Frankly, I'm kind of surprised it's still standing.
And you're really not Mr. Death?
Mr. Who? I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. My name's Armstrong. Bud Armstrong. I don't know about any Mr. whatever you said. All I know is I got a contract to demolish this row of buildings. That's what I got to do. Everybody else moved out a long time ago. Until the other day, I thought this whole building was deserted. I seen them windows boarded up, and I figured you moved out when the rest of them did. Thank goodness I met that guy from the grocery store, that Mr. Fabian.
Oh, Mr. Fabian. Then he was real, after all.
Real? What are you talking about? I told him about my job down here, then he told me all about you, that he was worried about you. Told me he had a kid bring you your stuff. That was the first I knew about you, and it's darn lucky I found out. Well, you'd still be in here when the wrecking ball hits. Now, come on. We gotta get out of here.
You want me to go outside?
Sure. Didn't you just hear me? This place is coming down. You can't stay in here.
You want me to leave here?
You have to.
I can't.
It's Miss Dunn, right? Well, Miss Dunn, you were notified about the demolition job months ago. Look, I'm not out to bully you. I'm just trying to do my job here. These buildings were condemned by the city. Can't say I blame them. And I'm the one who's got to tear them down.
Tear them down? Wow, can you?
Look around you, ma'am. This building has had it. You can see that. I can see that. Anyone could see that. It's all worn out, dilapidated. All these buildings have got to come down. You seem like a nice person. A nice person shouldn't have to live in a place like this. Now let's the two of us just...
Get away from me! Don't touch me!
Please don't act like this. I ain't a monster, lady. I've got a heart just like anybody else, and I can see how you could get attached to a place, but, not want to see it wrecked. But when a building's this old, it's not fit to live in no more. It's dangerous. It's got to come down to make room for a new one, a stronger one. That's life, lady. Old make room for the new, you know?
No.
People get the idea that I'm some kind of destroyer. They think I get kicks out of tearing stuff down. But that ain't the way it is. No, that ain't the way it is at all. I just clear the ground so other people can build on it. In a way, I guess I kind of help them do it. Can't have one without the other, am I right? Look around you. It's just the way things are, like when a big tree falls in the forest and a new one grows right out of the same ground. Old animals die and young ones take their places. It's just nature. That's how it is. Even people step aside when it's time.
I won't.
When I finally kick the bucket or when I get too old to contribute, my son-in-law will probably take over
The door!
What about it? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't realize the chain was on when I put my shoulder to it. Door's okay, but the chain's had it.
You left the door open!
Hey, there's no need
Get
to...
out of my way!
You don't have to do that. What's the sense of locking a door that won't even be here in an hour? I'm on the clock here, and we've waited long enough. If you've got any possessions you want to keep, Miss Dunn, I'd move them out while there's still time. I'll help you.
You think you're helping me? I'm not going to leave here. Not with you. Not with anyone. Don't try to touch me. I don't want you anywhere near me.
Now look, ma'am, I've been nice to you. I've been trying to go easy. I know this must be tough for you. Any kind of move is a big upset, especially to an older person like you. But if you insist on staying here, I'll have to call a cop.
A cop? A police officer?
It's just for your own good. Please, cooperate, lady. Hey, where you going?
Of course. Mr. Belden! Explain it to him. Tell him the reason I can't go out there. I know you understand. I've told you everything. You'll help me, won't you? You'll help me stay? Well, say something.
What are you doing? Who are you talking to?
Oh, Mr. Belden is a policeman.
Mr. Belden? Who the heck is Mr. Belden? Is he your pet? You got a cat in here?
Please tell him.
Lady, I think maybe you're sick. You should come with me. I'll get you to a doctor.
I don't need a doctor. Mr. Belden, won't you tell him?
Okay, I get it. I see how it is. Hey, I'm sorry, but if you're still here when the crew arrives, I'll have to call a cop. I'm sorry. I wanted to make you understand, but... Okay.
What's the matter with you? Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you help me? I thought you understood. I thought you'd help me.
I think the question you should be asking yourself, Wanda, is how he looked straight at this bed and didn't see me.
You called me Wanda, but I never told you my first name. Oh no. No. It's not true. It's not true.
Yes, it is. The mirror, Wanda. Look in the mirror. What do you see?
I can't. I won't.
Look in the mirror, Wanda. What do you see?
I see nothing. nothing but an empty bed.
Turn around. Now what do you see?
I see you, Mr. Death.
We'll be back to the Twilight Zone in just a moment. And now, Act 3 of Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman.
It was you. It was you all the time.
Yes. It was me.
Oh, don't get up. You're still... Oh. You're not hurt.
No. No, I'm not.
But you were shot. Those men...
Did you see me get shot?
No, but you were bleeding.
Do you see any bloodstains now?
No.
And the men? Did you see them?
You were never hurt, were you?
I can't be hurt.
You tricked me.
Yes, Wanda. I tricked you. It was all an illusion. One I created just for you. If it helps, I'm sorry. I would have preferred to avoid it if I could.
But why? Why did you do it? The moment I let you inside, you could have taken me any time.
Yes, I could have.
But you were nice. You made me trust you.
But I had to make you understand, Wanda. You see me now, and you've seen me before. Many times before. Starting with that day on the bus.
Oh, I was right. It was you.
The old lady's name was Iris. I knew then that you were upset.
Upset?
I thought it was important that you got to know me. What I said to you before, it was true.
What you said?
When you thought I was a policeman. You asked me why I did what I did.
And you said there were some jobs that had to be done.
That's right.
That it was a kind of vocation.
Actually, Wanda, you said that. But I suppose you're right in a way. Now ask yourself, am I really so bad? Am I really so frightening? You've talked to me. You've confided in me. Have I tried to hurt you?
Well, no, but...
Do you really believe I would ever hurt you?
You don't look like someone who would want to hurt me.
You see? It isn't me you're afraid of, is it? You know me now. You understand me. What you're afraid of, what you've really been afraid of all these years, is the unknown. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't be afraid.
But I am afraid.
You must be very tired, Wanda.
I am.
But the running's over now. It's time to rest.
I'd like that, but...
Give me your hand.
I don't want to die.
Trust me.
No.
Mother, give me your hand.
I will.
There. You see?
See? See what?
No shock, no engulfment, no loud thunder. What you feared would come like an explosion is like a whisper. What you thought was the end is the beginning.
When will it happen? When will we go?
Go?
Yes. I'm ready now.
Look over there, on the floor.
What is there to... Oh.
Now do you understand?
It's me.
It's you.
My body. I look so calm.
You see? We have already begun. Come with me.
Yes. Please. I'd like to. It's such a beautiful day.
It is. It surely is. You know, Mr. Armstrong was right about a lot of things.
What things?
Well, for one, his son does take over the business when he dies.
Will that be soon?
Another 16 years.
Oh, dear.
It'll be quick.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm afraid I was a little harsh on him.
Now the son-in-law, he lives to be 102.
102? Oh, goodness.
I know. It's remarkable, really. Of course, the oldest person I ever met was a lady in Tibet.
Well, how old was she?
Take a guess.
Oh, I'm no good at guessing.
Come on, take a guess. You'll never believe it.
There was an old woman who lived in a room, and like all of us, was frightened of the dark, but who discovered in the minute last fragment of her life that there was nothing in the dark that wasn't there when the lights were on. Object lesson for the more frightened amongst us. In or out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by M.J. Elliott and written by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Roz Alexander, Jeff Morrow, Doug James, and Mike Starr. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Custom Foley effects, sound design, and mixing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Cerny American creatives Matt Sorrow, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Miss Dunn, it's Doug James speaking.
The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, David Darlow, Ivan Vega, Joseph Minoso, Tim Rose, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
This is where the hotel will be built.
But I thought this is sacred ground.
It was. That's all been taken care of. Over there, a shopping center with restaurants.
A lot of jungle to be cleared.
Nothing but trees and vines. We may burn the rest of it. Haven't decided.
Hey, Mr. Richards.
Yes, Walt?
I just hit something.
What do you mean?
In the ground.
Well, let's have a look.
What is it, a boulder?
No, I don't think so.
Looks like a wooden chest of some kind.
Here, let me break it open.
Use the shovel.
What in the...
Oh, I know what it is.
So do I. More mumbo-jumbo. Get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
Not so fast, Alan. These are artifacts, hand-carved effigies.
Devil dolls, strings of beads.
The museum will want to see them.
Nonsense. They're a dime a dozen. The natives think that if they bury them here, it'll stop the project. Well, it's not going to work.
Just the same, they're sacred.
They're junk. Superstitious nonsense.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Richards?
Cover them with a bulldozer. We've got 5 acres to clear by sundown.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. We're not alone.
Bokwa? I told you to stay away from here.
Who is he?
The Kikuyu medicine man. The troublemaker.
Mr. Richards.
Listen, Bokwa. I've had it up to here with your voodoo.
You are the one who does not listen.
I've tried to explain. The government of this territory signed an agreement. Your tribe will be relocated.
Too late. You have killed us.
We haven't killed anyone. You have everything you asked for. Fertile land, goats, chickens.
Our land is here.
It was. By next year, 5,000 people will live in Mbara. There'll be new roads from the airfield. They'll bring money, old man. Money for everyone. For your tribe.
If your people come here, they will know what it is to die.
Hear me well, Bokwa. Right now, my company is sending a full construction crew. If you do anything to harm them...
What, Mr. Richards?
You'll be eliminated.
The bringer of death.
Bar is my dream. I've been planning it all my life. This will be the greatest development in East Africa, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
And what of our dream? What must we do? Wait while you make your city and others come? While Uchui does its work?
What are you talking about?
Uchui. It means magic.
Magic, huh? I have a permit to build on this land, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Keep your dolls and amulets off my property.
You will not find them all. Some are buried deep. They will join with the earth and rot, as your people will rot. Like this one.
Alan, that doll.
What about it?
The long hair, it looks like Doris.
Your woman.
How do you know what my wife looks like?
In our dream, Mr. Richards. In our dream.
Get out of here, now. And if any harm comes to my wife, I swear I'll kill you.
Easy, Alan.
Goodbye.
Do you understand? I'll kill you!
Mr. Alan Richards, from the engineering firm of Richards & Cooper, who hates with all his heart something in which he does not believe. Add a few buried dolls, strands of human hair, a handful of glass beads and native charms, and you have the ingredients of fear, the kind of fear that quickly turns to terror. Soon, Mr. Richards will make the long journey back to civilization and a high-rise apartment building in New York City. But his trip has just begun. Although he doesn't know it, he's about to take an even longer trip, the longest one of his life. It will lead him from the Upper West Side across Central Park and directly through the heart of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jungle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oh, great. Doris?
Yes, dear.
Where are my cufflinks?
In the jewelry box on the dresser.
Ah, I've got it.
What?
I say I've got it. What's this?
Find them?
Yes. Doris?
Then everything's all right. Oh, you look great. Very handsome.
Thank you. Doris? What's this?
What's what?
A little cloth pouch. I found it in the jewelry box.
Oh, that.
Did you get it in Africa?
I don't remember.
Well, let's open it. See if that refreshes your memory.
Alan, please.
Polished stones, bits of glass. What's this? A bit of fur.
A lion's pelt. Just a tiny piece.
And the straw?
It's from a swallow's nest.
Oh, for the love of...
Well, what about it?
You tell me.
There's nothing to tell. I decided to bring back some souvenirs.
That's all these are to you? Souvenirs?
Of course.
Even this one?
What?
For God's sake, Doris, it's a preserved human finger.
It's supposed to bring good luck.
I won't have this garbage in my house.
Alan, they're only mementos of our trip.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Good. Then you won't mind if I dispose of them in the fireplace.
Alan, don't!
Why not?
It's a capitu. You mustn't.
Why not?
Forget it. You wouldn't understand.
Are there any more souvenirs?
No.
Doris, listen to me. We aren't in Africa now. We're in New York. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Please. I don't want to talk about it.
This sort of thing is for weak people. Ignorant, uncivilized people who don't know any better. Not for you. Not for me.
All right.
You're not listening. We have done nothing wrong, and we have nothing to fear. Least of all from a bunch of witch doctors 5,000 miles away.
You think I'm afraid of witch doctors?
What else do you expect me to think?
No, Alan, no. It's not that.
Then what? What is it you're afraid of?
Africa. The land itself. You remember what the old shaman said? A long time ago, when the men started drilling and clearing.
Who, Bokawa? That shriveled up faker?
He said we were wounding the land, hurting it, making it bleed. He said the land would make us pay.
Doris, we left Africa weeks ago.
Did we? I wonder. Sometimes at night, I feel it all around me, closing in, like a great dark animal. Alan, please, tell them not to build there. Tell them it won't work, please. There's still time. You can stop them.
Is that it?
Do you have to go?
You're welcome to go with me. There's a dinner before the meeting with International Development. Do you good to get out.
I don't feel well.
Then call a doctor, and don't put any more logs on the fire. This place is hot as a compost heap.
I need it this way. I'm cold all the time.
I'll try to be back early.
You'll never be back.
What?
Alan, do you hear it?
I hear a lot of gibberish.
Alan, don't go.
Good night.
Don't. I'm begging you.
Good Lord.
What is it?
See for yourself. It appears to be the carcass of a dead animal of some kind.
It's a goat.
The throat has been slashed, as if by some kind of claws. Blood all over the hall carpet. Call security.
I knew it.
Knew what?
The shaman was right.
Someone's playing a joke on us. A horrible, tasteless joke. How did it get up here? How could it? It's 7 floors to the street. There's a guard in the lobby. Pass keys.
Oh, Alan. Alan. Now do you believe?
So, to sum up, the site is clear. Drainage and leveling have already begun, along with preliminary work on the diversion of the river.
Then it's behind schedule.
Not seriously.
What about the cost?
We'll have to add an estimated 3 to 6 months for completion, but the cost shouldn't vary by more than a few $100,000, at most.
You recommend that we dispatch a full crew, Richards?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I recommend.
And your partner, Mr. Cooper. What do you say?
I concur, Mr. Templeton.
In short, we've done what we said we'd do. Allowing for delay because of weather. We're on track. Mission accomplished, or very nearly.
Hear, hear.
Well done, gentlemen.
A few questions first, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
Of course, sir.
I'm sure you've considered this aspect carefully, but for my own curiosity, what about the native population?
What about them, sir?
Environmental impact, relocation, that sort of thing. How are they reacting?
To be perfectly frank, not as well as I'd hoped, but better than I'd feared. The Kikuyus have a violent tradition, Mr. Templeton. They resent the loss of their village. They resent the project, even though they're going to benefit from it eventually, Point of fact, they resent us. But I doubt that they'll cause any serious trouble. Except for Ukawi.
What? Magic, a kind of witchcraft.
You see, a number of the shamans have decided to put a curse on everyone connected with this enterprise. Effective upon the decision to go ahead with the project, that is.
What sort of curse, Richards?
The evil eye.
The usual. Slow and painful death. I assure you, gentlemen, there isn't anything the least bit funny about Ukawi.
You're not serious.
I am, because I've seen it work. I've seen healthy men sicken and die within 10 minutes of the time set by the witch doctors who cursed them.
Of course, not in this case.
Well, then where?
Well, I included a section about it in our background report, but for our men, there have been only the normal intestinal infections, that sort of thing.
Then why bring it up?
Healthy men and women who weren't touched or poisoned or harmed in any way, who just died.
I'll leave copies of our report for everyone.
Then, you mean to say you believe in it?
No, Mr. Sinclair. But they did, and their belief made it real.
An important distinction.
I simply can't imagine that anyone in this day and age would go in for magic.
Oh, you can't? Well, as it happens, Mr. Sinclair, several million people go in for magic. And they're not all in Africa either. Some of them are right here in this room.
Come now, Richards. Don't talk rubbish.
We better be going now.
What's that on your keychain, Mr. Sinclair?
Why,
On the table with your keys. A rabbit's foot, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't see...
Why do you carry it?
My daughter gave it to me. Now, see here.
Is it for luck?
Yes, I suppose so, but I don't see what that has to do with magic.
Mr. Sinclair carries around the severed foot of a dead animal in the hope that it will bring him good fortune. And he doesn't see what that has to do with magic.
Well, Sinclair, he has a point.
Mr. Hardy is amused, although it's a known fact that he's practiced witchcraft for years.
What?
Or have you finally given up astrology? A sophisticated man with an educated mind who reads his horoscope every day and allows the stars to run his life.
And a fair job they've done so far, young man.
That, Mr. Hardy, is exactly what a Kikuyu witch doctor said to me when I suggested that panther bones could not foretell the future.
He's got you there.
Oh, you needn't smile, Mr. Templeton. I've seen you knock on wood more than once. And you, Fielding.
Don't try to pull me into this.
How long has it been since you walked under a ladder? And the rest of you, do you cross your fingers? Throw salt over your shoulder? Worry when a black cat walks in front of you?
All right, Mr. Richards. I think you've made your point.
Think of it. A multi-billion-dollar corporation run by witches and warlocks in a 40-story building that doesn't even have a 13th floor.
Mr. Richards.
Sorry. All of you. Please. Mr. Cooper and I will be leaving now.
Well, gentlemen, what do you think?
Well, he's quite competent as a project manager.
Yes, that is true.
I'd say he may have left the jungle behind, but the jungle hasn't left him.
Well, I guess I blew it.
Not necessarily.
Oh, come on, Chad.
Oh, I'm serious. They're not about to cancel the project at this point. They can't with the figures we gave them.
I wish I hadn't shot off my mouth like that.
All right, I'll bite. Why did you?
That's just it. I don't know.
You sure about that?
Why wouldn't I be?
I couldn't say, but it wasn't like you. Something's happened. Hasn't it?
Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime.
And tell me now. I'm not going anywhere.
You're not?
Let's stop off for a drink.
I better get home.
You don't sound like you're looking forward to it.
I'm not, I guess.
Trouble?
Oh, it's not her fault. But something funny did happen tonight.
Funny haha or funny peculiar? You don't have to answer.
It's not what you think.
I don't think anything. Come on, here's Riley's. We'll have a beer. Help you sleep. Besides, I want to hear it. Whatever it is.
All right, but just one.
Well?
Well, what?
Are you coming?
Yeah, sure. I just thought I heard something.
So did I. That cab better get a new fan belt. Sounds like fingernails on a blackboard.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Here you go. 2 drafts.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Riley.
No problem. Don't drink both of them now.
What?
Your partner, what's his name?
Chad.
Nature calls, huh? Been gone a while.
He had to phone somebody.
Huh. Okay, Mr. Richards. Enjoy.
Well, I got through to Sinclair.
What's that?
Sinclair, on the phone.
You did?
Hey, just got home. Says they voted to go ahead with the project.
I see.
You almost sound disappointed.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Hey, this is me, remember? Your body's here, but your head is somewhere else. You look like you're 1,000,000 miles away.
Only a few thousand. Sorry, Chad.
So am I. You want to talk about it?
I seem to have done enough of that already. So I'm surprised the project's still on after my outburst.
You've been under a lot of pressure. They understand.
I wish I did.
What happened anyway?
It's hard to explain.
It's about Doris, isn't it?
Why do you say that?
Well, I talked to her yesterday when you were out.
You did?
She sounded bad.
She hasn't been feeling well.
When did it start?
About 3 months ago in Africa. At least that's when I first noticed it.
I guess it's time to define it.
I don't know if I can. She found a swallow's nest outside our tent one morning. The usual Mganga sign. I didn't think anything about it then. That afternoon I had an accident in the Land Rover. Nothing serious, but that's all it was. An accident.
Only she didn't think so.
Right. And then there wasn't any such thing as an accident, as far as she was concerned. Every time I ran a fever or stubbed my toe, it had to be magic. Witchcraft.
Like the crew, the skin infection. What do they call it? Jungle rot.
A tropical infection, that was all. But not according to Doris. All that mumbo-jumbo got to her. I thought it would wear off by the time we got back, but it didn't. She actually believed in those little dolls, with the pieces of hair, the fingernail clippings.
But you didn't.
Of course not.
What happened to change your mind?
Tonight, before I left for the meeting. Chad, tell me something. If you wanted to get a hold of a dead goat...
A what?
On short notice, in New York City, where would you go?
To a psychiatrist.
I'm serious.
So am I. You want a dead goat?
No.
Then what?
Never mind. It isn't important.
I'd say it is. A question like that, out of left field?
Let it go, I said.
Take it easy, buddy. We're only talking here. Strictly theoretical, I'm sure.
Drop it!
Hey, careful!
Sorry.
It's all right. It's only beer. I'll get some napkins.
Use my handkerchief.
What's this?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. It looks like a tooth of some kind.
It's a capitu, a protective amulet.
And you've been carrying it around in your pocket.
It was Doris's idea. A lion's tooth. I guess that means I'm protected from lions.
In the city? Lions? Oh, yeah. Well, you have to admit it's kept them away so far.
I'm sure that's the way Doris looks at it.
Why lions in particular?
Because they symbolize the country.
And the whole country's out to get you? Not just a few witch doctors?
Close. You see, Doris isn't afraid of the witch doctors. She's got it all worked out in her mind. She thinks Africa itself is out to get us.
The entire dark continent, because of a little development work.
They told us that the country was a living thing. That when I sank the drills and diverted the river, I wounded the land. And that the land would hunt me down, or its spirit would. Unless I turned in a negative report and kept the others away, then maybe I'd be forgiven.
I was right there beside you over there.
But I was in charge, the head criminal, so to speak.
And you've been carrying that on your shoulders all this time.
Oh, I didn't take it seriously, even if I am the responsible party.
What are you going to do?
About Doris? I don't know.
She's sick, isn't she? With delusions. You must realize that.
Of course, but so are half the people in this city. Maybe more. The president of International Development carries a rabbit's foot. My wife carries a little bag full of nail clippings and amulets. And I've got a lion's tooth in my pocket. It's all the same thing. All the same rotten disease, eating away the strength, the will, the very soul.
Hey!
What?
Alan, I'd take it easy if I were you. A person doesn't get this steamed up over something if he doesn't believe in it.
What are you getting at?
Nothing, just a piece of friendly advice. Germs aren't the only thing that's catching. Depression, obsession, they can rub off on you too if you let them. Come on, drink up. I'll get us 2 more.
What time is it?
Doris will be worried.
I'll call her.
Sounds like a plan. Hey, Riley?
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Another round over here, please.
You got it.
Be right back.
Hello?
Honey?
Where are you?
We just got out of the meeting.
At this hour?
The dinner ran long. I'm with Chad. Was everything taken care of?
Security took the carcass away. They had to call animal control. Then they scrubbed the floor outside our door, but the blood wouldn't come out. They're going to recarpet in the morning.
Good. Doris, how you feeling?
Oh, just dandy. How do you think I feel? A sacrifice on our doorstep.
Take a sleeping pill.
I took one.
Then take another one. I'll call the doctor tomorrow.
He can't help. It's not a question of nerves anymore. It's bigger than that, can't you see?
Be home as soon as I can. Chad? Chad?
Something the matter, Mr. Richards?
What happened to Mr. Cooper?
Who?
The man I came in with. Where is he? Where did he go?
Mr. Cooper? Right over there in the corner. Oh, here he comes.
I didn't see you. For a minute there.
I thought I put a quarter in the jukebox for you.
Very funny.
Like it?
Lay off.
I thought you had a sense of humor.
You don't know what you're dealing with here.
Then why don't you explain it to me?
I've done that.
Oh, come on, Alan. All I've heard about is voodoo and witchcraft and magic. I don't know what. Doris is depressed. You are too. You should both be going to a shrink if that's all it is. Look, we got a lot riding on this contract. Everything, in fact. If you can't handle it, take some time off. Get your head together.
I can handle it. I'm not so sure you could.
Yeah, right.
Closing time, fellas. Last call.
Let's get out of here.
That late already?
That late.
Thanks, Riley.
Don't mention it. See you again.
Count on it. Come on.
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, you forgot to go to bed. You okay to drive?
I'm fine.
Look, if Doris gives you any trouble, blame me. I'll back you up.
Sure.
Now, give her a few more weeks in the big city. She'll come around. And when she does, you'll snap out of it, too.
I hope so.
As for yourself, get some sleep before the sun comes up. Make a new man of you.
Ever watched the sunrise in Africa?
Yeah. So?
The sky is like a bowl of ink. Then all of a sudden somebody pours a little milk into it, right at the horizon. It begins to spread and you can see for miles. Every detail. Trees, rocks, and any animals that might be in there. Waiting. But just before that, black as the space under the bed when you turn the lights out.
Alan, old buddy. Hey, you ought to be a poet instead of an engineer. You got your keys?
Got 'em.
Okay, then. My car's across the street. Say goodnight, Alan.
Good night, Alan.
Look, I'll call you in the morning. And drive carefully now. Don't let the pussycats bite.
You too. Oh, great. Oh. Chad? The lion's tooth. Hey! Hey, Riley, open up! It's Alan Richards. I left something on the table. Riley! Riley! My car won't start. At least call me a cab, will ya? Who's there? Hello? Is someone following me? Show yourself. Just a cat. A cat, that's all. Where's a payphone? There. Knew I'd find one. What's the matter with this thing? Out of order. Of all the times. What? Yes? Hello? Hello, is anybody? No. Hey, cab! Over here! It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Just keep walking. All the way home. Have to get across the park first. That's all. No big deal. Hold on. Take it slow. You'll make it. Been through the park 100 times. During the day, so what? Stay in the path. Nice and easy does it. Okay, here goes. It's gotta be my imagination.
Hey, buddy. Need a cab?
What? Oh yes. Yes, I do.
Well, come on then. I ain't got all night.
Thanks.
Pretty late to be walking.
Yeah, it is. My car wouldn't start.
Where to?
Schuyler House. You know what that is?
Sure do. East side.
That's right. Just around the park.
Should have called AAA.
What?
The Auto Club. They'll get you going.
I know, I tried to. Couldn't find a phone that works.
I hear that. You know, this town, it's full of animals. They wreck everything. They do it on purpose. They break things, they write graffiti all over the place.
Just get me home, please. I'll take care of it in the morning.
You got it. Won't be long now.
What's that?
Till morning. Couple more hours, it'll be daylight.
I must have lost track. If you could step on it, please.
Well, I gotta wait for the light. If I run a red light, it's a big fine. There's cops all over.
Are there? I didn't see any.
That's because they're never around when you need them.
Driver? You can go now. The light's green. It's just on the other side of the park. Driver? You hear me? The light's green. What's wrong with you? He isn't breathing. Help me! Somebody call an ambulance! Call the police! This cab driver is dead! Not far now. Across the park. Just let me catch my breath. Who's there? Stay where you are.
Spare change?
Oh, I thought you were...
Who?
I don't know.
Excuse me, mister, but I ain't had nothing to eat for 2 days. Sure appreciate it if you could help me out.
I don't have any change. Here's a 5.
God bless you, mister.
Wait, that sound. Where's it coming from?
What sound?
The drums.
I don't hear no drums.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Well, my ears, you know, they ain't so good.
How would you like to make some more money?
Doing what?
I'm trying to get home. I live just beyond the other side of the park. If you walk with me, I'll pay you $10.
All I have to do is walk?
Help me find my way in the dark. Make it 20.
I don't know.
Please. I just have to stay on the path.
You're on your own, pal. I ain't into weirdos.
Come back. I'll make it $20. 50! There. The other side. Gotta keep moving. A street lamp. I can see the building. Help! Help! Let me in! Let me in!
Mr. Richards?
The door. It was locked.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I thought I left it open.
I just need to get to my apartment.
Sure. Pretty late tonight, huh, Mr. Richards?
Pretty late.
You okay?
I am now.
I'll get the elevator for you.
My wife. She didn't go out, did she?
No, sir. Not all night.
Good. Thanks, Randy.
Take it easy, sir.
Don't know what's wrong with me. So tired. Need to sleep. Doris? Let her sleep. That's better. What? Doris? Doris, are you up? I didn't mean to wake you. Do you mind if I turn on the bedroom light? Just for a moment. What's wrong with the bed? Doris, is that you? What? No. Get back. Get... Ah!
It has been said that love is the greatest emotion and the most creative. But hate, if it is strong enough, can create as well and destroy. Alan Richards had only a moment to understand this, a brief flash of insight. But it came too late for someone who, like most of us, has never seen a lion feeding. Unfortunately, to his great sorrow, it's a warning he will not be able to pass on to anyone else, either in or out of the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yes, and will that be all? No. What time is it?
I thought you made an appointment.
I did. Oh, come on, honey. You're not in that much of a hurry, are you?
Yes.
What about mad cow disease?
Well, clear the room then. Tell them they're keeping the head of McClellan Enterprises waiting. Tell them that we...
All right.
You want to forget the whole thing?
No, I don't want to forget the whole thing. I just want to get this nonsense over with.
Send you a postcard.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Bon voyage.
Ta-ta.
Yes, ta-ta.
Come on.
Hello. May I help you?
Mr. Spirito?
I am he.
We're the Ransoms. My wife called for an appointment.
Oh, yes. Please be seated. Now, where exactly do we intend to go?
We intend to go to London.
Splendid. Of course, you've been.
Oh, no.
Charming place. You have picked a rather bad time of year, though, but...
Excuse me, we're kind of rushed today. I wondered if you'd...
Certainly. Now, have we decided on an airline?
No.
Well then, if I may suggest...
We're not going by plane.
I beg your pardon?
I said, we're not going by plane?
Ooh, but you must, unless you're planning this for some time in the future.
No, it has to be right away.
Oh, then I'm afraid a ship would be out of the question. You see, it's the off-season, and the liners have all been booked up, or put on short runs.
All of them?
All the acceptable ones, yes. I hope you won't mind my saying this, Mrs. Ransom, but, you know, airplanes are
perfectly safe nowadays. I realize that some people feel a certain trepidation, but there's absolutely no reason...
Eileen, if it's the only way.
May we see a list of boats that are running?
If you wish.
You promised.
I know.
It's important, Alan. We agreed on that.
I'm afraid these are the only passenger-carrying vessels bound for England in the next 30 days. Some are freighters, but it's sometimes possible...
What about this one?
The Lady Anne? I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, it's very nearly the oldest ship in the water, and the slowest. 13 days to Le Havre. Another half day to Southampton.
Forget it.
No. Wait. This says it leaves on Thursday. We'll take it.
Please, Mrs. Ransom, the Lady Anne is a veritable antique.
Listen to the man, Eileen. We can relax when we get there if that's what you want. Don't make such a big deal out of it.
It is a big deal to me, Alan. A very big deal. Give us 2 tickets.
For this relic?
Yes, that's right. The Lady Anne.
Oh, very well.
A few extra days won't matter, will they?
I don't have anything better to do. Check okay?
Of course, sir. But, Mrs. Ransom, the Caravan Travel Agency takes pride in its service. I beg you not to do this.
Well, it isn't going to sink, is it?
With a ship that old, you can't tell what might happen.
Oh, give me that check. Here. We'll pick up the tickets. Come on, Alan. You can go back to work now. Thanks for your help, Mr. Spirito.
Very well. Bon voyage.
Portrait of a honeymoon couple about to embark on a journey. Like most newlyweds, they've never traveled a great distance together, nor have they become truly acquainted. But there is a difference. These newlyweds have been married for 6 years, and they're taking this honeymoon not to start their life together, but to save it. Or so Mrs. Ransom believes. She's not sure why she insisted on an ocean liner, except that it will give them some much-needed time together, even if it is the Lady Anne. The tickets read New York to Southampton, but this old ship is bound for a very different port. Its final destination? The Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Passage on the Lady Anne, starring Martin Jarvis and Rosalind Ayres with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Perfect. A foggy night. Can't even see the ship. Where is everybody?
Already on board. We're a few minutes late.
I was ready. If you hadn't taken so long packing...
There it is! Oh, Alan, isn't it beautiful?
No, not it. She. The ship happens to be a lady.
Sorry. She's beautiful.
Indeed she is. Oh, yes.
There's the gangplank. Is that what they call it? Come on, Alan.
I can hardly wait.
I know. From the descriptions, we were expecting a cross between a kayak and the Flying Dutchman.
You're seeing someone off?
No, we're passengers.
What? How's that?
Passengers.
Oh, no. No. I hardly think so. No, you see, this is the Lady Anne.
Toby, please. You have no right to badger them.
Yeah, be quiet, woman.
Well...
Now, young fellow. Look here, if you'll consult your tickets, I think you'll find there's been a mistake. I repeat, this ship is the Lady Anne.
And I repeat, there's no mistake.
Show me your tickets.
Why should I do that?
Call it curiosity. Do you mind?
Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, all right.
Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Alan Ransom, New York to Southampton.
You're not going to read the fine print, too, are you?
Well, they seem to be in order.
Thank you. It's good to know that.
Well, there must be an error. This is a private passage, you might say. A mistake in booking. No, it's a terrible mistake.
Come along, dear.
But, Millie, I don't understand. I really don't.
I said, come along.
Well, I guess that's how the British say welcome aboard.
Oh, don't get your back up. You'll be twice as cranky when you're his age.
Bet we can beat him up the ramp.
Not too late to turn back, you know? I mean, think of being cooped up with me for 14 days.
I made a promise and I'm gonna keep it. Isn't that good enough?
Sure.
Not very steady. Really gives you confidence, doesn't it?
At least try to enjoy this.
One moment, please. Your names?
Ransom?
Yes, I see it on the list.
Do you want to see our tickets, too?
Everything seems to be in order, sir. Stateroom 24, down that flight of stairs.
Thank you.
Oh, here we are.
Yes, here we are.
Good evening.
I say, you're not going to let them do this, are you?
I'm afraid it's out of my hands.
Out of your hands? Well, we'll see about that.
I hope they got the luggage on board.
It'll be waiting in our room. You'll see.
It better be. We're due to take off in 10 minutes.
Take off?
Sail. Disimport.
I think it's disembark. Alan, you have to admit, it's a real showpiece. Did you notice this carpeting? And the oil paintings? And brass everywhere.
Great, where's the bar? I could use a drink.
Number 24. This is it.
What in the...
Alan, look! It's like an old-fashioned drawing room with a tapestry and gold everything. Pigeon's blood vases.
I don't believe it.
Are those plaster cupids on the ceiling? Oh, it's marvelous! And the canopy bed.
Shaped like a swan.
It's got a goose feather mattress. Oh, Alan, isn't this fabulous?
It's probably the most ridiculous room in the entire world. You realize that?
Probably. It is.
And you actually like it.
Don't you? Look at this chest. It must be 100 years old. A bowl of fresh flowers on top. And even a box of candy, shaped like a heart.
At least the luggage is here. No kidding. You think we can take it for 2 weeks? I mean, with all this...
There's the whistle. Come on, let's go up on deck.
Why?
Why? That's what you do. Haven't you seen any movies? Hurry. Stand at the railing.
Those are the ones I mean, Burgess.
not the ones going with us.
Yes, I tell you.
Nonsense. Obviously a silly blunder.
No, they have tickets.
Calm yourself, Mackenzie.
This needs to be settled at once.
Very well.
Here they come.
Hello. Hello.
How do you do?
Oh, very well, thank you. Now then, no doubt you young people aren't aware that this is a rather, well, how shall I say, private sort of cruise, you see. Very tight. Dear me, yes, unquestionably a slip-up on the part of the,
Look, mister, we're getting a little tired of this routine.
Try to understand. There hasn't been any slip-up. This is our ship, and we are sailing to England on it.
Her.
What did I tell you? They're determined.
This is bad news, very bad indeed.
Oh, really? For you or for us?
Don't argue with them, Alan.
See here, please, this may seem odd to you, but we are actually trying to be of help.
Yes, exactly so. You see, there are things you don't know about this ship.
Yes.
But what does that mean?
Well, for example, it isn't common knowledge that...
Burgess.
No, Mackenzie. We've got to tell them.
But...
this vessel is over 50 years old.
We knew that.
Oh, but there are other things you couldn't possibly know, because you haven't had time to look.
Such as?
Well, she's falling apart everywhere. The deck chairs wouldn't support the weight of a baby.
Yes, that's true. And the staircase is about to collapse at any moment. And the food, dreadful. It's positively poisonous. Ptomaine, you know. Yes.
But the worst of it is the danger at sea. Those boilers, not to be trusted. They've been ready to burst for years.
Oh, yes, for years. So you can see how impractical the whole idea is.
There's just one thing.
Yes?
If it's such an awful, dangerous ship, what are you doing on it?
What? Oh. Well,
we're old and eccentric.
Well, yes.
Well, we're young and eccentric. We like impractical things, the challenge and all. Besides, we think it's an absolutely charming boat.
Last warning. They'll be pulling away the gangplank at any moment. Look, you'll be quite bored.
We never get bored. Do we, Alan?
Nope, not at our age.
You're sick, then. Yes, you'll get sick. No stabilizers. She rides like a washing machine, I can tell you.
Sounds like fun.
I think I've heard about enough.
Wait. I have my checkbook.
What's that for?
I am prepared to pay you double the amount of your tickets.
This is ridiculous.
No, I want to hear it. Pay us to do what?
If you will abandon your plans, I'm sure you'll find another booking, something more suitable.
That's a very generous offer.
Yes, very much more suitable.
Alan, you're not considering it, are you?
Well, what do you say?
Not a chance.
Triple the amount, then.
Yes, triple.
No.
Very well. I am forced to extremes. Sir, madam, if you will leave the Lady Anne at once, I will give you the equivalent of, let me see, 50,000 American dollars.
50,000 American dollars, yes, which I will match. Well, I haven't got it all on me, but
Making it a total of 100,000.
Yes, 100,000, well.
You're talking my language now, gentlemen.
Alan!
Let's say pounds sterling, shall we?
In pounds?
Or better yet, an even $250,000 U.S. currency will be fine.
No, that amount is completely unreasonable. I'm sorry. No.
In that case...
But But...
Sorry.
Let's go, honey.
You must reconsider. You don't understand the implications.
Look, fella. Ever since we picked this tub, people have been doing their best to discourage us. I don't know why, and I don't care. But if you're worried about brash Americans crashing your cozy little tea party...
No, it isn't that at all.
Forget it. From now on, leave us alone.
I'm proud of you.
Thought I'd take the money, didn't you?
Well, for a minute there, I didn't know. Oh, look! We're moving!
Off to a great start. I could use that drink now.
Me too.
Too late.
We did our best.
We should have tried harder.
But the funds he was demanding... highway robbery.
Nevertheless, it was our duty.
The duty of everyone on board.
Who knows what the consequences will be? I fear we should have done whatever was necessary to keep them off this ship.
Yes?
You're already dressed. Why are you up so early?
It's almost 11.
Don't tell me you're nervous. We're not going to let two cranky old men spoil our second honeymoon, are we?
A lot more than 2. Better get dressed. Fire drills in 15 minutes.
What? Honestly, you could at least tell me what this is all about. You act as if we're going to an execution.
There. See for yourself.
Look at all of them.
And all wearing their life preservers.
Oh no. Alan, some of them are even on crutches.
And wheelchairs. Pretty hard to stand for inspection.
Is that what they're doing?
Apparently it's a safety requirement.
Well, there was the Titanic.
I picked up a few more names. The Mackenzies, of course, and Mr. Burgess.
How could I forget?
The one on the end is named Van Vlyman. Next to him is Mr. Bristow.
Cooey! Hello there. Care to join us?
Yes, do join us. Hello.
In a moment, Mrs. Mackenzie. You don't suppose that everyone else on this ship is...
Everyone. I checked this morning. The youngest person I saw was 70.
Oh, but that's silly. It must just be the first class section.
There aren't any other sections. The entire ship is first class.
You mean they're all?
Show some respect. This group alone represents several thousand years.
All for fire drill practice.
Remember, Eileen, getting there is half the fun. Chin up.
Your life jackets.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, as soon as you're all ready...
I think the straps go over your shoulders.
Like this?
That doesn't look right.
Psst. Do you need help, dear?
Good morning, Mrs. Mackenzie. As a matter of fact...
You should put your arms through the hole.
No. Let them learn for themselves, dear.
I was just trying to make it easier. See you later, then.
Yes.
Do the best you can. We look like a couple of clowns at a funeral.
Now then, in the event the balloon should go up, the alarm will sound. Proceed to the Imperial deck in a calm, orderly fashion and await further instructions. The groups will be divided in the following manner. Group A, Mr. and Mrs. Huntley Small, Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie, and Mrs. Scott Aylesbury.
Here we are. The Imperial Lounge.
Looks like we're in time for the noon orgy.
Alan, I think it's elegant. Like a private club.
That's the problem. We're not members. This isn't a ship, it's a floating rest home.
Shh.
You wish something from the bar?
Do you suppose you could fix us up with 2 double martinis? Very dry?
Yes, sir.
Alan, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. But it doesn't matter that much, does it? We didn't want to mix with other people anyway. We wanted to...
Stop saying we. If you'd listened to me, we'd be in London by now.
And you'd be in a business meeting.
Not necessarily.
Yes. And it would be the same the next day and the next and... Oh, Alan, that's what this is all about. Don't you see?
Your drinks.
Thank you. Look, I know you've been unhappy, but do you think I enjoy working 28 hours a day?
It comes down to the same thing, doesn't it? We never see each other. We never talk, or...
I told you, after I close this deal, I'm going to start taking it easy.
Which is what you said 2 years ago. You closed that deal, but it didn't make any difference. There were more deals. There'll always be more deals. Because that's all that matters to you now, isn't it? Bartender, another.
Yes, ma'am.
Try to control yourself.
I have been controlling myself for 6 years, and I'm tired of it. I am tired of begging for little bits of your time. You're not interested in me anyway. You're interested in success. Fight your way to the top and then fight to stay there.
Stop making a scene.
Why? Does it take your mind off mergers and board meetings?
No, it takes my mind off the fact that we're supposed to be on a trip together.
Come off it, Alan. You're going to England on business. I happen to be along. That's all. Why? Because I insisted. If I hadn't, you'd have gone alone. Isn't that true? Admit it.
I can't talk to you when you're like this.
You made me like this. Because the truth is, you don't care anymore. I was stupid to think that a few days together would make a difference. You're a flaming success now. Alan Ransom, the financier. And I'm the nagging wife who doesn't understand.
Eileen, please.
What's the matter? Are you afraid they'll catch on? Don't worry. They think we're a happy couple, made for each other.
Shut up.
Yes, sir. Well, when this tub finally gets there, you can relax. Because I'll be leaving.
That might be a good idea.
Oh, it is. You'll have all those nice deals to keep you warm with no silly woman around. It should be marvelous.
It will be. For now, I'll be on deck reading the Financial Times. Here's for the drinks.
I say, you two, excuse us.
Not you again.
Well, yes. Not really.
How do you do, dear?
Nice to see you, Mrs. Mackenzie.
If you don't mind, I'm trying to read the paper.
My wife, Minnie, yes. Well, I say my wife, I mean we would very much like you to join us for tea, if you'd be so kind.
Because I'm wearing my tweed jacket?
Eh? Hmm? No, no. Not tweed jacket. I see. That's a very. Yeah, I think we're very British. No. We simply want to chat.
Is it a date then?
We'd be delighted. In about an hour?
Yes. Yes, in the Imperial Lounge.
We'll see you there. And thank you.
Not at all. An hour, then. Jolly good. Looking forward.
Why did you do that?
Because you and I don't have anything more to say to each other. You know it's true. We're finished. But you said it yourself, we're stuck here. So we might as well call a truce for now and make the best of it.
Agreed.
Hello. Over here.
Hello again.
My dear.
So glad you could make it.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Do sit down. Do sit down. Not at all. Nasty day. What? Now look. The reason for this meeting, apart from the pleasure of your company, is,
Go ahead, Toby.
Yes, thank you. Millie, my wife, Millie pointed out that we've all been, something less than hospitable to you, if not rude. And so I expect I ought to apologize.
And do you?
Yes, most sincerely. But you see, there is something more important. Good news, in fact. Yes, we've been talking the whole thing over, and we've decided that you won't have to leave the ship after all.
We won't? Say, that is good news. We were afraid we were going to have to swim back, and it's had us sick with worry.
Really? No. I see. I see. Very good. No, I'm sorry about that, my boy. But we were quite concerned, all of us, as I dare say you gathered. You see, it simply hadn't occurred to us that an outsider would ever want to travel on the Lady. The last time she took on a new passenger was, well, according to Captain Prothero, was some 16 years ago. So you can understand. Yeah, but never mind that. It's all settled now.
What's all settled, Mr. Mackenzie?
No, we'll get to that in good time.
You simply must forgive us. We can't have been very good company so far.
Well, frankly.
The point is, we spent a good many fine hours, Millie and I, my wife Millie, on this old, scow.
And when we heard they were going to retire her, well, it seemed right somehow that we should join her on her last return voyage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same is true of the others. Yeah, well, the other people. And that's what accounts for the number of senior parties aboard.
We didn't understand.
No.
And you still don't, really. More tea? It's quite bracing.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, one thing that hasn't changed. Yes, tea is still the best in the world.
What about the others, Mr. Mackenzie?
What are the others? Oh, yeah, yes, like us, as I said. Sentiment, you know.
Of course they know, Toby. Why else would they have chosen the Lady Anne?
Yes, that's true.
Our story isn't so different, I guess. My husband and I had never really been alone in 6 years.
Excuse me. I'm going to get us a drink. Scotch all around?
Oh, yeah, well, splendid. Thank you.
He's embarrassed, isn't he?
I seem to be doing that to him all the time now.
You were saying the two of you hadn't been alone?
Well, he's a busy man. You get wrapped up in things if you want to be the best, and I don't know. When I heard he was going on a business trip to England, I made him promise to take me.
But that doesn't explain the Lady Anne.
No.
No, I suppose it doesn't. Mostly it was the time. More days together. And, well, it just seemed kind of special.
Oh, my dear, the Lady Anne is special.
Very special.
More special, I should say, than either you or your husband could imagine. You see, this is the ship Toby and I sailed on when we were married, which would be 53 years ago.
52. Yeah, she was a splendid thing then. Yeah, the ship, I mean. No.
Oh, Toby, really?
I thought you told us it was an old rust bucket.
Not it. She, yes. Oh, I should have been struck down by lightning for such a fearful lie. Mrs. Ransom, mark this. The Lady Anne was the finest ship that ever crossed the sea. Queen of the fleet, she was.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Is, Mackenzie, is. No other ship can touch her.
Quite right. Sit down, Burgess. This is an old companion of mine, Ian Burgess, Mrs. Ransom.
Ah, yes. Congratulations.
I don't follow.
I hear there's been a decision made in your favor.
Not now.
Nonsense. Quite a relief, I must say.
What is?
Why, what else? My good lady, you are in luck.
How so?
Haven't you told them? It's about you and your husband. It seems you won't have to die after all.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What did you say?
He said you won't have to die after all.
Of boredom, he means. Well, don't stand there like a ninny, Ian, tea all over you. Yeah, but sit down, sit down.
Yes, to be sure.
Sorry, I seem to have spilled my tea.
You see, Mrs. R., she was the only one of her kind. Specialized in honeymooners. That was her freight then, yes. Oh, yes. Young people in love. Ah, marvelous.
The drinks.
Ah, yes.
You see, that's what makes your presence so...
Sweet?
No. Well, it was that. It certainly was that. Young married couples, you see, that's all you'd ever see. Full of juice and the moon in their eyes. All those children trying to act grown up and worldly and used to it. And everyone as nervous as a mouse. Yes.
But that sort of thing, it lasted for only a few days. The Lady Anne gave them time to know each other. Oh, she was a wise ship. Cheers.
Cheers.
Everything was arranged for young people. Love has its own point of view, you know. It sees things larger than life. Nothing is too ornate or too fancy or too dramatic. If it is a good love, it demands the theatrical and then transfigures it. Turns the grotesque into the lovely, as a child does. With it, we can see what we wish to see in people. Without it, we cannot see it all. We can search forever. How a shipping line ever found that vision, I cannot imagine. But they made the Lady Anne into an enchanted gondola and took that moment of happiness and pure sweet pain all lovers have and made the moment live for 2 unspeakably pleasant weeks.
Well, they get the drift, my dear. There's no need to go gooey.
But I feel gooey.
The same is true for all of us, actually. Bolshia Jones and his wife over there, the bald chap. Engineer in his day, and a good one. The Whiteways.
Next to them, Lord Bristow, with his cigar. Nice enough, but he's getting on.
And there's old Champion. Innes Champion, the writer, adventure stories, that sort of thing. Quite a droll fellow, though you wouldn't guess it now. Widower, you know. Aye, and his wife. There was a wild thing. She passed on in... Oh, can't be sure of the date.
What about you, Mr. Burgess?
The same. We'd planned this trip together, but...
Have you a picture?
In my breast pocket, over my heart.
She's very beautiful.
Ah. Oh, my dear, please. This is purely temporary. I shall be with her soon.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, there, dear. It's all right. None of it really matters if you're in love. You are in love, aren't you, Mr. Ransom?
Yes, of course.
Well, that's the only thing that counts, you know. Everything else perishes.
Now you've made her cry.
Oh, perfectly all right. I cry all the time, don't I, Toby?
All the time?
Well, I don't. Why don't you two go out and get some fresh air? Do you good. Fog or no fog.
That might be a good idea.
Yes. We'll see you later.
Of course you will.
I think they're all very, very nice.
What is going on? The sun.
What about it?
It's behind us. It was over there, and now it's... We're heading north.
So we're heading north.
We should be heading east.
Blame it on me. Everything else is my fault. Why not this?
There you go. Starting again. I don't know what I'm doing here. Look at them down there playing shuffleboard. Or sitting, wrapped up in their blankets. Really, Eileen, this whole idea was ridiculous. Eileen? Eileen, where are you? Eileen? Eileen!
I thought you did get rather gooey there, my dear, but you know, I rather liked it.
Gooey.
No!
Oh, Mr. Ransom.
I say, is something the matter?
I can't find my wife. We were standing over there at the rail. She was right behind me. You don't think anything could have happened to her, do you?
Oh, no, I doubt that. It's rather difficult to fall overboard.
Oh, yes, yes.
Eileen! 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 Eileen? Stuart, have you seen my wife?
No, sir, but I wouldn't worry.
I want this ship searched.
I'll take the liberty of alerting the crew. Have you tried the library?
Eileen?
Not here, sir.
She's got to be somewhere.
Still looking, sir.
Haven't you found her yet?
Easy, sir. We'll let you know.
Eileen? Eileen, where are you?
turned up yet?
No, I searched everywhere.
She'll turn up. Have a nip with me. Come on, boy. Let's go inside. Yeah, maybe she's inside. Come on. Let's go into the Imperial Lounge, what? Two whiskeys. Make 'em strong.
I can't believe it. She's gone.
It does seem that way. But of course it isn't so. You've just missed her.
You don't know how much.
A toast to the Lady Anne. Here, here.
Oh, yes.
Here, here.
The Lady Anne. Yes. It's a pity. What's going to happen?
A crime. An evil, black-hearted crime.
Easy, Burgess, easy.
Easy? Gad, they want to scrap the lady.
Outlived her usefulness?
Nonsense. A little slow, perhaps. Speed. That's all that counts now. Why? What's the rush, eh, Ransom?
I see your point.
Freddie, another gin. That's the state of the world today. It's a plot, doubtless of communist origin.
Who wound him up? Burgess, do sit down.
Haven't you eyes, man? The Lady Anne was condemned because she represents a better way of life. She's grace and manners and tradition. She's the Empire.
I say, somebody turn him off.
Silence, Adicott. The beasts are at the gate, and we stand about like statues, with our medals gone to rust and our swords broken. Soon they'll reach up their hairy hands and pull the Queen down from her throne. Scrap the lady? They'll scrap the world.
Poor chap. He'll feel better later at the party. Another drink, Mr. Ransom. Mr. Ransom?
Pour me one, too.
Honey, where have you been?
I decided to take a nap on our swan bed.
You mean you were here all the time? But I've been searching for you.
I'm here. I've always been here.
Oh, Eileen.
Are you drunk?
Maybe so, or maybe this is the first time in 6 years that I've been sober. What's that you're wearing?
The nightgown? Oh, Mrs. Mackenzie gave it to me. She wore it on her honeymoon.
It's beautiful. You're beautiful. This whole stupid world is beautiful.
What happened to you?
I don't know. But I'm going to try not to forget. I'm going to try very hard.
Oh, Alan?
Will you look at all this? Balloons, ribbons.
Over here!
Join us, please.
Mrs. Mackenzie!
Oh, come on. Drink up. The champagne's getting warm. Well, you found her.
Oh, you're as bad as Alan.
I think we'd like you to meet Captain Prothero. Mr. and Mrs. Ransom.
Happy to meet you, sir.
My pleasure. You've had a pleasant voyage, I trust.
Oh, yes.
We're grateful to be a part of it.
Indeed. Your presence has been good for us as well. You packed your things?
Shh. They don't know yet.
Oh, well, I suppose it doesn't matter.
Know what?
Nothing important. If you'll excuse me, I have to make some preparations. Be back shortly.
You look positively radiant, my dear. The Lady Anne has worked her magic on you.
She... and you. All of you.
I'd forgotten some things. How to relax. I was so busy, I lost sight of what's important. It won't happen again.
I say, let's drink to that.
Have the engines stopped?
Oh, nothing to worry about. Cheers.
Mr. Burgess, why are we having a party now? We're only partway there.
You'll understand soon enough. Who needs a reason to party?
Mrs. Ransom, may I have this dance?
I have been waiting for someone to ask.
Mrs. Mackenzie? I'm not very good, but...
Oh, delighted, Mr. Ransom.
Oh, splendid. Oh, very nice.
Well, I see they haven't gotten them fixed.
What?
The engines.
The engines? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the engines.
Ready now? Your luggage has been collected.
Luggage?
Really? Should have told them.
Didn't want to spoil the party.
Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Why should our luggage be moved?
Because, my friends, we're putting you off the ship.
You're what?
Are we in trouble?
No, nothing like that.
They'll come to understand.
Maybe so, but we don't understand now, and we're not going anywhere until we do.
I'm afraid there isn't any choice. Follow me, please.
Alan?
Is this some kind of gag? You don't just put passengers off a ship in mid-ocean.
Steward!
Captain!
Draw your pistol.
Yes, sir.
You're kidding, aren't you?
If you'll do as the captain says. This way.
I tell you what, we'll all go.
Alan, what's going on?
You can't be serious.
There's nothing to worry about, my boy. Your exact position has been radioed. Even now, help is on the way.
Alan, I'm not kidding.
Captain, this is outrageous.
Your luggage is in the boat. Flowers, a tin of biscuits.
Champagne? I thought of that.
The lifeboat sends out a signal so you'll be picked up straight away. Everything you need, really.
Except a reason.
It's time we were off.
Into the boat with you.
No, please,
But why? Is it something we've done?
Not a bit of it.
Then tell us. You can't do this without a reason.
Cause, my boy, you can't go with us. Not yet.
Yes, come along.
Not where we're going.
Oh, no.
Step carefully, please.
We liked you people. We thought you liked us.
They do, Alan. Don't you see? They do.
Lower away.
Don't forget the blankets.
Alan, look. Everyone's at the rail.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I say, what are those papers, dear?
They're your letters, Toby. Don't you remember, dear? I've kept them for so long.
You're throwing them overboard?
They deserve a proper burial at sea. I won't be needing them now, will I?
No, dear. Not anymore.
Listen, the engines are starting again. So are we.
We will. I promise you.
Here's a blanket.
I don't need it.
Aren't you cold, darling?
Not with your arms around me. I don't think I've ever felt so warm in my life. Do you think we'll see them again?
Yes. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Lady Anne never reached port. The ransoms were picked up by a cutter a few hours later, just as the captain promised. They searched the newspapers but found no mention of the Lady Anne. The ship, with all its crew and passengers, went down in the mid-Atlantic, or so it was said. But Alan and Eileen knew better. They knew it had sailed on to a better port, its final destination on a distant shore called the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Passage on the Lady Anne, starring Martin Jarvis and Rosalind Ayres, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Pasquesi, Anne Somerville, Jim McCants, Joby Cerny, Eleanor Weingart, Martin Astrop, and Nick Ruddle. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. This is Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Okay, honey, sit down.
Okay.
I got a little gift for you. Here it
you
is.
shouldn't have. It's heavy.
You like it?
Well, it's a cookbook.
Happy birthday, Susan.
It's a cookbook.
Well, I thought your cooking could stand some improvement, you know.
Oh, that's real nice.
Well, come on, aren't you going to look inside?
Oh. Oh, now that's more like it.
Well, I'm not good at buying jewelry on my own. I had to guess the size of the ring. Think it'll fit?
It's a little snug. I can get it resized. Do you have the receipt?
Is that important?
Kind of. Think of it as Exhibit A, Officer Sternwood.
Right. I'll try to remember what I did with it. In the meantime, I gotta go. Crime's not gonna fight itself.
Oh, Paul. Do you have to go?
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance, and today kind of snuck up on me. And
My birthday snuck up on you?
that didn't come out the way I meant it to.
Uh-huh, I bet. Can't you call in sick?
Yeah, they would definitely never suspect that. Look, keep yourself occupied for a few hours. I kept the pages I cut out of that cookbook. Maybe you could read through them. I will be back tonight. And then we will celebrate properly.
You better, officer.
Okay, I'm coming in. Putting the gun away. No gun. Everything's gonna be okay. Now listen, Benny. Can I call you Benny? Look, I know you're not angry at these people. They haven't done anything to you. They just want to grab a burger and get on with their day. Now, whatever it is you're upset about, it's not right to take it out on them. Now, you're the one with the gun. You can do whatever you want. And I believe you are a decent man. You don't really want to hurt anybody. Look, we all just want to go home. You, them, me. Especially me. My wife's already mad at me for working on her birthday. And if I'm late for dinner, she's gonna kill me.
Susan! Susan! Hey, Susan, are you in there?
Oscar, what's the matter?
Susan, your paper? It was on the porch. It looks like it might rain, and, well, I didn't want it to get wet. So, are you okay, Susan? Wow, you look awful.
Oh, well, I was just... I overslept. Had a bad dream.
Oh, man. Well, about Paul again?
How do you know about that?
Well, you told me. You know, on our date.
We had one drink together, Oscar. That doesn't constitute a date.
Well, maybe it should.
Oscar, please don't do this.
Look, Susan, Paul's been dead, what, 3 years now?
2 years, Oscar.
Susan, we've all lost someone special to us.
Oscar, I'm sorry about your mother. From what you've told me, she sounds like she was a lovely woman.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she was everything to me.
But I really think that... Hey, is that the phone ringing?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely my phone. You better get inside before it rains. Bye now.
Into everyone's lives, opportunity in one form or another is apt to come knocking. But opportunity is about to present itself to Mrs. Susan Sternwood, widow, in the form of one Hal Scratchman, traveling salesman. And through this rather improbable gentleman, she will learn that the road less traveled is often so for a reason, because in this instance, that road leads directly into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oscar, look,
Not who you were expecting.
I'm sorry. I thought... can I help you?
Well, I'm supposed to sell you what's in here.
I'm afraid I don't buy from door-to-door salesmen.
I'll settle for coming in out of the rain.
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you, but...
Lady, I'm begging you. I'm drowning here.
Okay. Just for a minute. But I'm not buying anything.
Understood. Thanks. Phew. Can't get used to the weather in this city.
Oh? Not from around here?
No, I come from some place warmer. Can I sit down for a few minutes?
Well, actually...
Oh, I won't ruin your furniture. I'll just sit on this newspaper. Thanks.
You're welcome, Mr...
Scratchman. You can call me Hal.
Like the Paul Simon song.
Hal. Hal.
Hal.
Look, I know you said you're not going to buy anything.
I'm not.
And I respect that. I really do. But do you mind if I at least show you my merchandise? That way I can scratch you off my list, maybe go home a little early tonight.
I guess. But I want you to understand that I'm...
Oh, it's clear. I would never force anybody into anything they don't want to do.
So what do you have in there? Watches? Clocks?
Not clocks. A clock. Here, take a look. Horrible, isn't it?
Ooh, it looks like something out of a horror movie. Black with a red dial.
I think the man who designed it had issues. But it's so much more than just a clock.
It's one ugly clock, and I'm not buying it, Hal.
This is no ordinary clock. You see, it doesn't just record the passage of time. It is time.
Look, Mr...
No interruptions, please. This is a very delicate operation. I'll just set the dial back 5 minutes. Aren't you going to get it?
Yes?
Mrs. Sternwood, glad to see you again. Okay if I come in? It's raining pretty bad.
But you were just over there. You sat in that chair.
Yes, and in 5 minutes' time I will be again. Pretty cute, eh?
It's impossible.
Admit it. You're impressed. And I bet you're wondering...
Take me back in time?
Yes. And a little more than 5 minutes. How about to the day of your husband's murder?
Paul.
I guess a wife of a cop has to be ready for the possibility that a husband may not come home one day. But that doesn't make it any easier, am I right? And on your birthday, too.
How do you know all this?
I like to keep well informed. I have a file on you, but it's back at the office, so what do you say?
Say about what?
Going back? Back to the morning of Paul's murder. Say, just before he left for work. You could plead with him, lock him in the bathroom, whatever you feel like. I leave that part up to you. Anything to stop him from answering that robbery call on his way to the precinct. So what do you say?
Yes.
You might want to take a while to think it through.
Yes.
Okay, we have a sale. But before we start down this path, I think we need to discuss terms.
Do I have to sign something in blood?
Blood? Eee.
No, I'm sorry. I just thought...
No signing, and definitely not in blood. I'll settle for a handshake.
A handshake?
And what's the matter? My hands are clean.
Oh, no, it's fine. A handshake is fine.
Then put her there, partner.
All right. Fine, good. There. What next?
Now we turn back the clock. Be seeing you, Susan.
Paul? Paul?
Oh. What is it, honey? Was I snoring again?
No. No, you weren't snoring.
So what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Nothing at all. You're fine, Paul. Everything's fine.
What time is it, honey? Honey? Whoa! Honey, whose birthday is it? Seriously, there's some pretty strict rules about misuse of handcuffs. Come on, let me out. I gotta get to work. Honey? Susan? Honey?
Mm-hmm.
Susan?
Yeah, well, hopefully it's just a 24-hour virus. Paul was throwing up all night. I really don't think he's fit for duty today.
Susan?
Okay, I'll tell him. Oh, and if you could pass the word on to Captain Roberts. Oh, thanks, Mike.
That was not cool, Susan.
Paul!
Do you know how late I'm gonna be? I am so dead.
How did you get free?
Think I don't know how to open a pair of handcuffs? Was that supposed to be funny? Because I'm not laughing here. What's the idea?
Paul, I just don't want you to go to work today.
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance.
And today kind of snuck up on you.
I wasn't going to say that.
Look, it doesn't matter. You're not going to work today, and that's final.
Honey, crime doesn't fight itself.
Stop saying that.
What? I just thought of it.
You always say that. I hear it every time I sleep.
Man, I don't know what's up with you today. I didn't forget your birthday, but it's too late to give you your present. I gotta go. We'll pick this up tonight.
Too late, Paul. I already called and said you were sick.
You did what? Look, forget it. I have to go.
You're not going anywhere. Get back, Paul. I mean it.
Susan, what the hell?
You're staying right
Are you
here.
insane?
If you go out of this house today, you are going to get yourself killed.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna shoot me to stop me from being killed. Do you know how nuts that sounds?
Paul, I am begging you. Don't go.
Hey, honey, look, it's okay. I'll call in sick. No, come on. Put that down. And we can open your birthday present.
Oh, Paul. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, now, I have to explain. The present is kind of a joke, so don't get mad.
I know I must have looked completely crazy. I've never acted like that around him before. I've never done anything like that before. I've had no reason to. But this... Well, and of course, Paul insisted I get some help. What could I say?
Mm-hmm.
I pulled a gun on him. That's why I came to you, Dr. Paxton. I can't tell Paul what I really think happened. That he was killed. That I lived 2 whole years without him. And that I somehow went back through time and prevented it. It has to be a hallucination. But the thing is...
Go on, Susan.
The thing is... I guess I went to sleep one night, woke up the next, and in the meantime, I accumulated 2 years' worth of false memories. Like when Victoria Principal got up and found Bobby in her shower. Oh, but why did I hallucinate that my husband was murdered? Why, Doctor?
Uh-huh. It's certainly a delusion of an extremely lucid sort. And what about the salesman, this, Al Scratchman?
Hal Scratchman.
Uh-huh.
It really doesn't matter, right? I just made him up too, I guess. But what part of my imagination he came from, I have no idea. I thought my memories of him would grow fainter each day, but I remember everything, down to the smallest detail. Every time I pick up a magazine, I feel like I've seen it before. Every time I turn on the news, I think I've already heard it.
Fascinating.
And that's the most frightening thing about it.
How so?
Because if I really do think that, the delusion isn't over yet. I must still be crazy. Paul thinks I'm crazy. Do you think I'm crazy, Doctor?
I don't think that, Susan.
I mean, if I didn't believe you, who would?
It's you.
Believe it, baby. It talks. So how have you been?
Where's Dr. Paxton?
Out visiting one of his more expensive patients. No offense. I came in here, saw you lying on the couch, couldn't resist taking his place, finding out what's been going on with you. Oh, this is a great office. Look at that view. That is $1 million view right there. And air conditioning. I love air conditioning. I can never turn it up high enough.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this isn't happening.
Oh, you've got to love psychiatry. Everyone has so many problems and nobody gets any better.
I don't know what's happening or why it's happening, but thank you, I guess. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Hal.
You are not going anywhere, Susan. You like that? Sorry, did I send you a little then? I don't often do the fire-breathing thing anymore. It's hell on the lungs.
Okay, I believe you. You're the devil.
You can still call me Hal. I like to keep things informal, but at least we understand each other. I'm the devil, and you made a deal with the devil. But what is puzzling you is the nature of my game.
Well, if you don't want my soul...
Oh, again with the soul. Look, I gave you your husband back, correct?
I thought the clock did that.
Yes, my clock. You get 1 life from me, so I want 3 back in return.
3 what?
3 lives. Weren't you listening? It can be anyone you want. People you know and dislike, people you don't know and don't care about.
Wait a minute. You want me to kill somebody?
3 somebodies. 3.
I can't kill anyone.
Now, how can you say that? I bet you haven't even tried.
I'm not going to do that for you or for anybody.
Well, I hate to bring this up, Susan, but we had an agreement. We shook on it. Remember?
I'm begging you. If there's anything else I can do for you, anything at all.
I'm sorry, Susan. It looks like our time is up.
Hi, honey, you're home.
Paul, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Why? Do you have plans?
Of course not.
You okay? You seem a little jumpy.
I'm just cold.
So, how was your session with Dr. Paxton?
Fine. Same as ever.
Are we eating out, ordering in, or what?
I thought we could... Paul, where did that come from?
Where did what come from? Oh, the clock. Hey, pretty cool, huh?
Paul, where did you get that?
Oscar found it.
Oscar?
Yeah, he stopped by, wanted to borrow my power drill. I said it was somewhere in the basement and he could help himself. Half an hour later, he came back up with the drill and this. Isn't it neat?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little odd looking at first, sure, with all the black and the red dial, but...
Paul, I just don't want it in the house. I want to get rid of it.
Aw, do we have to? I really like it. Susan, what's the matter?
It's so... heavy. I can't budge it.
Oh, come on. Here, let me try. Oh, sorry. Good thing that beer can was empty. Clock seems fine to me. You need to work out more.
Paul, if you can move it, would you mind putting it back where you found it?
Sure, I could, but I don't know. I just don't want to. I think it seems good right where it is, don't you think? Why, are you sorry you bought it?
No. No, I'm not, Paul. Not for 1 second.
All right, well, I'm going to get another beer. You want one?
How about a coffee?
Wow, living dangerously, huh? One coffee coming up.
His fate is tied to the clock. He can't help himself.
Hal, where are you?
In here.
Where?
Over here. In the TV.
What have you done to my husband?
You mean apart from subverting the very nature of time and the universe in order to bring him back to life for you? Nothing. He can't understand why the clock's so important to him, but you can.
I don't want that thing in my house.
Sorry. Like the 3 lives thing, it's non-negotiable.
I moved that clock before. Why can't I move it now?
Because I don't want you to. I want it there as a reminder. We have a business arrangement. We could have handled this amicably, gone our separate ways, but no! You had to turn the murders of 3 people into a big deal. So now, I'm playing hardball. Time's running out, and so is my patience. Tick-tock, honey. Remember? Oh, Susan, sweetie, do you think you could change the channel? I think they're showing Ice Station Zebra over...
Sorry, Hal. That is the end of our broadcast day.
Coffee's up. Hey, why'd you turn off the TV?
Bad for your eyes. Let's listen to the radio.
That was 3 is the magic number. And that goes out to Susan
On second thought, let's go out. I'm hungry.
Hi, Susan. How was dinner last night? Did you go with the Italian in the end?
You know, Hal, I'm not even surprised when you show up anymore.
Pretty neat trick with the TV yesterday, huh? You see me on that late-night rerun of Northern Exposure?
I don't watch late-night TV.
Really? Well, that was a waste of time. Wait a second. If it wasn't you, who was that? Who cares? Look, I think maybe we got off on the wrong foot.
Don't you mean the wrong hoof?
Oh, that's good. I like that. Just because your entire world could fall to pieces like that doesn't mean that you can't face up to things with a, what's the saying?
A devil-may-care attitude?
Act a girl! Act a girl. Now you're getting it.
Listen, Hal, I was just on my way to get some lunch, but one of my girlfriends bailed out on me. I hate to eat alone, so... Care to join me?
So you're telling me you want to dine with the devil?
Well, it's just lunch. But why not?
Are you ready to order?
Oh, I'll have the special.
And for you, sir?
Do you have any of that soup? The one you serve cold?
Oh, gazpacho.
I'll have that.
Anything to drink?
Nothing for me.
Yes, something with a lot of ice.
Okay.
Forget the drink, just bring me a glass full of ice.
Just ice.
Uh-huh. Come on, minimum wage, hop to it.
That wasn't nice.
All part of the service. So have you given it any more thought?
You mean, who should I kill for you?
Hey, you know who's good? The homeless.
The homeless?
Well, think about it. They're missing persons who aren't really missing. One more or less in the world who cares. I mean, it's not like anyone's keeping score.
Don't you think those poor people have suffered enough?
I'm the devil! I don't think anyone's suffered enough. And please don't try to pretend you care, Susan.
I always give to the homeless.
What do you want me to say? Good for you? I'm not in the good for you business. Have you ever thought it might be a blessed release for some of them?
I doubt you're in the blessed release business either, Hal.
Your ice, sir.
If I found out you spat in this, there's going to be hell to pay. There's just one thing you guys have to do to be happy. Just one. Be nice to each other. And that's all. But no, you can't do it. I don't know why. I chalk it up to some sort of design flaw. Well, that's how you people are wired, I guess. And by people, I mean all people, everywhere, even the Swiss.
What's different about the Swiss?
Nothing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Keep up, darling. The way I see it, you needed someone to pin it all on, someone to take responsibility for all the badness. You needed me. You wished for me. You created me. Can I call you Mum?
Under no circumstances.
There. Now you know. I never told anybody that before.
Why?
Nobody ever asked me. They're all too worried about their own problems.
Not me.
Then you're dumber than you look.
I like to hear you talk. I mean, really talk. And they say confession is good for the soul.
No. We never use the S word at the dinner table.
You know, Hal, you're really not such a bad guy.
Don't be spreading that around. I've got a reputation to uphold. Hey! Can I get a little service here? My stomach thinks my throat's been cut.
Hal.
What? I'm hungry. It's funny because it's true.
Oh, that's a great story.
I got 1,000,000 of them. Literally 1,000,000. With you, it'll be 1,000,001.
1,000,000 sounds like a better number.
What do you mean?
Hal, I think we made a real connection here today. I think we could even be friends. And friends don't spoil things by letting business get in the way.
You mean you want me to...
Forget about the deal, Hal. Let Paul live. Give me a break. What do you say? Friends?
I say... time's up, princess.
What?
3 dead. You have 1 hour. Just 1. Or I take the clock, your husband, and your future.
But...
I told you I couldn't be conned, Susan.
I'm not conning you. I really like you.
Yeah, sure you do. The one time I let down my guard. The one time. You know how hard it is for me to open up to people?
Hal, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm going now. I hope you'll understand if I don't pick up the check. And if there is a shred of decency in you, you won't touch my lemon sorbet when it arrives.
Hal, are you crying?
No. I just have some brimstone in my eye. I have to go.
Hello, Susan.
Paul, do you even go to work anymore?
Who is he, Susan?
Who is who? Paul, what are you talking about?
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? Just don't do it.
I'm not pretending. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
I know about the other man, Susan.
Are you crazy? There is no other man.
Oscar told me all about him.
Oh.
He's seen the two of you together. He's heard you talking.
And you believe him, Oscar? Come on, Paul, I thought you were smarter than that.
All right, deny you had lunch with him today. Yeah.
Look, it's nothing, okay? It's nothing.
Then who is he?
I can't tell you that.
Why not?
It's complicated.
How complicated can it be?
You have no idea.
Then why don't you uncomplicate it for him, Susie?
What the hell?
Hal, what are you doing here?
You never called. And after I gave you my number. You're out of ice cream, by the way.
Is this him? Are you him?
I'm him. Or do I mean I am he? Grammar.
Paul, it's not what you think. This man, Mr. Scratchman Hal, he's a traveling salesman. He came to my door one day. It was raining, so I let him in.
Oh, so you're kidding me, right?
No, he was selling clocks. Or a clock. The clock over there. I bought it, and that's all.
Do you think that's all, Paul?
If that's all, why is he here now? How did he let himself in? Did you give him a key?
No!
See? Always thinking. Natural-born cop. Suspicious, too. I like that about him. We could do business sometime.
Go to hell.
Not until I'm done here. And you, Susan, you're a real disappointment to me.
What is he talking about? Is he crazy?
He's the devil, Paul.
The Are you crazy?
Now, don't make me do the fire breath thing twice in 1 week. It's a real killer.
Paul, I know how this sounds, but Hal really is the devil. And I made a deal with the devil. For you.
Huh? Have you lost your mind? This isn't happening.
It shouldn't be happening. You should be dead.
For what it's worth, Paul, your wife really does love you, but not enough. She'd be happy to die for you, but not to kill for you. So today, I'm the repo man.
I don't believe in the devil, and I don't believe...
Paul, shut up!
What did you do to him?
I stopped the clock, which stopped him. He was boring me.
Paul? Can you hear me, Paul?
He can't hear you. As far as he's concerned, there's nothing to hear. We're in a gap between seconds.
Hal, we need to talk. I need you to understand.
It's too late, Susan. You're out of time. I'm out of patience. We both know that you'll never give me those 3 lives.
You're right. There's nothing I can say to you, is there?
Anything that you could say that I'd want to hear would just be a lie, wouldn't it?
I guess so. Just take the clock and go, Hal. Will I ever see you again?
Probably not.
Good. Now do what you have to do. I can't take this anymore. Do you just turn the hands forward again, or...?
Something a little more final. Bye, Susan.
Bye, Hal. Be good.
Fat chance.
Paul? 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 So, how have you been? I've been away for a while, Jan. Well, I mean, maybe not away, but not really here.
Susan, honey, you're not making any sense.
Oh, I know, sorry about that. Let's just say I've been on a journey of personal discovery.
Ah, trying to get your groove back.
Uh-huh. Oh, believe me, Jan, I did not go willingly. Oh. But I found something out about myself.
What was that?
That I'm gonna be fine. Just fine.
I knew that. We all knew that. But what I really want to know is, did you meet any men on this personal journey of yours?
Oh, I met... Oh, look, I'll be there in half an hour. I'll tell you all about it when I see you, okay?
Okay, you'd better. Or I'll tell you as much as I can. Susan, my dear, today is the first day of the rest.
Oh, God! He hit her! I don't believe it, he just hit her! Oh, my. Oh, my. I can't believe I really did it.
You did fine, Oscar. Just fine. You've only got 2 more to go, so let's get moving. Tick-tock, Oscar. Tick-tock.
Okay, just tell me I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, it is the right thing, Oscar. Remember, you're doing this for your mother.
That's right. I did it for Mom. I did it for Mom. For Mom.
A word to the wary. If you should happen to receive a visit from a man who makes you an offer that seems too good to be true, don't even think twice. Lock your doors, bolt your windows, and check your clocks, because the time of your life might just be the end of someone else's in the Twilight Zone.
The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Matthew Elliott. Heard in the cast were Anne Sonneville, Jeff Lupetin, Joby Cerny, David Darlow, Saskia Volkers, and Patrick Francis. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here's to Michael Franklin, in honor of the most stunning, ruthless stewardship of a corporate takeover I've ever seen.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everyone. And may I just say, I absolutely deserve it.
I know you've had your eye on that corner office for some time. Well, it's yours.
Actually, Alan, I have my eye on the corporate suite.
What? That's my office.
Exactly.
Careful, Michael. Your ambition is showing.
Well, my ambition is what made this deal happen. My ambition is what allows our billable hours to skyrocket every quarter. And my ambition is what will eventually lead me to not only your office, Alan, but to your company-paid condo, your company-paid Mercedes, and your company-paid weekly $200 haircuts and manicures. Just kidding.
I have to admit, you had me going there, Michael. I have no doubt that someday you will occupy my seat in the company.
We'll have to wait and see what the future holds.
Tut tut, no harm in celebrating. Speaking of the future, check out that wild-looking old woman sitting behind the table.
Wearing that colorful headscarf with all the jewelry? She looks like a contestant for Best Halloween Costume.
No, I think she's telling fortunes. See how she's looking at that guy's hand? Let's go see what she has to say.
Alan, you don't believe in this stuff, do you?
Of course not. It's just for fun. On the other hand, maybe she can give us a hot tip for our next takeover target.
The warnings of the tea leaves, for they are never wrong. I see there are 2 more supplicants who wish to learn about their futures.
Make that 1 supplicant. I'm not playing.
Oh, go ahead, Michael. What can it hurt?
I put my faith in real things, Alan, like profits and a well-written prospectus and a robust return on an investment dollar.
And people?
People are the least reliable things on the planet.
Well, anyway, I'll spring for your reading. How much is it, please?
For this most rare and deep connection to the mystic masters of the cosmos, the charge is $5.
$5? Ooh. It's highway robbery.
All in good fun and worth $5 to find out what's next for the amazing Michael Franklin. There you are, my good woman.
The mystic masters thank you.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Please be seated and give me your right hand.
What's wrong with my left hand?
The right hand crosses the body's meridian, connecting directly to the humors of the heart through the intercession of the soul.
Oh, I'll say this for you. You've got the sales pitch down pat.
Please close your eyes and focus your thoughts on your inner golden light.
I would have guessed that green is your color.
Michael, quiet.
All right, I'm quiet. I'm focused.
Watch as the golden light moves toward you. Slowly, it surrounds your consciousness. Surrender to its mystery.
I never surrender.
The mystic masters perceive you as a man who values work above all else.
She's got that right.
She could have said the same thing about anybody in this bar.
There are people in your past who have suffered a disconnection with you. Spirits are left unsatisfied.
Well, it can't be old girlfriends. It doesn't take time to go on dates.
Your soul is troubled.
My soul is just fine. Thank you very much.
There's something strange. I am attempting to discern your future, but I cannot.
I could have told you that. No offense.
What's the matter?
The reading is over.
What? Hey, we paid you to tell us fortune.
Here is your money back. I cannot complete the reading.
Now look, lady, I don't believe in all this hocus pocus, but a deal's a deal. Just tell me I'm going to be the richest man in the world, and you can keep the $5.
I do not take lightly the readings of the soul.
I'm going to go complain to the manager.
Alan, hold on, Alan. Look, we don't want to cause you any trouble, lady, all right? Just say what's on your mind, and we'll leave.
Very well. I will tell you what the mystic masters have divined. May the Lord have mercy on your soul.
What is it? Alan's gonna fire me? I'm gonna lose my hair?
Your future is very clear, and it is this. In 10 days, you will be dead.
What?
I don't think that's very funny.
The signs are serious, and the reading is true.
What kind of scam is this?
Come on, Michael. Don't let it ruin your night.
You know, lady, we were humoring you by coming over here. The least you could do is play along and not be such a downer.
I did not wish to reveal your fate. You insisted that I do. When the clock strikes midnight on the 10th day to come, you will be dead.
And now what? And no. Don't tell me. Let me guess. I pay you another $5, and you tell me how I can avoid this terrible fate.
That is impossible. Your fate is sealed.
Let's go get a beer. Come on, Michael.
Fine. See, it's been a real pleasure spending time with you, ma'am. Alan, I'm heading home. I got some paperwork to finish anyway.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Suddenly, I don't know, I just lost my desire for celebration.
Okay, buddy. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I'll be dead in 10 days. Jeez. Yeah. Con artist. Hey. Come on. Where's a taxi when you need one? Oh. Hey, taxi! Taxi over here!
Hey, where to, buddy?
Take me to...
Hey, pal, you okay?
Feel dizzy.
You don't look so good.
I need...
Hey, buddy. Oh my gosh, he passed out. Gotta get him to the hospital.
Mr. Franklin, can you hear me?
Where am I?
You're in the emergency room at Samaritan Hospital.
What happened? What's going on?
Easy, please. Don't try to sit up right away. You're still recovering from the anesthesia.
Anesthesia?
Yes.
For what?
You were brought here because you passed out in a taxicab. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
We performed some tests on you. Blood pressure, heart. Everything was normal.
Well, then, I don't get it. Then why am I...
In an abundance of caution, we gave you an MRI. I'm afraid we found something unusual.
Oh. Well, what does that mean?
There's a dark spot on the X-ray of your brain. We don't know what it is until we perform more tests, of course, but I must impress on you. This is a very serious situation.
Well, what happens next?
I'd like to check you into the hospital for further procedures. We can consider options for chemotherapy and radiation right away.
But I feel fine. I'm in great shape.
Cancer has no respect for those issues, I'm afraid.
How long do I have? A few years?
Given the size of your anomaly, I suspect that your prognosis is dire.
And how long? 6 months?
It could be a matter of days. I'm very sorry, Mr. Franklin. I will send a nurse in to take your information, all right?
Days, wait. The old woman in the bar, she was right. I'll be dead in 10 days.
portrait of a man frozen in the amber of fear. Michael Franklin, workaholic captain of industry, ruthless to his enemies and dismissive of routine human interaction. Given a prognosis that would send a chill of terror down the spine of the most stalwart of men, he is faced with the rising specter of his own mortality. But even worse, he stares into the rear-view mirror of a life only half-lived. Devoid of true friendship, with only a string of consummated business deals to mark his measure, Michael Franklin is about to embark on a frightful journey of self-examination that can only be experienced in the land between regret and insistent memory, a land we like to call the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, 10 Days, starring Ned Bellamy with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Nurse! What happened to the patient who is in this bed, Mr. Franklin?
I just saw him a moment ago, Doctor.
I have no information about his condition. Oh, I certainly hope he isn't about to do something foolish.
Is Alan in yet?
Oh, yes, Mr. Franklin. Are you all right, Mr. Franklin?
I'm fine.
I don't believe I've ever seen you in the office without shaving or changing your clothes from yesterday.
I was in a hurry this morning. Is he in a meeting?
He just finished a call.
Fine. I'll only need a minute.
Oh, but he's got another appointment at...
I'll only be a minute.
Michael, you look like you haven't been to sleep all night. Isn't that the suit you wore yesterday? Don't tell me you went out to celebrate without me.
Alan, I quit.
Yeah, me too.
Alan, listen to me. I'm quitting.
This is some kind of joke, right?
I would appreciate it if you would expedite the disposition of my account. I want to close out my portfolio. I'm cashing in my stocks. I need my retirement funds and my annual bonus, every bit of it.
Michael, you're talking crazy. What are you doing? What's this all about?
What part didn't you understand?
I mean, you can't just quit.
But I just did.
What on earth for?
Personal reasons.
Personal reasons? After all these years of working together, you offer me that?
Correct.
Michael, if this has something to do with that crazy old woman who told your fortune last night...
It's not that. I just decided to take my career in a different direction. I've just been thinking about making this move for a long time.
I don't believe you.
Alan, no offense, but I don't care if you believe me or not. I've made my decision, and I'd like you to honor it.
You realize that if you disassemble your corporate portfolio early, there will be substantial penalties. Not to mention the perks you'll be losing. The company car, the country club membership, the center court basketball tickets.
Can you have the accounting department wrap everything up right away? Oh, and I'd appreciate all of the various income streams to be folded into one check.
That check will be worth several $1 million.
Yes.
Well, I can't say I approve of what you're doing, and I can only hope you have a good reason, even if you won't tell me.
Could you make the call, please? I'm in a bit of a hurry.
After 12 years, I don't see why there's such a... yes, this is Alan Fisher in corporate. I have it's an unusual request. Michael Franklin has decided to leave the firm, and he wants all of his outstanding monies gathered into one check for immediate pickup. Yes, I understand the amount is substantial. Very good. He'll be right there. All right, Michael. The check is being... Michael? Michael? Where did he go?
May I help you, sir?
I'd like to buy a ticket to Rome, please. Leaving today.
Very good, sir. And on what date would you like to return?
Just a one-way ticket, please.
I just love Rome. The sights, the food, the museums. It's a banquet of...
Yeah, I'm in a hurry. Please.
If you'll just sign here. Will you prefer a window or an aisle seat?
Surprise me.
Mr. Franklin, welcome to the Grand Hotel, Rome's premier destination. Our presidential suite has been prepared. All 3 fireplaces are ablaze, the champagne is on ice, and your veranda opens onto the courtyard where Rome's finest string quartet is waiting to play for you. And of course, an entire staff of valets are at your disposal.
And the concert tickets for this evening?
The limousine will gather you at 6 o'clock. You will be driven directly to the private entrance where a personal elevator will whisk you to the ambassador's box. Only the finest for you, Mr. Franklin.
Bravo! Wonderful!
Excuse me, Mr. Franklin. The young lady in the next box has sent this fine wine to you.
Well, please ask the lady if she would care to join me.
Right away, Mr. Franklin.
I haven't seen you at the theater before. Do you come to Roma very often?
Well, you might say this is a once-in-a-lifetime vacation. I want to see and do everything. All the finest foods, all the finest wines. I want to hear the best music and experience all the riches the world has to offer.
All at once?
Why settle for the ordinary when we can fill our lives with the amazing?
Oh, you are a man of action.
Speaking of action, would you care to dance?
I would love to dance, but not here. There's a fabulous nightclub in the center of the city, very exclusive.
The limousine awaits.
What a wild dancer!
It's not me. It's the champagne.
You're so funny.
I believe I'm slightly tipsy too.
Oh, tipsy. What does it mean?
It means I've had too much to drink, which means I'll probably have a ferocious hangover tomorrow.
Oh, that is too bad.
Oh, but no worries. The way to prevent a hangover is to keep drinking. More champagne! More champagne!
More champagne!
And more dancing! And more dancing!
Michael, are you sure you can afford to buy drinks for the whole restaurant?
That's only money. And look how much fun they're having. Look how much fun I'm having. Waiter! Waiter! Another round for my friends.
3 cheers for a friend Matthew.
It's Michael.
Okay, cheers for Michael.
Michael, are you able to walk?
It's not me. It's the streets that keep moving.
You danced the night away.
And we'll do it again tonight.
The sun rises over the ocean. If I see 1,000,000 mornings, I never grow tired of seeing that sight.
Imagine if you only had a few more to see.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, would you care for some breakfast?
I'm starving.
Then let's go to the best restaurant in the city and order everything on the menu.
I've never met a man like you, Michael. If you want something, you just take it.
Of course.
What's that old saying? Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Michael, what's wrong? You look sad. Did I say something wrong?
Maria, I wanted to ask you something.
What is it, Michael?
Would you care to join me on a small trip?
Where to? Oh, I know a charming village near here. We could have a picnic.
Actually, what I had in mind was Paris.
Paris, France.
And then London. And then Monte Carlo, or Moscow, or Hong Kong. I mean, we could go anywhere in the world.
But what will we do when we get there?
Whatever we want. I'll buy you diamonds, or a new car. Would you like a new car?
Michael, you're making my head swim. I don't need a new car or diamonds.
What then? A yacht?
My life is here, in Rome. I can't just pick up and leave to go hopping from one country to the next.
Why not? You just said you admired me for that very thing.
I admire your freedom, but I have responsibilities. My parents are here, my friends.
Well, they'll be one phone call away.
I can't just leave.
You can do anything you want to, just like me.
Don't you have anyone you feel responsible to?
We were discussing breakfast. Breakfast, that's what we need.
Michael, I asked you a question.
Come, we'll order the most expensive breakfast in town in the most expensive restaurant. We'll have them serve us eggs on plates made of gold.
I'm not really hungry.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
I have things to do.
But what about Paris, London? You're willing to give all that up?
If I left with you, then I would be giving up something.
Like what?
My life here. It's who I am. The people I love, the friends I have.
So window dressing. None of that is important.
And what do you think is important?
I am. And what I want.
I see. Goodbye, Michael.
Fine! I'll go to Paris by myself. There's lots of beautiful women there, too!
Bonsoir, Monsieur Franklin. Welcome to Paris. Your suite is prepared for you with a view of the Seine and
a bottle of champagne on ice, right?
May we?
What did you say your name was?
My name is Angelique.
I'll call you Angel, my beautiful French angel. What about you, my dear?
I am called Giselle.
Ah, Giselle. Giselle, I knew her well.
Oh, you are so silly.
I'm Michael. But why don't you call me Mike? Nobody ever calls me Mike anymore. Not since I was a little boy.
Were you as naughty then as you are now?
I was a good boy. Very smart. In fact, I was smarter than everybody. Did you know that? I was better than all of them.
Oh, you are a good person, Mike. Nobody ever bought me a pearl necklace on the same day I met them.
I'll buy you another one tomorrow. Hey, we need more caviar here. Garçon! More caviar, s'il vous plaît.
But Mike, we have 2 bowls full on the table already.
They're 10 minutes old. We need fresh caviar. Frickin' caviar. Let's dance.
Oh, Mike.
Welcome to London, Mr. Franklin. Your suite has been prepared for you and...
Bottle of champagne on ice. Got it. Let's say, on second thought, cancel my room. Book me on a flight to Monaco. I got an itch to gamble.
Right away, sir. And the number is 29, Greg.
Don't worry about it. It's only money, and there's plenty where that came from. Another 10,000 in chips, please.
Is the gentleman sure he has already lost several $100,000?
If the gentleman wanted to hire a babysitter, the gentleman would have done so. You understand?
As the gentleman wishes.
Mr. Franklin. Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin?
Hello?
Mr. Franklin, your branch is here, sir. Shall I place the champagne bottle next to the bed?
Shall you... Who are you? Where am I?
I am Captain Philippe Duchette. This is the Fandango Dancer, the luxury yacht you rented last evening.
I rented? Was I alone?
The gentleman was escorted by several very attractive ladies, and there was a request for the boat to take you to Australia. But, as you may know, that trip is beyond the range of this vessel.
Wanted you to take me to Australia.
After we received the Alaskan crab, Russian caviar, and of course, the champagne.
I hope I never see another glass of champagne.
What shall I do with the cases that are on the deck?
How many cases did I order?
10.
They're yours. Merry Christmas.
Do you wish to proceed with the cruise?
No, I don't think so.
Very good, sir.
All right. For a week, I've eaten the finest foods, drunk the most expensive champagne. I've slept in the most exquisitely comfortable beds with the most luxurious silk sheets. I've held beautiful women in my arms. I should be the happiest man on earth. I should have a permanent grin tattooed on my face. Why am I so miserable? I'll have a few days left to live. A few days. I need to be somewhere where someone knows me, where I don't have to pay for the company of people. I need to go home. I need to go home. Taxi! Taxi, over here!
Hey, where to, mister?
1020 Clark Street.
Hop in. Looked like that wind was gonna take you away, mister.
We flew in through the storm. It was quite a bumpy landing.
Well, it'll probably blow over soon. Say, I don't think I've seen you around here before.
Well, I haven't lived here for quite some time.
That must be it then. Oak Grove being such a small town and all, I know just about everybody around.
Yeah, well, as I said, it's been a few years.
Just visiting?
That's right.
Family?
Not really.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Michael Franklin.
Your dad was the high school teacher.
That's right.
Oh, I don't think I remember seeing you at the funeral. What was it, 4 years ago?
I wasn't here for the funeral.
You didn't come to your own father's funeral?
Not that it's any business of yours, but I had meetings in Japan and couldn't fly all the way back here. Is that all right with you?
Is it okay with you?
Look, if you don't mind...
You'd prefer if I stopped flapping my gums, right?
Well, I wasn't going to put it like that.
Not to worry. The wife says I'm 99% hot air.
It's just that I've been flying for the better part of 24 hours. Jet lag and all that, you know.
Well, say no more. My lips are sealed. Anyway, here we are. 1020 Clark. Let me help you with your bag.
It's all right. I can manage. Here you go. Keep the change.
Mister, do you know you just paid me with a $50 bill?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you have yourself a really fine day, because I sure will. And you be careful in that wind, you hear?
Well, something tells me it's not the wind I'll have to worry about. Here goes. Hi, Carrie. Surprise.
Michael? What are you doing here?
It's a long story. May I come in?
Well,
It's pretty windy out here.
I suppose so.
Thank you.
Michael, what's going on? You just show up on my doorstep after 4 years?
Well, you know me. Spur of the moment.
You are not a spur-of-the-moment person. You plan everything in your life. I wouldn't be surprised to find that you plan how many times you blink every day.
Well, the truth is, I don't have any place else to go.
That sounds dramatic.
It's true.
What about the penthouse?
It's gone.
The beach house?
Gone. They're all gone. I sold everything.
I thought you went through your midlife crisis when you left me. Apparently, it's still going on.
Please, Carrie, I don't want to fight.
Then what do you want?
I just wanted to see you again.
You just wanted to see me. Okay, you see me. Now what?
Do you mind if we sit down?
Michael, I have to be at work in an hour, and I'm in the middle of a term paper.
You went back to school.
I'm getting my master's.
That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, you planned it for years. It's great that you finally decided to do it.
Yeah, well, if there's nothing else on your mind...
So, how have you been?
Busy. I don't have a lot of downtime, but that's how I like it.
You redecorated things here. You redecorated the house.
I needed a fresh start after you left.
Oh, Carrie, about that, I'm so...
If you're about to apologize, please don't. I've already more than paid you back by thinking the most horrible thoughts any person could think about another person.
I guess I deserve that.
Oh, you have no idea. How could you just walk away from a marriage, Michael? What was so terrible that you couldn't stand up like a man and fight for me? For us?
It wasn't about you, Carrie.
Oh, that's good to know. Because when I was picking up the pieces, when you left, it sure felt like it was about me.
What I mean is that I wasn't a good husband.
True. You were always working.
And I knew that I wouldn't be a good father.
True. You never even walked the dog.
So, I didn't give up on you. Or us. I gave up on myself.
Well, that makes everything all better. You can go now.
Carrie, please.
Oh, I could just clobber you for coming back here. It isn't fair for me to have to dredge up these old feelings again.
Well, maybe a civilized conversation without any bickering would do both of us some good.
I don't think so.
Please, Carrie, it's more important than you know.
For what purpose, Michael? So you can go back to your high-powered, big-shot job in the city and feel good about yourself?
I just don't want to leave loose ends, please. For better or for worse, can we just talk? I'm not looking for forgiveness, just closure.
Well...
1 cup of coffee? I'll even make it.
All right. 1 cup, and I'll make the coffee. Yours always tasted like motor oil.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So you quit your job, sold your homes, and now you're here. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, about that. I guess I just realized that being a workaholic isn't very much fun, after all.
But that's all you know. When we were married, you barely slept at night. You were up early to track the Asian stock market. You stayed up late to finish paperwork. I can count on one hand the number of times we actually went out on anything resembling a date. And even when we did go out, you acted like it pained you to be away from your business calls.
That is all over now, Carrie. Money doesn't mean a thing to me.
I find that hard to believe.
Believe it. It's true.
So, what? You're gonna take up oil painting? Or become the stand-up comedian you always wanted to be?
Nothing like that. Actually, it's quite serious. Last week,
What was that?
Came from the living room.
Oh, the tree! The wind knocked the tree into my house!
Carrie, wait a sec, Carrie, don't go over there. It might be dangerous.
That's a tornado warning! Oh my god! The house across the street! The roof just caved in!
Alright, look, let's get into the basement.
The power just went out! I have flashlights downstairs.
Wait, outside, look.
What? Michael, come on, there's no time!
Oh, look, in the street, there's a kid in a bike.
Oh no! That's Jimmy from next door!
He doesn't know which way to go.
Oh, Michael, he's going to be hurt.
I'll get him.
Michael! What are you doing? Michael!
Jimmy, keep your head down. Jimmy, I'm coming for you.
Help me!
I'm right here, buddy. I'm right here. I'm gonna carry you into the house, okay?
What about my bike?
I'll get you a new one. Let's get out of the storm, okay?
Okay.
Put your arms around my neck and hold on.
I'm trying.
Squeeze real tight, Jimmy.
I'm scared.
And I'll be brave for the both of us, Jimmy. Okay? Got to get this door open.
Michael, I can't budge it.
Carrie, push. Push as hard as you can. Carrie, push.
Pushing.
Harder. As hard as you can. There, you got it. We made it. We made it.
Into the basement. Come on.
Come on, Jimmy. That's it. Let's go get safe.
Okay.
Storm's cleared. It's over.
Is the wind gonna get me?
No, honey. You're safe.
Look. That car. It's been overturned.
At least there's no more damage to the house.
Mom! Jimmy! Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy, we didn't know where you were.
We had him in the basement with us.
I was so scared. And then the wind came, and then this man came and saved me.
You saved my Jimmy?
Well, not really.
Yes, you did, Michael. You ran right into the path of the tornado and brought him inside.
Oh, come here and let me give you a hug.
You don't have to. Okay.
How can I ever thank you?
You don't have to. It was my pleasure.
Is our house okay, Mom?
Yes, sweetie. We were very lucky.
Jimmy, you're a very lucky little boy.
Yes, and thank you again for my son's life.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Michael, you saved Jimmy's life. You're a hero.
I didn't even have time to think. I just saw him and ran.
It was still amazing. When the chips were down, you really came through. I'm proud of you.
Oh, look. Look at the damage in your living room.
No, it's okay. All of that can be fixed. The main thing is that we're all safe and healthy.
Right. Listen, Carrie. Those repairs, they're going to be expensive.
I have insurance.
Yeah, but that will only cover the basics. Let me take care of the costs.
Michael, you don't have to do that.
No, but I want to. And I can afford it.
But you can't just drop that kind of money on a problem that isn't yours.
And listen, all I know is that when I helped Jimmy just now, it felt good. It felt better than anything I've done for a long time. And the idea of helping you out with bills feels good, too. So please, just let me do this.
Well, I'm not in a position to turn down a gift like that. But what about you? Before the storm hit, you were about to tell me something. You said it was serious.
It doesn't matter now.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Here, let me write you a check before I leave.
Are you going so soon? You just got here.
Yes, I think I got what I was looking for. Here you go. Now listen, don't you look at it until I leave, okay?
I promise. Where are you going?
I have some business to finish. Goodbye, Carrie.
Goodbye, Michael. $1 million? Michael! Michael!
Yes? What is it?
Forget the late hour, Reverend. I realize it's nearly midnight, but I wanted to visit the chapel and the door's locked.
Unfortunately, in these times, we must protect ourselves against theft. The doors remain locked overnight.
Is there any way I could just go inside for a few moments?
No, I'm sorry. If you can come back in the morning, yeah.
But you see, tomorrow morning will be too late. I only have tonight.
Mm-hmm. It always seems that way, my son. But have a little faith.
Please.
Go home. Get some sleep.
I don't have a home anymore. I've just come in from the airport. I came straight here. Please, it's more important than you know.
All right. You seem to be in great need.
Thank you. Thank you, Father.
Yeah, it's one of these. Here we go. I'll come back in 10 minutes.
I won't need more than 5. Now that I'm here, I don't know what to say. It's been a long time since I've set foot in a place like this. In fact, I can't remember the last time. I suppose it's true. People come back when they're in trouble, but I'm not exactly in trouble. In fact, all of my troubles will be over in just a few minutes. Then why am I here? Maybe I just wanted to see if I could find a moment of peace before everything ends. Just a single solitary moment when I don't have to feel so alone. The truth is, I'm alone because of my own actions, by the selfishness of the man I've become. I was given love, but I turned away from it in favor of my career. I gave up friendship in favor of business colleagues who couldn't care less if I lived or died. So what did it all mean? What is the sum total of my life? I have no job, no home. I'm gonna die without a single friendly voice in my ears. I did have some good times with Carrie. Thank goodness for Carrie. I don't blame her for being angry. And despite her anger, she took me into her home. She forgave me. And Jimmy, I saved his life. He'll have a chance to grow up, to have a family and a little boy of his own. I gave that to him. I did make a difference after all. Maybe I had to go through it all so that I could be there to save his life. If that's true, then it's worth it. I'm glad things turned out the way they did. I did something worthwhile. My life mattered after all. Nearly midnight on the 10th day, just like the old lady said.
When the clock strikes midnight on the 10th day to come, you will be dead.
I'm not afraid. I thought this moment would be terrifying, but I actually feel ready. No regrets. I'm prepared to say goodbye to everything.
Excuse me, sir. I'll have to ask you to leave now.
Yes, I'll go, and thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. No, may I ask one favor?
What is it?
If anyone asks, can you tell them I was ready and that I was grateful?
Grateful? For what?
For everything. It was all a gift. Okay, it's time. I don't know what to do. I mean, if I should... How? Church bells. They stopped. Okay. It's midnight on the 10th day. And I'm still alive. Nothing happened. Okay. Nothing's happening. The old woman said I had 10 days to live, that I would die at the stroke of midnight. She lied. She lied. Hey, excuse me. The old lady, the one who reads fortunes, is she here?
She just left a few minutes ago. She walks to the bus stop down in the corner.
Oh, which corner? Which way?
Up that way, go left.
Where is she? I don't want to be. Don't let her be. Ah, there she's. Hey, don't get on that bus. Wait.
What is it? Who's calling?
You lied to me.
Who is it? Who are you? What do you want?
Look, I'll stand in the light so you can see my face. Now, do you remember me?
Ah, yes. The angry man.
And I'm still angry. You told me in 10 days, at the stroke of midnight, I'd be dead. 10 days are now over. I sold my home. I shut my life down because I believed in you.
Yes. I told you that in 10 days you would be dead.
So?
And I was correct. The man I spoke to 10 days ago is dead.
What? What do you mean?
That man was selfish and cruel. That man was friendless and meaningless. Can you say the same things about yourself today?
I guess not.
He's gone. Bury him. Give yourself the rarest of all gifts in life. A second chance.
A second chance? Huh. Sounds too good to be true.
And yet, here it is, yours for the taking.
You're right, things are different now. I don't know how to thank you.
Live for someone other than yourself. That's the best thing any of us can do.
Actually, there might be someone willing to let me try. And her name is Carrie. Thank you. Thanks for the second chance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Michael Franklin, a man on a mission to burn every bridge even before he made his way across. Stung by the terrible knowledge of his impending demise, his journey toward redemption faced a detour of intoxication and self-indulgence. As he now knows, such things are not the stuff of satisfaction, only empty calories and heartache. Ironic, then, that a man who placed such a premium on personal wealth could only feel full upon losing everything. A stark, lonely truth, but an eternal one. Upon such truths are built second chances, here in the Twilight Zone.
"10 Days," starring Ned Bellamy with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Mark Valente. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Ernest Berry Jr., Roger Mueller, Tony Makis, Saskia Balori, Joby Cerny, Elizabeth Lido, Martin A. Strope, C.J. Amari, Molly Glynn, and David Pasquesi. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee and Todd Beyer. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Looks like a storm's coming in.
A storm? Did you say a storm? Don't you mean another storm? Like the one we had yesterday, and the day before, and last week, and all month?
I'm sorry, Marie.
Sorry? Like you were yesterday, and last month, and all year, and the whole 20 years we've lived on this freezing, nothing little island?
I can't help it, Marie. I wish I could do my research somewhere else, but this place, this place, it's so special.
Special? Yeah, that's a word you could use for it. I mean, there are no trees, no TV, no stores except that little grocery store next to that shack they call a restaurant. Yes, this is really a special place.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know it'd take so long. I just didn't know. I wouldn't figure it out until now.
Wait a minute. Figure it out. Now, you're done? I mean, are we really done here?
Well, I think so.
What exactly did you figure out? I mean, will it make us any money? Will you be famous? A Nobel Prize, maybe? Or a research grant?
No one can know what I've discovered, Marie. It's just too dangerous.
Oh, that is just great. I spent 20 years shivering in that stone shack you call our home, waiting for you to make your big discovery, and now you can't tell anyone about it? I think you can tell me.
There's a large granite outcrop that underlies this small island. The magnetic field beneath it has created this very unique place where remarkable things happen in this particular spot. It's the only spot on Earth where it occurs. That's why this place, it's so special. A lot of physicists and geologists have theories about it, and I found it.
What particular spot are we talking about? You mean that little sheet of rock that you point instruments at all day, every day?
In 1908 in Siberia, there was an explosion. It was equal to a small nuclear bomb. Most people assumed it was an asteroid or a comet, but a few proposed that it was a collision with a rift in the space-time continuum. Another dimension traveling through space that intersected with the Earth and created a terrifying explosion.
You want to blow up this island?
The rift in this location is shifted somehow so it doesn't explode. I mean, I've been able to observe it occur 6 times over the 20 years we've been here, and I finally figured out how to trigger the shift. That small rocky shelf is a door to the infinite number of parallel universes.
I should have listened to my father. He said you were a flake and I would never be happy. I'm going back into the house. Hey, Benny, come here, Benny. And then I'm leaving you.
Wait. Let me show you, please. At least watch. I mean, you've waited 20 years. Don't you want to see what this is all about? I developed a handheld device that aligns the particles of the matter that fill that space a certain way. When I activate it, a shift occurs, a shift in dimensions. Now, just stand back from the rock shelf.
I don't like this.
It's not that dramatic, really. You see that small plant growing in the crack of that rock?
That's a weed, Matt.
Well, whatever. Now, just watch this. Huh? What do you think?
The weed's gone.
Pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, the guys at the hardware store will sell 1 million of them. Well, maybe 47 to the other people on this island who want to zap their weeds with your gizmo.
Marie, it's not just the weed that's gone. It's everything that occupied that space. I mean, look again at that area. Notice how the raindrops and the spray from the ocean are just now wetting that circle of rock. That entire area of about 10 meters was exchanged with the matter that occupied that space in a parallel universe. Our weed and all the rock and the rainwater are now occupying that space in another dimension. And now, this matter is here to replace it. Look, I'll show you again. Sometimes the swap is a little more dramatic. It just seems that in many parallel universes, the same sort of things happen. What do you think?
Wow. You made the skeleton of a dead, rotting fish appear.
In this dimension, at least up to a few seconds ago, that fish was alive and still swimming in the sea. In a parallel dimension, it was dead. Now it's here, and the fish that was in this dimension. The same fish is now alive in a parallel universe.
Wait, you're telling me that fish isn't dead?
But it is now, in this universe. But in the other universe, I just shifted from it's alive and frolicking.
Are we alive and frolicking in another universe?
There's no way of knowing. Although it's quite possible that we are. Only things could be different in small ways or extremely dramatic ways. The possibilities are infinite, which would indicate the potential for significant change.
So, if I stood on that spot, would I disappear?
Marie, yeah, well, that's not a good idea.
Or would the Marie from the other universe show up? Oh, good God. The thought of an infinite number of copies of myself living on this island is horrifying.
It wouldn't be a good idea to stand on that spot. There's no coming back. I can shift space and cause the rift to occur, but I can't bring anyone back. It just seems to be a continual exchange of other possibilities.
I want to try.
Try what?
I want to stand on that rock mat, and you send me away. Maybe things will be different.
Marie, you can't. It's irreversible. There's no guarantee you'll even survive the shift.
The weed survived. You brought it from somewhere else and sent it somewhere else. You have to do this for me.
But you're not really changing anything. You're just exchanging it for something else. If you or I were to shift to another dimension, our counterparts would suddenly find themselves in this dimension. Things could be the same or very different for them. There's no way of knowing.
But who's to say we're not having this exact same conversation somewhere else right now? If there are infinite numbers of us somewhere, there's a Marie who's making the trip, and I'm the Marie who's still stuck on this island. Give me that thing. How do you work it?
No, please.
Let go of the gizmo. I'm going.
No, let's talk about this. You don't understand the consequences.
Any consequence is better than this.
Please, stop. No, let go. Benny, no. Come back here. Get away from that dead fish.
Stay there, Benny. You're coming with me. Now, give me the...
No!
Oh, my God. Where's the dog? Matt, where'd the dog go?
He's gone.
Gone where? Benny, come back here.
I don't know. I don't know. I told you. I can't control where anything goes. It just changes places.
So how come another version of the dog didn't appear?
I don't know.
I want my dog back. Benny, where did you go? What did you do with my dog? Give me that thing. I'm going after him.
Marie, wait. I'll go with you.
I want him back. I want him back.
Meet Marie Thompson, the wife of a physicist who spends his time studying infinite worlds, except the one that he shares with a woman. Her patience is worn thin by the constant erosion of wind, water, and the time she has spent on a cold and lonely island. All she wants is what life has never given her, a chance to be someone else, and somewhere else, regardless of the cost. It's a cost without a price tag, and it's on sale for a limited time from that purveyor of lost hope and endless dreams called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Another Place in Time, starring Malcolm McDowell with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Have some tea. You're cold and wet. I'm sorry about the dog, Marie. You shouldn't have grabbed the device. We can get another dog. People do that all the time, don't they?
I'm leaving you. I'm not staying here.
Look, I don't blame you. I'll go into town and arrange the ferry, assuming there is a ferry. We're in another place in time now, Marie. Things might not be like they were. We might not even have a dog.
I'm not leaving until I find Benny.
Marie, where are you going?
I'm going to find my Benny. If he's on the island, I'm going to find him.
Mail call! Sorry, Marie, I didn't see you.
It's okay.
Well, you're not going out in that gale, are you? It's really starting to storm out there.
I have to find something.
Hello, Matt. Everything okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, everything's fine, Jim.
You probably should call Marie back. It's really starting to blow out there.
Yeah, well, good idea. Jim, let me ask you something. Have you seen a dog?
Oh, you mean Benny?
You know Benny?
Well, yeah.
Oh, have you seen him?
No. Well, I figured he'd be inside here with you folks.
Marie, you found him.
Yeah. He was running across the meadow. I called him, and he came running. He knows me. He actually knows me.
Oh, that's great, Marie. I can't explain it, but that's great.
Oh, Benny. Oh, look, Matt. Remember when that wolf bit his ear and tore it up? It's all better.
Wolves?
Yeah. Then he got cornered by a wolf and got a bit of a fright a while back. His ear was almost torn off, but it looks like it healed real well.
Matt, I've lived on this island for 62 years. I've never heard anyone talk about seeing a wolf.
Really? Well, that's great. Did you hear that, Benny? No more wolves to worry about.
It probably wasn't a wolf. Must have been another dog or something.
Yeah, I guess. Although I was always under the impression Benny was the only dog on the island. Look, you folks take care of yourselves.
Well, we'll see you later, huh?
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, bye.
Such a good dog. Good dog.
You know, we should probably do more listening than talking until we get used to what's going on in this dimension.
It worked, didn't it? I mean, it really worked. This is the best news I've had in a long time. You have fun here on your little island. You do whatever you want. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I know. I'll get into town when the storm calms down and arrange the ferry to the mainland.
Ferry? Hell with the ferry. Benny and I are going to take another little trip with your gizmo. His ear is all better, but look at this stone shack. Look, Matt, nice job on the dog's ear. Now let's keep this thing going. It's progress. You are aware of the word progress, aren't you?
I'll set you up on the ferry, and we can pack you up whenever you want.
Pack? What would I pack? Look at this collection of junk. I don't want a thing from this rock hut. It's all yours. Now get the gizmo and get me and Benny out of here.
Well, I'm going with you.
Oh, really? What's the problem? You looking for something better for yourself?
Marie, I have to go with you. If you shift into a new dimension and it's a terrible place, you'll be trapped. The interface, the device, the gizmo, it's not easy to operate, but oh God, this is all wrong.
Is that so, Mr. Wright? Well, you don't have to go if you don't want, does he, Benny?
Marie, this isn't fair to either of us. I mean, not us here, but the Matt and Marie living in another dimension. I mean, when we shift to another dimension, we change places with them. There are versions of ourselves suddenly thrust into a different place and time that we wouldn't necessarily understand.
Now let's get going.
Now? You want to go now? In this storm?
Well, why don't you pick us a day with nice weather?
I can't pick anything. It just happens.
I've been waiting my entire adult life for this, and I'm not stopping now. Ready when you are, Matt. You are going to join us on this little rock stage, aren't you? Matt! What are you waiting for? Get over here and let's get out of this storm! Grab hold of the dog and just do it!
Fine, but we can't keep doing this, you know.
Oh my! Nicely done, Matt. 5 sunny days a year on this island, and you found a perfect one.
This isn't about the weather. Marie, go slow. Ask questions, or better yet, just listen a bit.
Listen? Okay, I'm listening. Oh no. Oh, don't tell me. Matt. Oh, Matt, not good. Not good at all. Glad you're here, we've gotta go.
What's the matter? What do you see?
Hello? Are we listening? It's a baby crying. You know, maybe you're not so good at this shifting thing after all. I mean, it's coming from our house. Our same crummy little rock house, and now there's a baby inside of it. I told you long ago, no kids.
Marie, that baby's parents, they're us. A version of us from this dimension who have suddenly found themselves in the place and time we just came from, only without their baby. I mean, think what we've done. That baby's parents are back in that storm we just left without their child. Do you realize what we're doing to people, ourselves? In an instant, they're in another place and their child is gone forever. Another version of ourselves will show up here. And what are they going to think?
Oh, get over it. We're doing it to ourselves. No one's getting hurt except us, so what's the problem? Matt, grab the dog and set that thing, however you do it.
This isn't right.
Matt, shut up and get us out of here. Rain. Perfect. What happened to the sun?
God, this has to stop.
Okay. Let's go take the break that you wanted. There's the shack waiting for us. Come on, Benny.
All right, Marie, this is it. This is the last shift we make.
Oh, really? Oh, no. This is the worst. Look at this place. It's a shambles.
It looks abandoned. No one's lived here for some time.
You mean we haven't lived here for some time? Well, what do you know? Somewhere there's a version of us that finally came to their senses and got off this island.
I guess so. I wonder where we went.
Oh, please, please, make it London, Paris, anywhere but here.
I don't think there's anything to eat here. I found a tin of tea. Let me get a little fire started and we'll see if we can improvise a place to sleep.
We're sleeping here?
We're staying here, at least I am. You said you were leaving and I'm not stopping you. The wood-burning stove still looks pretty good. It'll be warmer in a minute.
How long do you think we've been gone from here?
I'd say a couple of years, maybe more. Hard to tell.
So if you're staying here, it's going to really confuse a lot of people if I show up in London and you're not around.
If that's all you care about. Well, that fire's going good. We'll at least be warm. Now I'm gonna see if I can find some water to make some of this tea.
I'll be here. Unfortunately.
Matt! Is that you?
Hello? Yes? Hello there, Jim.
You know, I never thought I'd see you here again. Especially after what happened.
Yeah, right. Well, we thought we'd come back, for a visit.
We? You're not here with Marie, are you?
Marie? No. The dog. I came back with the dog.
So, do you visit Marie at all?
Yeah, I visit her. Yeah. I saw her not too long ago.
Do they still have her in solitary confinement, or have they let her into the general prison population?
Prison?
What's that?
Yeah, she's still in prison.
I'm surprised you visit her at all. I mean, any mother who would kill her own baby. But then, well, she obviously needed psychiatric care. Look, I'm sorry to even bring it up. I just didn't figure you'd ever want to come back to this place after what happened here.
I guess I just wanted to get some closure.
Looks like you've got a fire going in your old house.
I'm kind of cold. I'll come into town and see you tomorrow, okay?
Sure. You take care of yourself.
Find your water?
Marie, we have to get out of here now.
Well, listen to you, Mr. I'm not leaving. Just when it's starting to get warm in here, you want to go back out in the rain?
Marie, you're supposed to be in prison. In this universe, in this place and time, you killed a baby and are in prison. Marie, how could you?
You've got to be kidding me. I didn't do it. It was someone else.
We're leaving right now. We have to find a different dimension. Grab the dog and let's go. I never should have listened to you. We have to find a dimension when we're not in jail, where an innocent baby won't be in danger. And then, this is it. It's over.
Over for you, maybe, but not for me.
Don't you get it? This is why no one can know about this. What if everyone decided to do what you're doing? You can't go shopping for the perfect life someone else worked so hard to achieve.
Perfect life? Is that what you call the life we were living? Now activate that thing.
This has to end!
You get it right next time and it'll end! Ah, that's better. You're getting good at this. At least the weather part. Wait. Damn it, Matt! Now you've done it! I can't believe this! Damn you, Matt! Where's the dog?
I thought, I thought you had him.
We have to go back and get the dog.
We can't go back. I've told you. There are infinite possibilities. We'll never find the same dimension. Only different ones.
Then you're just going to have to find us a dimension where I have my dog again. Oh, but look! Look at our house! It's enormous! It almost looks like a small castle. Let's go see it. Maybe the dog's in there. Benny? Are you here, boy?
Is he here?
I don't know, but... Hey, congratulations. The house is amazing. I never thought stone walls could look so good. Matt, we must be rich. Maybe you did sell your invention.
Marie, this stops here. I'm going to destroy the device.
Why? Don't you get it? Haven't you been paying attention to your own words? If everything in all of these dimensions are so much the same, who's to say there aren't other versions of you using your little gizmo to do exactly what we're doing? The only thing is, we're going to be without one, because you got a little problem. Here we finally get to a place where things are like I want them to be, and poof! We're gone because we traded places with another version of me and you because they have the gizmo and we don't.
I can only hope that if I make this decision now, there are other versions of me in other dimensions making the same decision.
Fine. Destroy the stupid thing, but not until I have my dog back. You've taken everything away from me with your little lifetime of research. I finally got the house right, and now I want my dog.
You should hide. For all we know, you might still be in jail.
Don't you wish? Fine. I'll hide in one of the rooms. Look at all the rooms. Which one?
Coming! Marie, go now.
I'm going.
Afternoon, Matt. Mail call.
Hello. Hi, Jim. Oh, thanks.
Why, Matt? You're not in uniform. That's quite a risk, you know.
Right. My uniform. I spilled something on it, and Marie or someone's cleaning it.
Marie's actually cleaning your uniform? I wouldn't have expected that. At least not with all the servants you have. I mean, well, you know what I mean. Why, hello, Marie.
Jim, it's so nice to see you. I overheard you and Matt talking. Here's your uniform, Matt. I forgot we had another one hanging in the closet.
Yes. Why, thank you, Marie. Good God. What is that on the arm? Is that a swastika?
Yeah, I guess. Yep, that's what it is, all right.
Oh, I can't believe it. A swastika. I mean, this is nuts.
Whoa! Be careful there, Matt. People don't take kindly to any disrespect for the Reich.
Reich?
Look, I'd best be going. You know, I saw your dog running around over by the base. I figured the Commandant might not take kindly to that, so I got your dog tied up outside.
Benny? Benny? Matt, he remembers me. It's Benny. It's my Benny, and his ear is all fine, and the weather is fine, and this house is just fine, and I have never been so happy.
Jim, thanks for bringing the dog back. I have to, get into uniform and head over to the base.
Right. I'll see you tomorrow.
You did it. Matt, you did it.
Marie, God, it's a Nazi uniform. It has a swastika on it. Don't you see what this means? It means the Nazis won the war.
Well, maybe they're not bad anymore. It's been a while since the war. I mean, come on. We got it all going here. Give it a few days.
No. Out of the question. This is madness.
Well, just listen to you. You can't wait to give it another go. Just remember to program your little gizmo for perfect house, beautiful weather, nice dog, no babies, and just for you, no Nazis. Oh, and can you make the house a little bigger next time? I mean, why not?
Matt!
What?
Is this a cruel joke? We're right back where we started! Matt! Where are you going?
I'm going inside.
Well, at least someone had a fire going. But as for everything else, still the same.
I'm tired. I want to rest. We're staying.
We're staying? Are you sure? I mean, how do you know there aren't any Nazis here? Plus, we're poor, and the weather is horrible, and I'm living in a hut.
I'm gonna lay down. I'm tired. I'm not going anywhere except to bed.
You do that. You go lay down and dream about your world without Nazis. I still have my dream, and tomorrow we're going to go find it.
I'm resetting the device. Tomorrow I'm pushing the button and throwing the device onto the rock platform and sending it into another dimension. It'll be gone for good, and this game will be done. This is over. Good night.
Good night, Matt. Yeah, you have your good night. I'm gonna sit here and try to pretend I'm living in a castle with a man who's amounted to something. That's okay, Benny. That's okay. Mummy will fix it. You'll see. You see that gizmo sitting on the kitchen table there? That crummy old wooden wobbly kitchen table? That gizmo is going to take us somewhere special tonight, Benny. He's already set it up for us. All we have to do is stand on the rock ledge and press the button. And when we get back to the castle, you'll have your own room. And we'll take long walks in the sun. And Mummy will have a new version of her husband. You watch, Benny. Mummy will make it all better. Are you ready? Shh! Don't wake up, Daddy. We have a big surprise for him. A new Marie just for him. I'll just take our little gizmo here and... Come on. Quiet. Let's go. Benny! Get over here! Mommy's going to push the button and we're going to the castle! Are you ready? Here we go! Benny! Benny! Come back here! Damn dog!
Hello? Hello there!
Hello, Matt. I decided to go for a little walk.
Oh, it's a nice day for a walk.
And by the way, what a lovely house we have. And a garden.
Well, thank you.
Oh, Benny! 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 Come here, you good dog, you. Now, Benny, is that any way to say hello to Mummy?
Here, heel boy. That's a good dog, Scout.
Scout? His name is Scout? Oh, that won't do at all. He's going to have to get used to Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry, but, do I know you?
Look, I know you're mad. I have been a bit of a chore for the last day or two. Or was it 3? Heck, I don't even know if we're supposed to call them days. I mean, what are they anyway?
Excuse me, but, what are you talking about?
Well, I guess it's my turn to do all the explaining.
We're over here. I'm talking to someone.
Oh, Matt. Who is that in my garden?
That's my wife, Angela.
Huh?
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
It's Marie, Matt. Ring a bell?
Marie who?
Marie White Thompson? Your wife? We met in high school, went to college together, and got married right before we moved to this, or at least a version of this island.
Well, I only knew one Marie in high school, but we didn't go to college together.
Yes, we did. Matt, it's me, Marie. Remember? Your high school sweetheart.
What are you, an identity thief?
So you remember?
Well, the last thing I remember about Marie was her wake and her funeral. I just met her in high school. 3 days later, she was hit by a car and killed.
What do you mean she was killed?
Look, if you stole her identity, I'm calling the police.
I'm not dead, you idiot!
Hey, I don't know what you're trying to pull here.
Matt?
Hi, Angela. Look, this woman says she's someone I knew in high school who's dead.
Oh.
Angela. That's your name? Angela? So she's the best you could do? Hey, nice garden, Angela, but I've got news for you. He's no find.
Matt, let's go back to the house,
Oh, that's great. Matt, you can't get anything right even when you're not here. Benny, stop it!
Whoever you are, I'm calling the police.
Go ahead and call the police, you moron. I'm getting out of here. And goodbye, Miss Perfect Little Gardener Wife. Benny, get over here. Oh, forget it, dog. Stay here with these lovebirds. I'll find a new version of you in the next dimension.
I think she's crazy.
Crazy? Watch this, sweetheart. Matt, get over here!
Matt, don't go near her. She's not acting right.
Right's not the word for it.
Matt! You programmed this thing before you went to bed. What did you do? I can't get it to work.
Angela, go back to the house, call the constables. She sounds dangerous.
Would you get over here and fix this thing? Is every version of you an idiot? You can't leave me here! This isn't how it's supposed to be! Things were supposed to be better! I can't get the thing to work!
I don't know where she came from. I saw Matt talking to someone and went out to say hello, and she just started talking and acting very strange. Do you think she's crazy?
There's nothing she was saying or doing that any sane person would do. We got her on a boat to Liverpool. I'm pretty sure they'll commit her. I don't think you have to worry about her anymore. You folks have a good day.
I feel so sorry for that woman. Did she say she knew you?
Yes, well, used the name of a girl I met briefly in high school, but she's long dead. Funny thing, though, for a split second, I thought she actually kind of looked like her. Older, but just a slight resemblance. Until she started acting nuts, and I just wanted to get away.
She sure held on to the rock.
Oh, that's the other thing. She kept saying stuff about, about another dimension and parallel universes, or I don't know.
That sounds like how you used to talk when we first got here.
Yes, but there's nothing to it. I've been all over this island, and all the theories about it aren't true. But I never did study the shoreline.
Maybe it's worth a look.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get the old instruments out tomorrow and point them at that rock.
And I'll paint a picture of you holding this.
What's that?
It's that thing she was holding. She called it a gizmo. I meant to give it to the constable. I'll give it to him tomorrow.
Oh, well, that's actually a very sophisticated little device. Maybe I'll take it apart first. All the police are going to do with this is put it in a box and then probably sell it at an auction.
Do you think it's worth something? I mean, should we offer to pay for it?
Technically, it's her property. We should give it back to her, but I want to study it a bit first. She won't need it where she's going. Oh, hello. Here looks like another storm coming.
That's no surprise. Let's get inside.
Yeah, good idea. And then maybe tomorrow we'll see what that rock and this gizmo is all about.
Is it possible we all live in multiple dimensions? One woman knows for sure. A woman on a mission who has found her destination. A destination not made of dreams, but a nightmare of her own creation in a universe that doesn't know her name. A nightmare that could only take place in that unique dimension known as the Twilight Zone.
Another Place in Time, starring Malcolm McDowell with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were Sarah Wellington, David Darlow, and Martin Astrop. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here we have the famous temptress from ancient Egypt, Cleopatra. Her beauty almost brought about the destruction of Caesar, Mark Antony, and the Roman Empire. And now, if you will follow me, the last group of figures in our little wax museum. The piece de resistance, if I may say so. The most infamous black-hearted killers of all time. This is not for the faint of heart, so if there are any who would prefer to stay behind...
I don't like this place.
Come on, honey. They're made out of wax.
But...
No? Very well, then. Feast your eyes upon... Jack the Ripper, Henri Landru, and the dreaded Burke and Hare. It's Burke who's smothering the poor lady with a pillow, while Mr. Hare assists by holding her feet to the bed. And last but not least, in the sailor's garb, Albert Hicks, about to sink his gleaming axe into the skull of his hapless victim, one Martin Senescu. Move in, please.
They look so real.
Closer. Closer.
But not too close.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Senescu, the curator of Murderer's Row.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry if I startled you.
I thought he was one of the dummies.
Oh, nothing to be afraid of.
Perhaps not, young man. But who can tell what evil lurks in the heart of the man standing next to you?
Go ahead, Martin. Introduce your friends.
With pleasure. Albert W. Hicks, mate on the oyster smack E.A. Johnson, a gentleman. Yet one day, in 1860, off the Atlantic coast, he murdered everyone in his crew with an axe, exactly like this one. Why did he go mad? I'm afraid we'll never know. Not to mention Burke and Hare, two more monsters of their time. But do they look like monsters? What torment drove them so late in life to behave like ghouls? You see here how they suffocated their victims. A technique called burking. Think of the agonies they endured.
Which one's he talking about?
Search me.
Both of them, sir. All of them. Surely it's dreadful to be murdered, as our victim here would tell you, if she could talk. But to commit murder, to take a life with your own hands, again and again, and not be able to stop yourself. Can you begin to imagine the horror?
Nope, but why don't you tell us about it?
I wish I could. But somewhere in the world, now, at this very moment, there is someone who can.
Yeah? Who?
Well, no one knows yet. But if his torment is great enough, and he kills as these poor creatures did, then future generations will know. For he will end up here, immortalized in wax, remembered as you and I will never be, like Henri Landru, so filled with love and hate. He loved nearly 300 women in his lifetime, spinsters and lonely widows. He too must have felt agony as he strangled the life out of them. A master of the garret, identical to the one you see in his hands.
It looks like some kind of cord.
Just a piece of string. Let me see that.
Get away from there. Get away from there.
I was only...
Mr. Senescu is right. The figures are not to be touched. They are too rare and valuable.
Besides, the museum can't be held responsible for what might happen to you. And here, another soul in torment. The Ripper himself. Of all the faces in London's Whitechapel district, which was his? And why did he feel driven to kill those pathetic drabs with one sweep of his knife? Identical to the blade you see before you. Step closer, young lady.
What?
Go on. It's only a prop. Lean forward. There. That's quite all right. Look deep into his eyes and remember them so you'll never fall prey to such a man yourself. A man who carried a long, sharp weapon which he slashed across women's throats. Like this.
That knife, it swung at me. It almost...
Spring in the arm. Pretty good trick.
A trick, yes, but one that serves to remind us how near death is to all of us. When we look at Hicks, at Burke, and Hare, at Landru and the Ripper, we see what appear to be ordinary men. What devils pushed them to their bloody fate? We can only guess. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sinescu. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our tour of Ferguson's museum. Exit to your right, please.
Mr. Martin Sinescu, a gentleman and the curator of Murderer's Row in Ferguson's Wax Museum. He looks after these replicas with care and dedication, and he ponders why ordinary men are driven to commit mass murder. What Mr. Sinescu does not know is that the groundwork has already been laid for a special kind of madness, a torment found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The New Exhibit, starring Joby Cerny with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There now, Mr. Landrew. Collar turned up just so. Easy to see why you're a real lady killer. We have to do something about that suit.
Martin?
Yes, Mr. Ferguson?
I'd like to talk to you.
All right. I'll be through here in a moment.
That can wait. What I have to say to you is rather important.
You know, sir, I think Landrew needs a new suit. This one is 10 years old and shows it. Something wrong, Mr. Ferguson?
Well, yes and no. I think we'd better discuss it in my office.
All right, if you like, sir. Is it something I've done or haven't done?
No, nothing like that. Sit down.
Very well.
Martin, I'm abandoning the museum.
Abandoning?
I'm afraid so.
Is this a joke, sir?
No.
But you can't. You mustn't, sir.
I know how you feel, Martin, but there isn't any choice.
I don't understand.
I've been offered a large sum of money for this property. Some people want to build a supermarket here.
A supermarket?
When I first opened the museum 30 years ago, I'd never dreamed I'd see this day. But the day is here, Martin, and we will just have to face it.
30 years, sir.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't make it more difficult than it is.
I'm sorry.
I hate this, Martin. You're the best employee a man could have. The way you've run the Murderer's Row exhibit, why, I don't think you ever missed a day's work.
No, never. How many more days?
None. This was the last. They start wrecking the building next week.
What about the wax figures?
I haven't decided yet.
Sir, we can open another museum. We'll move everything somewhere else.
I'm not as young as I once was. I could use a rest.
But, sir, I'll do all the work. You won't have to lift a finger.
I appreciate that, Martin, but it would be foolish.
Foolish? Foolish? Why?
We have become passé. People aren't interested in wax museums anymore. Look at the numbers. It's all here. Our attendance figures, our profits, but mostly our losses. This year has been the poorest of all. There's even a news story about the closing of the Grand Guignol.
Surely not.
The handwriting's on the wall. Seriously, what do we offer? The great lovers of history? The discovery room? Scientists? That isn't why people came here. That isn't why at all. What they really came to see was your Murderer's Row. We've always known that. But they've been coming in decreasing numbers. And you know why? Because the evening news offers them fears we could never match. The wars, the atrocities, the perversions, they've all ruined our chamber of horrors. People are blasé. They think they've outgrown the need to be frightened. They already live in fear day in, day out. It's the world, Martin, and the world has changed. No, it would be foolish to open another museum.
Maybe it's the location or the exhibits. Remember how people came after we installed the Ripper's arm with the knife and the spring mechanism?
That was years ago. They're simply not interested anymore.
But what's going to happen to them? Landru and Hicks and the others.
If I could sell them, I would. But there is no market for wax figures.
Mr. Ferguson, you're not thinking of destroying them, are you? I mean, they were meant to live forever.
Martin, I tell you, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're forgetting something. Come with me.
Martin...
Look at Landru. His eyes. Don't you see the shy, frightened little choir boy he once was? The bookkeeper who so longed for freedom.
Of course, but...
Even the cheek feels real, like flesh with pores, and the mouth. Isn't it about to say something? Oh, Landru was an elegant man, full of tenderness. It's right here, in the lips. The way...
What are you trying to say?
Mr. Ferguson, you seem to have forgotten that these figures are the work of the great Henry Guillemond, the only ones he created outside of Europe.
I haven't forgotten.
There was genius in everything he did. They're not just so much candle wax. It's as though they were alive.
I'm afraid it doesn't make any difference now.
I don't think I could stand it if these figures were destroyed. It would be like losing 5 close friends.
I won't destroy them, Martin. I give you my word. But where would I store them? You know how vulnerable they are to changes in temperature.
I could take them.
You?
Yes.
What would you do with them?
I wouldn't put them in an ugly warehouse, I'll tell you that. They need constant care. I'll put them in my basement.
That's ridiculous. Think about it. What would Emma say to having the figures of 5 famous murderers in her basement?
Oh, she wouldn't mind. She rarely goes in the basement. It's my space. She'll understand. I'll put air conditioning down there and a heater for colder days. Oh, you'll see. I'll take care of them, just as I always have.
You haven't eaten your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. They should have arrived by now.
They'll get here when they get here. Now, how long do we have to store them?
Not long. What time is it?
You asked me that 5 minutes ago.
Oh, maybe something happened. It's not like moving furniture, you know. They should have let me ride in the truck. What if they dropped one of the crates?
There they are now. Just relax.
You Martin Sinescu?
Yes, are they all right?
The boxes? They okay.
They didn't break, right?
Nope.
No bumps?
No bumps. Where do you want them?
Look, carry them to the rear of the house and down to the basement. Carefully. Take your time. Wait a minute, how much time will it take?
I don't know, an hour maybe. You gotta pay by the hour, you know. Sign here.
With pleasure, and please, hurry.
You see? All here, safe and sound.
Easy! Please, don't jiggle them.
Will you stop worrying?
It's getting warm.
What?
I say, it's getting warm outside. They're very delicate. They can't stand more than 80 degrees.
I didn't think they were so big.
They're not. The boxes are big. The actual figures are not any bigger than you or I. See? Landru's in the first one. The next is Jack the Ripper. Oh, Emma, I'm so sorry I got mad. But it's gonna be like opening Christmas presents.
Mr. Sinescu?
Yes?
Miller's Appliances. Got your air conditioner in the van. Where do you want it?
Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. Look, put it there. There, the basement window. Oh, please, hurry.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
You bought an air conditioner?
I had to. They can't stand the heat.
How much did it cost?
Don't worry about that.
Well, I am worried about it.
Please. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone with my friends, all right? Now, if you don't mind, I have to go downstairs. Ooh, feels cool enough. Now then, gentlemen, Bloody Jack, Jack the Ripper, how are you today? None the worse for wear, I see? Oh my. Cape's a bit shabby, though.
Martin, are you down there?
Yes, sir. Positively threadbare.
Martin,
Yes?
are you fussing with the Ripper's cape again?
No. Yes. No. It's his hat. His hat is going to need cleaning and blocking before long. In fact, all their clothes could stand it. It's been almost a year since Mr. Ferguson let me do that.
Martin.
Emma, listen to me. The truth is, these men need clothes. But the Ripper here, his are the worst. Part of his coat back's come undone, and...
Martin!
What is it, dear?
We're not buying them any clothes.
Oh, Emma, listen. It's not just buying. It's tailoring to fit their bodies.
I don't care, Martin.
Oh, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Honestly, Martin, you pay more attention to those murderers than you ever did to me.
Oh, Emma, listen, that's not true.
You practically live down there.
Emma, they're a trust, a sacred trust. These figures were made by Guillemont. They're masterpieces.
All right, so they're masterpieces. But you told me it would only be for a few days. Now, they've been here for weeks. I've been nice about it, Martin. You can't say I haven't. How long is this going to go on?
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't lie. I thought they'd be here only a little while. I really did. But, well, I can't find anybody to finance the museum.
Well, how can you find anyone if you spend all your time down there?
Well, I phoned, but everyone I talked to never even has heard of Henry Guillemont. Can you imagine that? What's that?
The electric bill. You see how much this air conditioner is costing us, running around the clock?
Well, you know how hot it's been. Oh my. That is high, isn't it?
I'd like to know how we can go on paying it. Martin, there's no more money in the bank.
I know. But you mustn't worry. I promise you, I'll think of something. There must be somebody somewhere.
Mr. Ferguson.
No.
Why not? You've told me he loves these things as much as you do. Besides, isn't it up to him to take care of them?
Emma, I don't know anyone in the world I respect as much as Mr. Ferguson. And I would never trust these figures to him. I couldn't be sure they were cared for properly. I don't even think I could sleep if I...
So we're stuck with them.
Stuck? Emma, it's an honor, a privilege.
For you, maybe. But how do you think I feel? I am afraid to go into the basement because of these monstrosities. I mean, I just about get a heart attack, Martin. The way they stand there and stare at me, they're frightening.
They're supposed to be frightening. Live with them as long as I have, and you'll come to love them.
Love them?
One day, they cease to be strangers to you, and you want to say good morning to them and ask them how they passed the night. And when that happens, Emma, I tell you, Emma, where are you going, Emma?
So I just don't know what to do.
I mean, we can't borrow any more against the house.
That's true. There's no chance for a refi without proof of income.
And then today, when the electric bill came, I realized we've been spending a fortune just to keep the basement cool.
You should have told me about this.
I know, but I didn't want to bother you.
I'm also your brother, remember?
Oh, Dave. If only one of those people would loan him the money to open the museum, everything would be all right.
Now, Emma, listen to me. Nobody's going to put money into a crazy scheme like that. Old Ferguson knew what he was doing when he sold out, and he was smart getting Martin to take care of those dummies.
I shouldn't complain. It's just that you know how much he loved his job, and it was such a shock losing it.
Do you want me to help?
I didn't come here to ask you for a handout.
Don't be silly. We're family. And believe it or not, I've always kind of liked the guy. But what's happening now? It sounds like he could use a few hours with a shrink. I can give you the name of a good one.
Oh, Dave, he'd never go.
Exactly. So what we've got to do is get Martin away from those things. Does he have them all?
Only a few.
How come? Ferguson had 200 or 300, didn't he?
Yes, but these are special. Some man in Europe made them.
Well, they can't be too special if they're not worth anything.
They are to him. It's the first time that anything has come between us. I hate those murderers.
I'll stop by and talk to him.
It won't do any good.
Then you talk to him, Emma. But not the way you have before. Lay it on him. Tell him it's those stupid dummies or you. And if that doesn't work, well, there is another way.
What?
Air conditioners break down.
I can't let them go, or... Where did you get those groceries? I thought you said we didn't have any money left.
Dave gave me some cash.
Oh, no. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. You told your brother.
Martin, we can't go on living like this.
I'll borrow some money from Mr. Ferguson.
Borrowing isn't going to solve anything. Now, Martin, I know what those figures mean to you, but...
But what, Emma? What?
I simply will not have them in this house 1 minute longer. Martin, once they're away from here, you'll be a different man. You'll see. You've lived with wax dummies so long, you've forgotten how to be a human being.
No, I haven't. What kind of friend do you think I am? I cannot desert them now, not after all these years. They need me. They'd be lost.
Martin, they're not alive. They don't need anybody. I want you to see a doctor.
What? A doctor?
Yes. Just once.
What do I need a doctor for?
Because, Martin, there's something the matter with you. You haven't been yourself lately.
Oh. Well, who have I been then?
Well, I'm not sure. Somebody I've never known. But Martin, staying down in the basement all day and talking to those things, honey, it's not natural.
I know it's not natural, but it's my job. I'm not the only husband who brings his work home with him. This was your brother's idea, wasn't it? Well, you go back and tell him to mind his own business.
So it's hard to know where it's heading. Chances are we're in for another ride tomorrow.
And that concludes our broadcast day. This channel will return to the air at 6 a.m. with the early report. Until then, we bid
Are you asleep?
Good night.
God forgive me. It's time for the air conditioner to break. Oh, it's so dark down here. And cold. Well, it won't be for much longer. Oh, where's the fuse box? Let's see now. Which one is for the air conditioner? I should have brought a flashlight. I can't see a thing. Here it is. Good. What? Who's there? What's happening?
You not to go down in the basement alone, Emma. I don't want you touching the figures. You leave them to me. Emma. Oh, where's the light switch? Ah, that's better. Emma! 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 Oh, good Lord. What happened? Your throat. For the love of Emma. Who could have... Oh. You. The Ripper's knife? The blood? Oh, so much blood. No. No! I hate to bury you down here, Emma. I know how much you hate the basement, but I don't have any money. I know I should report it to the police. Who would believe me if I told them you had your throat cut by Jack the Ripper? You just bumped into the Ripper in the dark and his spring arm went off. It was an accident. Besides, if I go to prison, who will take care of the figures? It's better this way. They didn't like you, you know. You said some very unkind things about them, and they heard you. You have to be careful around Jack. He has such a temper. I should have warned you. There. Now for the cement. Oh, poor Emma. But it's too late to tell her anything now.
Yes, man.
Come back later. All right.
Hi, Mr. Snesku. I gotta read the meter.
Hey, careful of the cement. It's wet.
Oh, yeah. Doing a little patching, huh? Floor must have been pretty bad.
Yes, it was cracking.
I had to do the same thing. These old houses, holy mackerel!
Something the matter?
Woo! For a minute there, I thought they were real. How'd you ever get statues like that?
Yes, well, they're wax, actually. From the museum, I'm taking care of them.
Boy, they're the most realistic things I ever saw. You sure they ain't alive?
Well, not altogether.
Well, you could have fooled me. Should be a fine thing come Halloween. Something like this will really throw a scare into people. Man, oh man. Even close up, they... What's this?
What?
Whoever made these thought of everything. Even put blood on the knife. Well, I gotta go. You got quite a layout here. Hey, tell me something.
Yes?
Don't they ever give you the creeps?
Not when you know them as well as I do.
You're a real joker, Mr. Sinescu. Wait till I tell the wife about this. Hey, do you think it'll be all right if I bring her over for a look?
No. Well, I mean, we're going to be gone. I don't know when we're going to be back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you next month.
Fine. Goodbye. Best to keep the outside door permanently locked. Check. I'm surprised at you. I really am. How did you manage all those murders without being caught by Scotland Yard? Any killer knows you can't leave blood on the murder weapon. And I don't mean to make a joke, Mr. Ripper. It's a dead giveaway. There. Knife's good as new. Now behave yourself.
Emma?
Oh, no. It's her brother.
Martin, you in there? Emma? Martin? Where are you?
Gotta lock the basement door.
Martin, if you're in there, open up. Now. Martin, are you in the basement?
Yes. Yes. Is that you, Dave? I'm down here.
Open the door, will you?
I can't.
Why not?
I'm painting the stairs. Look, give me a second. I'll go out the cellar door and come in the kitchen.
Okay.
Where's Emma?
She went out to get some air.
Just as well. Mind if I sit down?
Why? What do you want?
You sit down too.
Dave, look, I don't have time. I'm in the middle of something. Now, just tell me what you want.
Emma came to see me yesterday.
I'm very embarrassed. She told me about it.
She did, huh? Well, that'll make it easier.
Perhaps.
Oh, you two have an argument?
Yes. But look, everything is settled now.
Glad to hear it. She was pretty upset when she talked to me.
I know.
You didn't treat her square when you brought those dummies home.
That's been changed.
Well, now, I guess I had you pegged wrong. You got rid of them.
Yes.
Must have been pretty hot in here last night, huh?
What?
For a bunch of wax dummies. Hey, what's that humming noise?
I don't hear anything.
It sounds like it's coming from the basement. No, is that the air conditioner?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you driving at?
Why's this door locked?
I told you, the steps are wet from paint.
I don't smell any paint. And why's the air conditioner still going if you got rid of the dummies?
Well, I thought it might help the paint dry.
Yeah?
I thought it might get rid of the fumes. Is that all right? This is my house, isn't it?
I think you locked it because you don't want me going down there. You better open up.
Are you threatening me in my own house?
You didn't get rid of those things at all. Where's Emma?
Look, I am tired of answering questions. I've had a busy day. I'll thank you to leave now.
All right. I don't want to cause trouble for Emma, so I'll go. But have Emma call me when she gets back, here?
I will. Emma? Boys? You can breathe easy. I'm going to bed now. Sweet dreams. Good night.
Huh. Locked up tight as a drum, huh? Now, what's so important down there he didn't want me to see? Window's too dirty to see in. So, I guess I'll just have to force it open. Whoa, air conditioner's on all right. Cold as a tomb down here. It's so dark. Now, let me light a match. Oh, a dummy in a sailor suit with an axe. Oh, Martin, old boy, you need help. You really do. Ugh, when you look at these two, plug ugly. And two more big ones. Oh, some knife. Looks real. What the heck? Oh, a shovel? Fresh cement? What is he trying to cover up? Blasted match. Who's there? Who's there? Wait. What the? Where's the axe?
Hello? What's going on? Who's here? Hicks. Where's your axe? Dave. Dave. Oh no. Mr. Hicks. When I took your axe away from you and put it up in the rafters where you couldn't reach it, I tried to make sure that nothing like this could happen. How did you get it down from there? Why did you take it off the rafter?
Martin? Martin!
Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson!
Martin, let me in, would you please?
Just a moment. Hello, sir.
Hello, Martin. Waking you is like raising Lazarus. Don't you answer your doorbell anymore?
I was sleeping. Actually, I overslept. I was, doing a lot of cleanup work in the basement.
Well, it's nice and cool down there with the air conditioning anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
How's Murderer's Row?
Oh, fine, in rare form.
Good, let's go see. I would have come 2 days ago when you first called, but things hadn't been finalized yet.
What things?
I must say, you've kept them up well.
But I have done my best. We get along so well. You don't know what a relief it is to see you. They've been threatening to cut off the electricity because I haven't paid the bill. Think what would happen to the figures.
Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, sir. Thank you. But it isn't just the electricity. Look at the Ripper's coat. It needs to be fixed. The threads are falling out. Look at all of their clothes. Maybe it's too humid down here after all.
You won't have to worry about that either.
Oh, I was going to have Emma repair this little rip in the sleeve, but...
You have a remarkable wife.
Thank you.
There aren't many women who would have put up with an exhibit like this in their basement.
She got used to it.
You're looking a bit grubby. Have you been sleeping down here?
Yes. I wanted to show you. I came across an item in this book last night.
Martin?
I forgot I even had this. It's got a letter in it written by Landru himself.
Martin, listen to me.
I'll read it. but for you, whose very walk is beautiful, whose sweet eyes and smile make a just claim to happiness, whither am I bound, my dear little friend, under your tender leadership? Oh, isn't that touching?
It's the one Landru wrote to Fernand Segret.
Ha! You know it then.
He also strangled her as he did all the others. Martin, are you all right?
Yes. Well, that isn't so. I'm not all right. Some strange things have been happening.
Strange?
Yes. You see, my house guests haven't exactly been behaving themselves.
Who? Oh, come on now.
It's true. I swear. You have no idea what they've been up to.
Martin, you've been so close to these figures for the past 3 months, you're beginning to imagine things.
Oh, no, it was not my imagination.
Well, that's neither here nor there now. I can't keep it from you any longer.
What, sir?
The best news in the world. Martin, old friend, when I told you nobody would ever want them, I was being pessimistic. The fact is, somebody does, but not just anybody. The Marchand Museum. Did you hear me? Marchands in Brussels. Aren't you pleased? You won't have to take care of them anymore.
I want to take care of them.
I know you do, and I appreciate what you've done. But it's all signed.
You don't mean that you've sold them?
Yes, and for what I'm getting, there will be substantial compensation to you for the years you've put in.
But my museum? I was going to buy them.
You know you could never do that.
Say you have another buyer. I'll get the money somehow. Please, Mr. Ferguson, they're all I have left.
Martin, time moves on. There's no longer any need for our specialty. I thought with the closing of the Grand Guignol in Paris that things must be the same in Europe. But Marchand's is actually expanding. They were delighted to make an offer. The transaction was consummated only this morning.
But what am I going to do without the figures? I'd die without them.
Oh, come on now, man. You'll get over it. Why don't you go upstairs and prepare us a cup of tea or something while I take some measurements? The Marchand people want the exact dimensions.
All right, Mr. Ferguson. If you're sure that that's how you want it.
I'm sure.
Very well. Very well.
Let's see now. Hicks. 6 feet, 1 inch. And Birken hair. Hello there, Landru. Still holding your waxed cord, I see. Be with you in a second. Now then, Mr. Hare, 5 feet, 10 inches. What? What?
There, 2 cups of tea. Mr. Ferguson, I don't remember whether you take cream and... Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson! Your throat. The cord. Why did you strangle Mr. Ferguson? And the rest of you? I know you didn't have any part in this, but you didn't stop it either. Landru, you have gone too far.
past years. You wanted for nothing. I washed you. I cleaned your clothes. I waxed your shoes. The air was always the right temperature because I made it so. I defended your deeds against the thousands who came to see you. And when Mr. Ferguson sold the museum, who spoke up for you? Who wanted you? And now what have you done to repay me? Murdered Mr. Ferguson? He was a good man. The books were right. You are monsters through and through, and for that, I am going to punish you. Do you know what I'm going to do? Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my saw, and I am going to cut you into little pieces. Then I'm going to turn up the heat and let you melt into pools of wax. It's no more than you deserve. Who's going to be first? You, Landrew? Because it was you who murdered Mr. Ferguson. It was not I, Martin Senescu, who strangled your friend. It was you. No, it was you. You killed him while I was upstairs making tea.
No, maid, it was always you. With my blade, you murdered your wife.
You killed her while I was asleep.
You used my axe to kill your wife's brother.
Get away from me, Hicks. Get away from me.
You are the murderer.
Perk, stay back.
You are the murderer. You killed them all.
You lie. You're monsters.
Not so, Martin Senescu.
No.
And here is the latest addition to Marchand's Wax Museum, Murderer's Row, complete with its newest cast member, Martin Lombard Senescu, a remarkable and most versatile man. Who knows what thoughts went through his mind as he dug the grave for his wife, Emma, whom he killed with a knife. His brother-in-law, David, whose skull was split with an axe. And his friend and employer for 30 years, Mr. Ernest Ferguson. We'll never know. We can only guess what fierce devils tortured Senescu's soul and drove him to his destiny. But he has taken his place with the infamous and depraved. Next to Albert X, Perkander, Landrew, and Jack the Ripper himself. This way, please.
The new exhibit became very popular at Marchand's, an instant hit. But of all the figures modeled so lovingly in wax, none was ever regarded with more dread than an American named Martin Lombard Senescu. There was something about the eyes, people said, dazed, vacant, as if he had seen too much and come to understand it a moment too late. But they shouldn't have been surprised. It's the look one often gets after a quick walk through the Twilight Zone.
Exhibit, starring Joby Cerny with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and Joby Cerny, and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule and Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Jim McCants, Nancy Baird, Richard Hensel, Nick Sandys, Tom McElroy, Christian Stolte, Damian Arnold, Roderick Peoples, Craig Harris, Martin Aestro. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Welcome to Pirate's Lair, gents. What's your poison?
Pirate's Lair? Doesn't your sign say Pirate's Lair?
It was supposed to say that, but that's what happens when you hire a sign painter that can't spell. Are you here to complain about our sign, or are you here to shuck and drink?
He's more finicky than me. Yeah, I won't complain if you bring me a pitcher of beer.
Now I can see you're a big boy. But are you going to share, or is that all just for you?
Just for me.
And for you?
Why didn't you just have the painter fix the sign?
It's funnier this way.
It is? Why?
You new to the Everglades?
Sort of.
I told you, he's finicky. He's a documentary filmmaker. He does the thinking. I'm his cameraman. I do the hauling and shooting.
So, you're a working man, and that's why you're doing all the talking, too, so you can get to shucking and drinking.
Yep.
So, what's your movie about?
The plight of the Everglades?
I got a feeling you're the sensitive sort. Shall I bring you a Shirley Temple?
Yeah, and put an umbrella in it.
Thank you very much for blowing my cover.
What do you mean? No one knows you're here.
I'm here to get a story. Now that all the locals know I'm a reporter, everybody's gonna clam up.
That's a good one.
What's so funny?
Clam up. We're in a clam bar. You do have a sense of humor.
Yeah, I surprise myself sometimes. Now, what's so funny about Pirate's Lair?
Would you trust a pirate to tell the truth?
No.
The sign painter made a mistake. That was the truth when he called this place Pirate's Lair. All pirates are liars. They have to be so nobody finds their buried treasure.
If that's true, then why does our placemat have a treasure map on it?
Your placemat has a treasure map on it, so you'll have the directions on how to find this place in case you want to come back. Here's your Shirley Temple.
Yep.
Here's your pitcher of beer. Any other questions?
Yeah. What smells like fish?
Me. I'm a fishmonger. I do a lot of shucking.
Personally, I find that smell refreshing on a woman.
Pirate's Lair, an out-of-the-way clam bar on the edge of the Everglades, a battleground for one of nature's last great struggles for survival. An environment as beautiful as it is dangerous, as filled with treasures as it is with death, and as breathtaking as the smell of fish. Documentary filmmaker Richard C. Avendon and his one-man crew Mongo Brewster are about to begin a potentially prize-winning documentary as they begin an expedition deep into unexplored regions of the Everglades and the Twilight Zone.
Here's your bill. Who gets it?
I do.
I'll be outside getting some fresh air when you're ready.
Are you Charlene?
Yep.
What's this phone number under your name?
That's my phone number for the big guy, just in case he loses his treasure map.
Catch more flies with honey than vinegar. That was one great dinner.
And, thanks for the wonderful service.
And thank you for the wonderful tip the big guy told you to leave. So, what are you boys looking for?
He's looking. I'm just carrying the baggage for him.
You afraid of me?
No, I just don't know where to begin.
Well, I'll give you a hint. Just take a second and listen.
What am I listening to?
Nature. It's out there calling your name. Listen. Hear that clicking sound?
Yeah, insects? Lizards?
Anyway, it's frogs crushing insects' bodies. They crush those hard little shells and bony spines by the million an hour. Then the snakes eat the happy, fat little frogs. As they slither off, the birds of prey swoop down out the sky and eat the snakes. When the birds get too full to fly, they land on a log floating into water, which usually turns out to be a nasty gator, which gobbles up the bird. Gators are sloppy eaters, and they leave little pieces of the bird fall to the bottom of the water, which feeds the clams which you just ate. Good. What you are listening to is Mother Nature perpetuating a vicious cycle that you want to save with your little documentary. Was that what you were thinking when you came here?
I wasn't quite envisioning it like that. I was thinking more of... What was that?
A big old bull alligator just got lucky. You want to go down there and tell him don't eat the pretty birdies? You're going to ask him if he'd like a Shirley Temple to wash it down.
Stop! I know just what you're doing. You're trying to discourage me from making my documentary. You're trying to keep people away from here to protect this swamp.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Because you're a pirate's liar. You're lying to scare me to save your restaurant. This is where your clams are. Your clams are your treasure, and you don't want anyone to have them except you.
That's right, because they are so finger-licking good. Can't blame a girl for trying, can you?
Hey, don't throw your cigarettes in the water. You'll contaminate it.
How do you contaminate a swamp?
You know, I'm getting that out of there right now.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Still think I'm a liar?
Two flash, camera bag, nightstand, microphone, cables.
You got everything?
Yeah. Now you finally gonna tell me what we're looking for?
The Bewinjapedi.
The what?
There was an Indian tribe that lived in the Everglades centuries ago.
And?
They disappeared.
Well, if they disappeared, how are we gonna find them?
I don't think they're gone. I think they're still out there.
That sounds like a story right out of Pirate's Liar.
Well, you're right. The last sighting was reported at that bar by my brother 17 years ago. It was the last place he was seen alive.
What happened to him?
Well, that's what I'm hoping we'll find out.
getting late. I can hear the toads eating the bugs faster. Let's find a spot to set up camp.
Well, that looks like a nice spot over there.
I was hoping for a Holiday Inn, but I guess a dry spot will have to do.
Get a shot of me in the sunset.
There. All right, are you going to say anything?
No, I want some brooding shots. Pensive stuff to show my inner feelings.
All right, your nose is shiny. You want me to powder you down?
Nah, real is good here. I want me to look like I'm suffering on my first leg of the journey. Capture me ignoring the suffering because I care so deeply.
Sure. Move a little to the right.
Well, like this?
Yeah, that's good. Now, care more.
How's this?
You look constipated.
Well, how about now?
That's cliche ennui. Maybe you didn't suffer enough today.
Let's just forget it. The moment isn't right. Let's set up camp. Don't worry, I'll do my share. Don't be sarcastic.
What do you mean?
Well, that pathetic little voice you just did under your breath.
I didn't say anything.
Well, there it is again.
It's coming from that itty-bitty hole in the dead cypress.
This hole? Hello?
Oh, please. Oh, help me.
That hole is too small for a person to fit through.
Please put string into the hole so I can grab it. I'm stuck.
How about a shoelace?
What's a shoelace?
Where's she been?
In a hole. Take off your shoelace and drop it in.
Got it. Pull.
Okay, hold on.
Be careful.
Oh. Yes. At last, I'm free. Thank you.
It's... What is it?
Get the camera. What? Who are you?
I am the Princess Bewinjapiri.
You're only 2 inches tall.
That's because I'm wasting away. Quickly, feed me.
Are you getting this?
Yeah. Give her jerky from my backpack before she starves to death.
Do you see how small she is? How's she gonna eat jerky? We need baby food. Wait. You know what? I've got some yogurt.
I'm dying. Help!
Here. Here's some yogurt. Eat.
Oh, you. What is that? I want meat. I want meat.
Here, take some jerky. That's what I figured. Indians invented jerky.
You're crazy. Jerky was invented by a second-generation German guy in Milwaukee. I did a documentary about it.
Good. I want more. I want more.
What happened to you?
My tribe's medicine man put a spell on me to protect me 400 years ago. My tribe discovered the fountain of youth. Bad men tried to steal the water. Our medicine man gave me the power of the shape shifter. I made myself invisible so the bad men would not find me. It is hard to see when you are invisible, and I accidentally fell into the water of the fountain of youth, and it shrunk me. Food!
Did you get that? The fountain of youth? It's for real?
Yeah, you live forever, but you get smaller. Everything is a trade-off. Give me jerky. Biwinjapidi likes jerky.
How long have you been in that tree?
17 years. Each year the tree grew a new ring around me. I thought I was going to be crushed. I was saved by a brave man who looked like you.
Wait a minute. That was my brother.
Your brother was a good man. A very good man. He saved me from certain death. He sacrificed his life to save me. And now you have saved me. Are you a good man too?
Hey, boss, we're losing daylight fast. It's getting too dark to shoot.
Quickly, make a fire. The glades come to life at night, and death stalks from the shadows. Hide me. I am bite-size.
I'll set up a tent and hide her. You make the fire.
Soda, 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 soda.
Is that an Indian prayer?
No, I'm thirsty. Your brother gave me soda. I liked it. Do you have soda? Give me soda, 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 soda.
All right. Now we have campfires all around us. We should be safe.
This is like sleeping in a zoo at night, except the animals are loose and we're in a cage and can't close the door.
How did she survive out here?
Well, the Lone Ranger always asks Tonto what to do. Indians always seem to have a sense of how to get in touch with nature.
But she's dead asleep. She's full of jerky and soda. I don't think she's going to be in touch with anything tonight.
Maybe we better put her between us to keep her safe.
Good idea.
Good night.
Good night. What was that?
I don't know, but I heard it too. I guess we're still alive. Where's the little princess?
Still under the covers.
What did you put around her?
Nothing. Whoa. There's something pretty big under there.
Yeah. Let me grab a stick. You pull off the covers.
All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
What the?
Huh? Where am I?
Oh, who are you?
Biwinjapiri.
You're a full-size woman.
Yeah, a beautiful, full-size woman. Mongo, get the camera. She grew.
Yep.
Let me stand next to her. Am I in frame? Okay. This is the 2-inch tall woman we filmed last night. Now she is taller than me. Wait. How do we know you aren't someone else?
I still have his shoelace.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Like, you could have mugged the little princess and took it. Okay, wait a minute. All right, I've been careful not to mention my brother's name to you. What is it?
Your brother's name was Eugene.
That's right. God, this is insane. You grew to 6 foot overnight? Are you going to continue to grow?
No. Each time I emerge from hibernation, I rehydrate, and I always grow back to the same size I was before I was enchanted.
Then what?
Then a member of my tribe arrives to equip me for my journey, during which I pay respects to all my ancestors. Look! Charlie! Charlie! Oh, Charlie!
Now what? What is that?
I think it's one of those airboat things.
Yeah, well, it's heading right toward us.
Hello, princess!
Film this.
He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Film it!
Looks like it just came from a Jimmy Buffett concert.
Welcome! Are you a visitor from the past?
No. I'm Charlie. I see you found Bawinjipidi.
Charlie, did you bring my talisman?
Yeah. And I brought some carry-out from Pirate's Lair. Hey, big guy. Charlene is sweet on you.
I know. She gave me a map.
She also gave you a lobster sandwich and some calamari. Me, she charges. You get it free, big guy. Here.
Who are you, and why are you here?
I told you, my name is Charlie. There's not much work for Indians, so I make deliveries for Pirate's Lair because I know the glades. Yeah, I gotta go. Charlene, keep me on a short rope.
Hey, wait, come back! What is going on here? We practically kill ourselves traipsing into the middle of the Everglades to find a legendary princess. Instead, we find a 2-inch tall glutton who's stuck in a tree and then grows 6 feet overnight. Then an Indian who delivers carry-out to the middle of nowhere in an airboat gives her a magic talisman and then takes off without warning and strands us. Now, this all seems mighty strange to me. 17 years ago, my brother died out here. I want some answers.
Is there any more jerky left?
No! Tell me how my brother died.
The Everglades claimed him, just like they have claimed me. We are both part of the Everglades forever.
Yeah, but my brother is dead, and you are alive.
This is because the Everglades chose to give me the gift of eternal youth. But they also have taken my life.
What does that mean?
My tribe is gone. My parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, husband, and friends died centuries ago. I am eternally alone, struggling each day to remain alive. Your brother, like you, sought to find me. I never asked for that or wished for that. He discovered my hiding place and learned how I could hibernate and live off my own body like a bear, but much longer.
I filmed a special about bears. We roused one from hibernation, and it wasn't such a good idea.
Leave a sleeping dog lie.
What are you saying? That my brother woke an animal?
Don't move.
Freeze, boss.
Duraktura sanua puta junja.
Whoa. That's something National Geographic won't believe. I got some great shots of that action.
What was it?
A snake? Look behind you.
Ah! Oh. That thing is 4 feet long. How did you kill it?
My magic talisman. It keeps me safe.
Well, you didn't have one when we found you.
Just before I hibernate, my body absorbs the chemicals from the talisman to keep me alive. Will you help me reach my hiding place for the next 17 years?
Can we film it?
Yes. As long as you never reveal where I am.
Deal. Let's go.
We are almost there. But it is too dangerous to travel at night. We should camp here.
All right. I'll pitch the tent. You two find firewood. And be careful.
She's got the talisman. We'll be fine. You be careful. Oh, hey, there's some dead brush over there. It'd be good for starting a fire. What did you think when you first saw us?
You reminded me of my husband. A tall, strong warrior.
You didn't think I looked like a pack mule?
No. I found you attractive.
What was your husband like?
His hair was like silk, but black as a crow. His body was supple, and he moved like a jaguar. His eyes were soft and warm, and when I looked into them, I found him irresistible.
Wow. I wish I had eyes like that.
Look into my eyes.
Huh? I see irresistible beauty. And a beautiful, soft, mossy clearing.
Close your eyes and turn around. Now open them. What do you see?
A beautiful, soft, mossy clearing where the dry brush was. How did you do that?
This is my home, and it is my time. Come lay down with me.
What?
Tonight, it is 17 years since I walked the earth. But tonight, it is also 400 years since I kissed my husband. Please mate with me.
Oh boy. Okay. Unbelievable. Oh, that was unbelievable. Oh. Princess? Where are you, Princess?
I'm over here, by the tree.
What are you doing over there?
You fell asleep. I didn't want to wake you.
Hey, I don't know how to say this, but, don't tell Richard what we did.
If that is your wish,
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but he just wouldn't understand.
then he shall never know. Harum dara dum sumanu watum.
You just hold your talisman and say a few words and that's it?
Yes, relax. I just turned our bed of moss into a bed of quicksand. Our secret will be buried forever.
What? Well, hey! No, hey, I'm sinking!
Now you will be part of our homeland forever. You'll always be here with us. With me.
No! Help! Help!
Who's there? Who's there?
Biwinja Bidi.
Where's Mongo?
Mongo drowned in quicksand.
What?
Nature claimed him.
What? Couldn't you help him?
I tried, but there was nothing I could do.
Well, now what?
You and I become the pack mules and continue our journey. He would not have wanted us to quit. He knows how important this is to both of us. I must honor my ancestors. You must complete your documentary and dedicate it to your brother and your friend. Put out the fire. Let us travel to my hiding place right now. A canoe is hidden close by for our journey. Leave everything in the canoe. You will be leaving shortly.
You don't want to keep anything here with you?
You have given me everything I need. Ah!
What's wrong?
My shoulders are cramping.
You must have paddled too much. Turn around. Let me massage your shoulders.
It hurts so much.
I'll try to be gentle, but you got a lot of swelling. Did something bite you? 2 huge welts are forming on your back.
Oh no.
The skin is splitting.
Oh, good. Good.
Your skin splitting is good?
Yes. That means it won't hurt anymore soon. This happens every time I reach full size. Oh.
This has happened before?
Yes. I hate it, but I love it.
You mean like no pain, no gain?
No! Watch. This is really something.
You grew wings.
Yes. Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
I'm so glad we had moonlight so you could see everything. In moments, I must ascend to there. See?
The crook of that ancient cypress?
Yes.
17 years is a long time. What will you dream of?
Meeting someone as kind and caring as you or your brother when I awake 17 years from now. Without your help, I would never have survived. Quickly, set up the camera. The moonlight is perfect. Set the camera up so the moonlight will shine on me as I ascend to the top of the tree. Imagine how beautiful it would be with the moonbeam sparkling on my gossamer wings.
Yeah, it would be an incredible thing to see.
We must hurry. But before I go, I must do one last thing.
What?
I must have a final meal. Something that will last me 17 long years.
Princess, I just had a terrible thought. My blood kind of turned cold.
Why?
You're not gonna eat me, are you?
Eat you?
This is a pretty far-fetched idea, huh?
Let me put your mind at ease. No, I am not going to eat you.
I feel pretty stupid now. Silly me.
I just wanted some more jerky and a soda. I love soda, 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 soda.
That I can give you. Here.
Jerky and soda. It's a special treat I won't have for another 17 years. As I told you, I will survive on my talisman. Start the camera.
Okay. All right, and we're rolling.
Is the moonlight perfect?
Yes. Look, a flock of birds is flying in front of the moon.
How beautiful. That is a sign that it is time for me to go.
Wow. This is awesome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were going to eat me.
Don't be silly, my love. I saved you for my children.
What?
Those weren't birds crossing the moon, Richard. Like a locust, I reproduce once every 17 years. And those are my hungry babies coming to eat you.
When tourists visit the Everglades, they see signs that read, "Don't feed the animals," and they laugh as they recall disasters they have witnessed in the movies. They can't imagine something like that happening in the real world to real people like them. But like all clever predators, Mother Nature is very patient and has a special way of protecting what is hers. And every once in a while, tourists take a step or two off the beaten path and go beyond the boundaries of nature to discover something new and different. So if you do visit the Everglades and see a sign that says, "Don't feed the animals," heed its warning, because Mother Nature always encourages her pets to bite the hand that feeds them. In the Twilight Zone.
Bewinjapedi, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Joby Cerny. Heard in the cast were Christopher Sullivan, Elizabeth Lido, Tehran Patton, Oksana Fedonishin, and Roger Mueller. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound-to-Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
There she is, TP. Right where the general said it'd be.
Oh, we're too late.
Well, I can see that.
Campfire's smoking. We better check it out. Still warm. How long do you figure? 3, 4 hours at the most. Any idea how many? A lot of footprints all around. My guess is that if your general's looking for Sioux, he's gonna have his breeches full of them before the sun goes down.
That all you can tell us? Thought you were a scout.
Well, they don't leave much behind. That's the Sioux way. Nothing their enemies can use.
And a little ways downriver, that'd be the junction?
Not a ways. Right here. Bighorn, Little Bighorn. This is where they converge.
Right here?
That'd put the Minneconjou fort about 4 miles up.
That's where he's thinking about crossing.
Wonder where they are now. Them Sioux?
I wouldn't be impatient, Mr. Two Stripes. We can go back and tell General Custer that his Indian trail's just as fresh as ever. A little too fresh for my pay.
Give me some of that water.
Go fill your own canteen, Corporal.
I don't mind. Have a drink if you want.
Take cover! Dang Indians! I knew they was around!
Hold your fire! I said hold it!
How's the drive chain, Langsford?
Just a smidge more. There, I got her, Sarge.
Good man, Corporal.
Are we going back to camp now?
That we are. The captain would be glad to hear that. Get him on the horn, will you, McCluskey? Tell him the tank's up and running and we're on our way.
Sure thing, sir.
What in the...
Those were shots, weren't they?
Put it down.
But I heard...
So did I. Easy, Tiger. These are just training maneuvers. If we start to get trigger-happy, it could turn into a real war.
Hunting season, maybe. They still got buffalo around here? Hey, how about it, McCluskey? Want to go shoot some buffalo? Tastes just like chicken.
Let's have a look. Nice and calm.
If it's the red team, I'm giving up. They can tag me POW, and I'll just sit out the rest of these war games. Getting hot as an oven inside this tank.
Why, I am surprised at you, McCluskey. The sergeant and me have had our eyes on you.
You have?
Sure, we were thinking of recommending you for OCS. Outside of the fact that you read a map upside down and you couldn't navigate a plow across a dance floor.
Sounded like those shots came from the other side of the draw.
Now, what was that?
I know what it was.
Somebody's playing games.
That's right, they're funning us. Can't you take a joke, McCluskey?
It was a signal. Just the way the Indians used to do it.
It's a hot June day in the present century. Or, if you prefer, another century altogether. Take your pick. The cast of characters in order of their appearance: a patrol of General Custer's cavalry and a patrol of modern-day National Guardsmen on training maneuvers. What neither group knows is that the past and present are about to collide head-on, as they are wont to do in a very special bivouac area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Seventh, is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, if you ask me, it could have been a bird or something.
What about the rifle shots?
Listen up. I've been on a lot of these training missions, and sometimes the men get bored, so they play pranks on the other team. But we do our job, that's all. Now let's take a quick look over the rise, make sure everything's A-OK, and get back to base. Got it?
Got it, Sarge. Loud and clear.
I'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Well, how about that?
What do you see, McCluskey?
It's a wigwam. An honest-to-Pete wigwam.
1 million men in the National Guard, and it's just my luck to go riding around in a tank with the last of the red-hot Eagle Scouts. So it's a wigwam, McCluskey. What are you so happy about?
Well, it's real interesting, don't you think? Authentic and everything.
Well, why don't you take a look inside? Maybe there's a pretty little squaw in there waiting to be your fiancée.
Nope. Whatever was here cleaned it out. Don't you think that's kind of strange? Leaving a wigwam made out of real hides, sitting in the middle of nowhere?
Must have been some kind of youth camp or something. Either that or somebody's making a movie.
Out here, Sergeant? On Army training grounds?
That's a point. They never get a permit. Too dangerous. Besides, we'd have been informed.
Sure is interesting, though. Right there's a junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn Rivers. Just a little ways from here is where Custer fought.
Custer who?
General Custer. Didn't you learn about it in school? This is where the 7th Cavalry fought the Sioux Indians.
What do you got there?
Looks like a canteen.
Let me see that.
Not one of ours.
Yeah, maybe there's booze inside. Hey, where'd you get this?
Right here on the ground.
Says 7th Cavalry. Printed right on it. How do you figure, Sarge?
Well, I figure it's in pretty good shape, considering it's been lying around here for 100 and some odd years. Must be a lot of ghosts running around a place like this.
Ghosts?
Either that or somebody planted it here. McCluskey's got one thing right, though. Somewhere along this river they fought quite a battle. George Custer and 200-odd men against a couple thousand Sioux.
Custer's Last Stand. Didn't you ever hear of it, Langsford?
I heard of it. Maybe next year a museum will send you guys out on an expedition and you can spend all your time picking up antiques. But right now, I thought we were supposed to be a motorized patrol on war games. Me, I'd like to be reconnoitering in some small dark bar right about now. Or maybe the YWCA. Or in a pinch, I'd settle for a...
What was that?
The wind. That's what it was. The wind.
But the canteen and all. Don't you reckon we ought to go back and tell the command post?
Don't you want to wait for the Union cavalry, McCluskey? Now, what were you saying, Sarge? This is where they fought, huh? Round here?
Someplace around here. When I was a kid, I read everything that was ever written about it. Custer and the 7th were the advance guard for a general named Terry. The last thing anybody ever heard from him was that he was dividing his regiment into 3 parties. He was going to surround what he figured was a small group of Indians. There was a captain named Benteen with 3 troops. Went off to the south. Major Reno went to the other side of the creek to follow an Indian trail. Custer was the center column. He rode right into them and got slaughtered.
1876. That was the year.
Right, 1876.
Somebody planted this canteen for a gag, then. It's not old. It's practically new. See for yourself. The water's still fresh. This whole thing's a gag. Either that or...
Come on, let's get out of here. I'm serious, you guys. Let's go back to the tank.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Sergeant. I'm asking you, what was that? The wind again?
I don't know.
Yeah, sure, that's what it was, the wind.
There they are.
Finally.
What'd they do, go fishing?
They're working on their suntans.
Well, boys, never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
Hey, the captain's PO'd. You better get in a 10 on the double.
How come? I called in a position report.
Yeah, but that was a while ago.
Lieutenant, if you had seen what we saw...
Can it, McCluskey. I'll give my report directly to the captain.
Say, any of you good old boys got a cold one stashed around here?
Sergeant Connors reporting, sir.
You may enter, Sergeant.
Sir?
Nice of you to come back, Connors. Did you bring your tank with you?
Begging your pardon, sir?
You were gone so long, I figured you drove it to a used car lot and traded it for a convertible.
We got a little hung up by the riverbed.
Hung up?
The blue team was north of us. You went south.
We had trouble with one of the drive tread chains. Corporal Langsford proceeded to repair it with the toolkit, at least temporarily.
Connors, for a guy with as much regular Army time as you've got, you played this one boneheaded from start to finish.
Sir, I can't explain.
Explain? If there was an umpire around, you'd have had your tank crossed off and your men. Missing in action, all three of you.
I'm sorry, sir. We heard some rifle fire. We went to check it out.
Rifle fire. According to the lieutenant, you were down by the Little Bighorn. That's 40 miles from tactical maneuvers where you were supposed to be. How could you hear arms fire?
We never found out where it came from, sir. Or who it came from.
Oh, that's rich. What was it, the Russians? Or the Chinese? I'll tell you what I think. I think you guys must have had a bottle in that tank.
Sir, I'm telling you.
See this map? Tomorrow, you'll take your tank, or rather, the United States government's tank, if you can find it, and you'll head up here to Rosebud Creek.
But, sir...
Follow the creek about 15 miles. We figure that by now the blue team has moved across to... What's the matter, Connors? You hungover?
Nothing like that, sir. It's just that Rosebud Creek. That's Custer's route.
What?
When he left Yellowstone River, he went with Major Reno. Reno found an Indian trail along Rosebud Creek.
Sergeant, let's synchronize, shall we? My watch says 2320 hours. My calendar says this century. If you have a thing about Indians, you got here a little late in the day.
We heard them, sir.
You heard what, exactly?
Indians, war cries.
Where? When?
This afternoon, sir, at the junction of the Bighorn and the Little Bighorn. I know it sounds crazy. We found a canteen with 7th Cavalry stenciled on it, and a wigwam close to the river.
A wigwam?
Teepee, whatever you want to call it, but it was there.
Are you bucking for a Section 8, Sergeant?
It was the same teepee that Reno's scouts found the night before the battle.
Mm-hmm. Reno's scouts, I see. Reno being...
Major Reno. When Custer split the force into 3 columns, he sent Reno's to the north.
All right, Connors, that'll do. Line up your patrol and move out at 0600 tomorrow morning. And if you meet any Indians at all, take a deep breath and count to 10. They're probably all college graduates out running tests on the soil.
Sergeant?
What?
You awake, sir?
Yeah, I'm awake. What's the matter?
Nothing, sir. I was just lying here thinking.
Thinking about what, McCluskey?
Well, sir, wouldn't you say it's strange?
The only thing that's strange around here is you. Now, will you knock it off so a fella can get himself a little shut-eye?
Langsford's right. We've got an early detail in the morning.
I know, Sergeant, but the teepee and that canteen and all...
Listen, kid, I'm asking you politely.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be a drag or nothing, but that sound we heard today, it could have been a signal, don't you think? Indians do that. I mean, they used to. They can imitate anything. Birds, animals... You could never even hear them creeping up on you. They could even shape change, according to some folks. And then there's the Little Bighorn, General Custer. I read one time that there's no such thing as a coincidence.
That's it. I'm moving my bedroll. Someplace where a man can get a night's sleep.
Will you guys pipe down over there?
Simmer down, Colonel. And you, Private, do me a favor. Put a cork in it.
All right, Sergeant Connors. I'll try. I just want to be responsible is all. It's like they said in training. If you see anything and don't report it...
Shh. Hear that?
Yes, sir. Night, sir.
Good night. What in the blue hell was that?
Where to now, sir?
We follow this trail.
How far? Till we get to frontier land?
About 2-3 more miles.
In other words, Reno's route.
Exactly. We're making good time. We should get there at roughly the same hours.
For Pete's sake, you still on that? Reno this and Benteen that, Custer something else. Haven't you guys had it? You talked about it all night long. Now me, I was dreaming about a cute little private in a miniskirt. See, I was the drill instructor and she had to give me 50 jumping jacks. Only she couldn't get it right. So I put my arms around her from behind, real official-like, just to show her how. Up, down, and I'm whispering in her ear the whole time, and she says to me, she says, "Why, Sergeant," I was a sergeant in the dream, "why, I think I got it." So I start to say, "You've got what?" But before I can get it out, McCluskey here wakes me up because he thinks he hears another hootie owl. I swear, if this kid wrecks my training sleep one more time...
Sergeant, look!
Where?
Over there, the top of the hill.
I don't...
The tall one, see? Smoke rising up in the sky, one puff at a time.
Oh, no.
I don't like the looks of that. I don't like it one bit.
Hold up now.
But Corporal...
Use your head, boy. That smoke's coming from an incinerator, or it's somebody cooking a cheeseburger.
I don't think so.
Or maybe it's a bunch of Girl Scouts who don't dig Smokey the Bear. But if you don't straighten up, I will...
It figures.
What does?
It has to figure. Reno scouts found the teepee the night before the battle. The following morning, the column saw smoke signals in the sky.
That's right. You know your history.
Look, you two history fans are really starting to bug me.
And late that same morning, they got their first Indian.
Oh, man.
When the war party went by, one of the troopers shot the last rider.
Come on. Look, I like a good laugh, same as the next guy, but this is too much. This is really and truly too much.
It was for the 7th Cavalry, too.
Sure, next thing you'll be telling me is that up over the hill we're going to run into a war party of Sioux. And if that happens, Mrs. Langsford's little boy is going to report to sickbay and ask for a rubber room all for himself. Just remember, I can always make it a reservation for 3, if that's what you...
We have to arm ourselves.
Get back in the tank. What are you doing? There's nothing out there but a dust cloud.
Yes, but what's behind the dust? You hear it?
We're wasting time.
You stupid moron kid! Put that rifle down! What do you think you're shooting at?
Langsford, McCluskey, watch out!
Oh, my dear God.
You saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah, I sure did.
A horse without a saddle, an Indian pinto, and no rider.
That means I killed him. I killed him with my M1. Sergeant, I just fired blind toward that cloud of dust, but I didn't mean to...
That's enough. What were you saying, Langsford? You want to make a speech now? You got something to say, do you?
I got something to ask. Are we all out of our tree or what?
I don't know for sure, but I've got an idea.
We're listening.
See that ravine down there?
What about it?
It's all part of it. Somehow, someway, we're riding the same trail that Custer did. Figure it out. There was a teepee. When did we find it? Yesterday afternoon. Just like the scouts did. There was the smoke signals, just like Reno's column saw the next morning. Then McCluskey got himself an Indian, just like the day of the battle.
All right, let's say you're right. Let's say it's just like you say it is. We follow this trail just like they did.
Yes, Corporal, we follow it.
Well, what's the next thing that's supposed to happen?
We wind up at a massacre.
Hadn't we ought to go back to camp and warn them?
Warn who? It's not our men who'll be under attack. It's Old Yellowhairs.
Old Yellow?
General George Armstrong Custer.
And you mean to stop it?
I don't see that we have much choice. Stop it or join it.
Sure is hot.
Hotter out there.
What do you think happened to him?
Probably kicking back with a fishing pole.
I hear there's trout up here.
They gonna bring some back for us?
Miller,
Yes, Captain.
does Connors reported in?
Not yet, sir.
Get him.
I've already tried.
Try again.
Yes, sir. Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. Bluebird 9. No dice, sir.
Keep trying.
What if they're out of range?
Then they've disobeyed a direct order, and this time they won't get away with it.
Bluebird 9. Come on, guys.
This is Bluebird 9. Go ahead, CP.
They're acknowledging, sir.
Give me the microphone. Connors, this is the captain.
This is McCluskey, sir.
McCluskey, where...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Private, do you think you might extend yourself enough to give me your position?
We're 4 miles down Rosebud Creek, about to cross over.
You're about to come back here double time. You're about to report to me personally, and you're about to do it inside of a half hour, or you'll be spending the next 3 national holidays in a guardhouse. Do you read me?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir. Here's Sergeant Connors. Captain.
Connors, do I have to send a couple of MPs down there?
Captain, we're just a mile away.
Away from what?
From where Major Reno met the Sioux.
Listen to me, Connors. I'll give this to you just once. When these maneuvers are over, you can come out here on a vacation, dig up arrowheads, or anything you like, but right now, I want a government-issued tank back here at the command post and 3 National Guardsmen named Connors, McCluskey, and Langsford right alongside it. You've got 30 minutes to bring her back. Now acknowledge. Connors. Acknowledge. Connors.
He's broken off, sir.
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take a jeep and 3 men. See this line on the map? Follow the creek down here. I think this is the crossing he talked about. Just follow his tread marks and bring them back here.
What if he resists?
Resists?
They don't seem to want to come back.
Well, I'll tell you what to do in that case, Lieutenant. You do whatever it takes.
Sir?
First you apologize to them, and then you shoot each one of them in the leg, throw them in the jeep, and get them back here. Now, do you read me?
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
So this is what we've been busting our humps for, huh? A big fat nothing.
Nothing, all right.
Nothing and no one. But right down there is the spot.
Don't tell me.
Where Reno had his fight.
Well, all I can tell you guys is you'd better get a couple of cigar store Indians out here, and you better do it in a hurry. That is, if you want to make a good impression. Because I know a National Guard captain who's probably on his way over here right now with a great big net.
Where are they, Sergeant? How come we missed out?
Missed out? You want to know why we missed out? Let me explain it to you. We missed out because we're looking for dead cavalry, buried Indians in a battle that was over and done with before my great-grandpa was born. Now that's where we missed out. I got it all pegged, you know. I really do. The whole thing is strictly an illusion. One of them heat mirages. That's the straight goods. Out here with the sun beating down, we went and talked ourselves into it.
That's not it. That's not it at all, McCluskey.
What are you thinking, sir?
Do you remember what it was that Reno found before the battle?
I'm not sure.
He even sent a message back to Custer about it.
Sure, the village.
Village? What village? What do I have to do to level you guys off? Tie you to a tank or something?
Reno scouts found an Indian village. An hour after that, the whole troop went into action.
Oh, my aching back. I give up. I swear, I give up. This is where the men separate from the nutcases.
Where you going?
Back to the CP if I can find it. You guys keep playing your games, and I'll see if I can send back a padded ambulance. Arrivederci, y'all.
Should I stop him, Sarge?
We can't. He's the only one who's following orders. From now on, we're on our own. What is it?
You tell me.
That's it.
That's what? Would you mind telling me?
The village. That's the village.
6 more of your funny little teepees.
That's a mirage, isn't it, Langsford? Not really there?
Man, don't ask me anything. Now you got me seeing it. Don't ask me nothing.
Looks abandoned. I'll go down to scout it.
An hour ago, if you'd said that, I'd have died laughing.
And now?
You got your rifle?
Sure thing.
Then be careful.
Of course I will.
Well, what happens now? You read all the books. What's the next thing?
Beyond the village. That's where Benteen engages.
What about Custer?
He loses his right arm. As of the moment, Reno got cut off here. Custer's column was doomed.
This is wild. I swear, this is off the scale. Now, how in the... Well, how in... I mean, it's like chasing somebody that ain't even there and trying to catch up.
Well?
Connors. Langsford.
What'd you find?
I'm not sure. But if it's a mirage, this one goes all the way.
What's the matter with you?
You all right?
I just saw the granddaddy of all mirages. I mean the mother of all... Hey, fellas?
You're white as a sheet.
That's 'cause this one's sticking in my back.
McCluskey!
Get the medical kit. I'll try to cut the arrow out.
Bluebird 9, this is CP. Come in. No good, Captain.
Then they're refusing to answer. Either that or they've vanished off the face of the earth.
Captain?
You'd better have something to tell me.
Yes, sir.
For starters, that they're just a few hundred yards behind you, right?
I wish I could say that.
Then you better tell me something, Lieutenant, and fast, like the whereabouts of an M4 tank.
We found the tank, sir.
Is it operational?
It appears to be.
Where are the men?
No sign of them.
What?
Only this note.
Let me see that. Crossing Rosebud Creek, trying to reach the cavalry. Pray we're not too late. What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, sir. We drove up and down the creek bank.
Is that true? This is all you found? No sign of them?
That's right, sir.
What about you?
There were tracks leading to the tank, but after that, it's hard to say. All I know is they weren't in it.
And you, Private, I want you to consider your words very carefully.
Yes, sir. The tank was empty, except for some of their gear.
Well, what are the rest of you grunts standing around for? Anybody need a work detail this morning? How about a recon march with full packs?
Just finishing up, sir.
Come on, guys.
What about their gear?
Most of it was still there, except for the rifles and the sidearms.
Great. That's just great. Now I've got 3 trigger-happy soldiers on the loose with live ammo.
Captain, I know Connors. He is strictly by the book.
Yes, but what book?
Langsford's regular army, and McCluskey, well, he's a good kid, just wants to put in his time and get back home. If they've gone off on their own, there must be a reason.
I don't get it. I swear I don't get it. What are they drinking out there? Or have they seen too many Western movies?
Sir, about the note, what does he mean when he says cavalry?
The 7th Cavalry.
But what's the 7th Cavalry?
A very hot outfit, headed up by a tiger named George Custer.
Custer? Wasn't he...
Don't ask me any more questions. I don't have the answers. But I'll tell you this. Those 3 guardsmen are going to go on active duty so fast it'll make their heads spin. If they ever get out of the stockade.
Not much farther now.
Come on. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, man. We got you, okay? Just hang on to my shoulder.
Where are we?
A few hundred feet away. They're right over the ridge.
Sarge, you hear it?
The wind, that's all.
Not that.
Sure we hear it. This time we all do.
Wait a minute. Listen.
That's them, Sarge. The 7th.
You think he's right?
We made it. We made it after all.
Almost. Don't count your chickens. Let's go.
Somebody give me my sword.
We don't have swords, McCluskey. We got U.S. government issue 45s. Put in a clip, work the slide, and she's ready to go. Here.
We've also got our M1s and the machine gun. Set it up.
With pleasure.
Can't stand up.
Just lay low. Keep pulling the trigger.
Look at Custer. He's surrounded. Gotta get down there.
Must be 1,000 Indians.
More than that, Colonel. More than that.
Well, shoot, I heard of worse odds than that. Haven't you, boys? Plus, we got our equalizers right here. We've come all this way. What do you say, Sergeant?
I say we do it.
Why not?
Let's go.
This is it, Captain. The last known location. What's that plaque for?
Read it, Lieutenant.
Custer Battlefield National Cemetery, honoring the memory of 261 men of the 7th Cavalry who lost their lives in battle. So this is the cavalry they were talking about.
It was. It's a national shrine now. They made it.
What's that, Captain?
Nothing.
No sign of them on either side of the creek, Captain.
What about the tank?
Up near the ridge where they left it. But no sign of the men, no sign at all.
Keep looking.
Yes, sir.
Put them on report, Captain?
Put them on report.
Captain!
What is it?
A list of the men who died here, all the names engraved on the plaque. It looks like it's been here a long time, so then how?
How what?
I think you better take a look at this. Right here, in the middle of the list.
William Connors, Michael McCluskey, Richard Langsford.
Kind of a coincidence, don't you think?
Quite a coincidence.
But how?
Pity they couldn't have brought up the tank. That would have helped the odds. Wonder if the drive chain failed again.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I didn't say a thing. Not a blessed thing.
Sergeant William Connors, Trooper Michael McCluskey, and Trooper Richard Langsford, who, on a hot afternoon in June, made a brave but hopeless charge down a hill and never returned. Look for this one under P for Phantom in the pages of a historical ledger filed in a reading room known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Seventh is made up of phantoms, starring Richard Grieco, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Richard Shavsden, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lado, Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Sarah Wellington, Maggie Carney, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Amanda Amari, Sarah Court, and Anna Sveruzza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Hey there, Will.
Morning, Mr. Reagan.
Reagan? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you want to open the gate?
Yeah, I guess it is. A good one. Want to let me in on it?
Let you in on what?
You called me Will.
Yeah, so?
So, my name's Harold, you know that.
Since when?
How long you been working here?
Oh, long time.
All that time, I've always been Harold. Some people call me Shorty, but never Will.
And I'm Arthur. My wife calls me Artie sometimes, but if you want to be Harold, that's okay by me.
Oh, I get it. You want I should call you Arthur from now on instead of Mr. Reagan? You got it. Guess that makes us even.
Harold, do you a favor?
What's that?
Leave the parking lot open, then take the rest of the day off.
Okay, I'll bite. What for?
You must be tired. Didn't get much sleep last night, huh? Have some breakfast, cup of coffee. See if that helps.
Helps what?
To get your head on straight. You can open the gate now, Harold. Or whatever your name is.
Sure, if you say so.
Morning, Sally.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Curtis. I just got here myself. I hope I'm not late.
No, I thought I'd better get an early start. I have to leave about 3.
You do?
My wife and I haven't gotten a thing for Tina's birthday yet.
That's right. The party's Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
If my daughter can last that long.
Excited?
She sure is. It's all she can think about. Are the Matson contracts ready?
Right here. I finished them before I left last night.
Good. I'll look them over in my office. Well, back to the grindstone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I almost forgot. Would you call the airline for me? See if you can get those reservations changed from Monday to Saturday.
Will do. Straining at the leash to get out of town?
You bet. It's the first real vacation Marion and I have had in years. So I figure, why lose a whole weekend before starting out?
I don't blame you.
Saturday night, it's San Francisco. Here we come. Hold all calls for a few minutes, will you? I want to tell my wife.
Certainly, sir.
Hope her mother can take Tina after the party. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sally! Sally! I can't get a dial tone!
What's he doing?
I don't know.
This isn't in the script.
Sally, I said... Who are you? What are all you people doing in...
Cut!
Where did Sally go? What happened to the wall and...
I said cut. All right, everybody, take 5.
Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual existence. A matter of interest to philosophers throughout the ages. The definition comes from the dictionary, and it directly concerns one Arthur Curtis, 36 years old and a successful businessman, or so he believes. Mr. Curtis is about to discover that the line between reality and unreality can be very thin indeed. In fact, under certain conditions, it may be less than thin. It may be invisible, at least in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question. All of you. What are you doing here? Get out of my office.
Come on, Jerry.
That's not my name.
Is it so hard to make a phone call? Lose the ad-libs.
Who are you?
Remember, Jerry? Marty Fisher, your friendly neighborhood TV director.
What are you talking about?
How soon they forget.
Sally, what is all this?
Something go wrong, Mr. Reagan?
Why are you sitting there like that with your feet up? Take them off the desk at once.
I thought we were on a break.
We are. Why don't you go to your dressing room while I talk to Jerry?
Sure, Marty. Call me when you're ready.
Watch the cables, Miss Lawson.
Of course I will, Kelly. You'd think I'd never been on a set before.
What are all these lights for? I can hardly see.
Pretty hard to shoot without him, Jerry. This isn't exactly verite.
That camera, what's it for? Will somebody please tell me?
I'm warning you, Jerry.
Oh? And who do you think you are?
That's funny. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why don't you wise up and cut the dramatics?
Dramatics?
They won't take much more of this. You're very close to the edge.
The edge of what?
I like that. You're really into it. What is it? The method?
I don't think so.
Not the method. Who'd you study with? Sandy Meisner, right?
No, wait a minute. Stella Adler. Well, I used to be at the Institute, too, and the first rule is don't break character. So, what do you say? Shall we take it again?
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's a gag, just a little gag. You know these New York actors.
All right, get him some coffee. Kelly?
Yeah?
Coffee over here, please. Black.
Coming right up.
Okay, Jerry, let's forget about it. Get your scene done. The front office doesn't like it when they're over schedule.
Over schedule? Not this show.
Then let's try it again. Back to the set.
Set?
Listen, I went out on a limb for you. The whole agency did.
What agency?
Just do your lines.
Are we ready here?
We're ready. Now, Jerry.
All right, one more time. You're going to call your wife, tell her to meet you at 3:15.
How did you know that?
Got all your lines down? Where's your script?
What are you talking about?
Easy, Jerry. Don't burn yourself out. Places, everyone. Break's over.
Where am I?
In your office. It's morning. You just got here.
This can't be my office. It only looks like my office. The window isn't even real.
What's he doing?
The city outside. It's a painting. What is this, a joke?
Jerry.
What are you people watching me for? I don't know you. I don't know any of you.
Don't let him get away.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not on his mark.
Maybe you can shoot around him for a while.
I don't want to shoot around him, Sam. We've got 7 pages to do before lunch.
He'll come through, Marty. We never had any trouble with him before.
What's he doing now?
The scene, I told you.
Get ready to follow him. Roll sound and action.
Still dead.
Cut! Where are you going, Jerry?
Stop calling me that. It's not my name.
Sure, if that's what you want.
Is there another telephone in here?
Sit down, Jerry.
One that works?
Jerry, if I have to phone Brinkley on this, you're dead.
Do whatever you like. Just leave me alone.
You don't look so good. How do you feel?
I felt fine when I got here.
Please, sit down.
What's that on your face? Sweat? Kelly!
Yeah?
Call for an ambulance and make it fast.
Yes, sir. Shall I ask the front office to authorize it?
Of course not. If they find out, there's no telling what they'd do. Suspend production, probably. Go on, go!
Right away.
Jerry, let's go to your dressing room. You can lie down.
Where's the nearest telephone?
Jerry, we're trying to help you.
My name is Arthur Curtis. Take your hands off me. I'm getting out of here.
Did you hear that? Arthur Curtis?
Is this a real telephone?
Looks like it.
All right, everybody. 1 hour for lunch.
Is it hooked up?
Should be.
The number. What's the number?
Search me.
Operator, number please.
I don't know. I can't think.
I'll connect you with information.
Yes, please.
Directory information.
Hello. Would you give me the number of Arthur Curtis? 22437 Ventnor Road, Woodland Hills?
Checking.
On Ventnor. Ventner.
I have no listing for a Curtis at that address.
What? You must be mistaken.
Jerry?
Listen, it's my own home. I'm Arthur Curtis. I just can't remember the number at the moment. Will you?
If it's an unlisted number.
It's not an unlisted number. At least I don't think it is. Look, would you try again? I know there's a phone there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Jerry, put the phone down.
You're wrong, operator. Connect me with your supervisor.
Let's go to your dressing room.
Listen.
Give me the phone.
What are you doing?
You're not yourself. You're sick.
Get your hands off me.
I'm trying to help.
Well, I don't need it. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Home.
Jerry, somebody stop him.
Hey, watch it, lady.
Are you out of your mind? If you're drunk again, Jerry.
Let go of me.
Look, I don't care if they bounce you. I don't care if you never work again for the rest of your worthless life. You're going to pay me what the judge tells you to pay me, or so help me, I'll put you so far behind bars, they'll never find you again.
There you are. Mrs. Reagan.
I am not Mrs. Reagan anymore.
Sorry. Could I speak to you in private?
I haven't the time.
It's about Jerry.
He's coming with me. He'll be back in time for the afternoon filming.
That isn't exactly what
Excuse me, but I need your car.
What do you think you're doing? You're not driving.
I've just called for an ambulance. Jerry's having a nervous breakdown.
How convenient for him.
Would you two get out of the way, please?
I'm not joking, Mrs.
Miss, from now on.
If you won't move...
Slide over.
I don't have time to argue.
I said...
Get in if you have to. I'm getting out of this place.
You pig-headed...
Better fasten your seatbelt.
Slow down.
Don't touch the wheel.
I'll do more than touch it. I'm not going to let you crash this car. It's mine now.
Get your hands off the brake.
There. Now will you let me drive?
I'm warning you.
You're warning me? Give me those keys. Now.
Stop! Look, please, whoever you are.
I said I'll drive. If you want to kill yourself, you'll have to wait. First, I'm going to bleed you, Jerry. I'm going to bleed you dry. Every bank account, every residual.
Now listen. I don't know who you think I am, but you're wrong. You're wrong. My name is Curtis. Arthur Curtis. And I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Right now, I'm going to...
Oh, cut the histrionics. If you think you can chisel your way out of pain with a cheap trick like this...
I'm gonna turn the key again. And I'm driving to my home in Woodland Hills. Once we get there, you can have your car back. Do you understand?
I told you to cut the act.
No act. My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is Marion. I have a daughter named Tina. And I live at 22437 Ventnor Road in Woodland Hills.
I mean it, Jerry.
My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is...
I said cut. Cut!
I don't understand. I've made this turn twice now.
Let me know when the grand tour is over, will you?
I don't know where I am. And yet I must. This is my neighborhood. I live here.
Do you?
I have, for years. Ever since I bought the house. But my street, it's just not here.
What do you want, Jerry? An Academy Award?
I've told you, my name is...
Oh, can it, will you? Who are you trying to convince? You may as well give it up. You never had a less receptive audience.
Why do you refuse to listen to me?
Go ahead, then. Play it out. Make a complete idiot of yourself. I couldn't care less.
I'm trying to find my house. Is that so hard to comprehend?
Well, you're not going to, no matter how hard you try.
And why is that?
Simple. Because there's no such thing as Ventnor Road.
Keep quiet. I'm trying to think.
And what's more, there never was, except in your dreams.
What's in the glove box?
That's none of your business. This is my car now.
There must be a map. Let me have it, please.
Get your hands out of there.
I'm just trying to... Tina! There she is!
Who's Tina?
My daughter!
Another little secret you never told me about. When did that happen?
See her? Skipping down the sidewalk?
Oh, spare me.
Hi, honey! Over here! It's Daddy!
This is too much. You're going to get us both arrested.
Tina, honey! Come here!
I didn't have anything to do with this, remember that.
Tina? Thank God.
Leave me alone.
But you're not Tina. Sorry, little girl, I thought...
You scared me. You're a bad man.
Get in.
But that dress... I thought she was...
I said get in. Or would you rather go to jail for attempted kidnapping? You should have let me drive in the first place. None of this would have happened.
Why are you stopping?
Because this is the end of the line.
Here?
Oh, don't tell me you're going to play surprised.
But I've never seen this house before.
You just won't quit, will you? That's Brinkley's car out front. What does he want?
Who's Brinkley?
Pound of flesh, probably. Well, he'll have to wait his turn. Coming?
I can't stay here. I have to go.
I said I'd get you back for the afternoon shooting.
I mean home.
You are home.
Who's home?
Move it, Buster. Or would you rather sit out here? Fine with me. Suit yourself, but I promise you you'll regret it.
Where are we?
Come on inside. Fix yourself a drink. A little hair of the dog? Maybe that'll do it.
Jerry.
Who are you?
Better be nice to Sam. He's still the vice president of your agency.
Where have you been?
I'm not sure.
Did Sam call you?
More than an hour ago. Said he'd left the studio, walked out.
Stumbled is more like it.
What's all this about?
The studio?
First things first, Jerry. Come into the study.
Why?
Nora, we need to do some damage control.
We sure do.
Can't this wait?
I've waited long enough. I want my money now before he goes off on his next binge.
Now look, I've explained to this woman that I'm not who you all seem to think I am.
Frankly, I don't know what to think. But if we don't smooth this over right now, today, the network won't renew your contract. And that will cost us all money.
My name is Curtis. I live...
Jerry, stop it!
Stop what? Would you rather I lie to you?
You don't seem to realize the position you're in.
Where do you hide the checkbook these days?
I beg your pardon?
I'll find it if I have to tear the house down.
Excuse me. I have to get out of here.
Jerry! Jerry! I'm going to lay it on the line. If you lose this part, we'll have to drop you as a client. We can't cover for you anymore. It's beyond that. Way beyond.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're mistaken.
All right. Look, they can shoot around you today. I'll tell them you came down with something. They won't buy it, but we'll do our best to make it stick. But come tomorrow, you've got to be there, Jerry, bright and early with bells on.
I don't know what's going on. God, help me. I don't know what's going on.
You said that.
Jerry, enough is enough.
I tell you, I
found it. Get over here. Now.
Leave me alone, please.
Nora, he doesn't look so good. Maybe we should take him to Cedars.
You're going to sign this check, Jerry, right now, before you can pull anything else. Go on. Pick up the pen. That's it. Then we'll see about the state of your precious health.
Please, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you. Sign it, Jerry. I want what you owe me.
His hands are shaking.
Oh, no. He's not going to get out of it that easily. I'll fill in my name in the amount. Just sign Gerald Reagan. G-E-R-A-L-D.
That's not my name.
R-A-I-G-A-N. In case you've forgotten how to spell, too.
But I've never heard that name before in my life.
Maybe he should lie down.
Would you both back off? This has gone far enough. I am not Gerald Reagan. My name is Arthur Curtis. Do you hear me? Arthur Curtis. I work for... Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Operator, I'd like the number for Davis Morton and Company, 189 Brand Street, Los Angeles. Yes, I'll hold. But make it fast, will you? Of course there is. I should know. I work there. Look, I've been with them for 7 years. Don't tell me that. Don't.
Here, lean on me.
Sarah Bernhardt.
Look at his eyes. I don't think he's faking it.
Awfully good timing, if you ask me.
Help me to get him to the other room.
What? What is happening to me?
Jer?
What are you doing?
Just closing the blinds.
Don't bother.
I was hoping you'd catch a few winks. Feeling better?
You don't believe me, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe. You've been overworked, trying to wrap the season. Must have been a terrible strain.
The season. I take it that's supposed to mean something to me.
If it doesn't, we're all in trouble. Would you like anything? Some lunch? If Nora won't make it, I'll order out.
No, thanks. I don't have much of an appetite.
You need help, Jerry. It's not in my province, but I've known you a long time, and I hate for this to happen. It's not necessary, you know. It really isn't. Can't you see what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
You know what this is? A script.
For what?
It's all right here. Take a look. Cast of characters. Arthur Curtis, 36. A young business executive. Happily married.
Let me see that. Curtis lives in Woodland Hills, California, with his wife and young daughter. Where did you get this?
It's yours. From the dresser here, where you left it after studying your lines last night. Go on, keep reading.
He is married to Marion Curtis, 33. A charming young woman, typical of that efficient breed which can manage a house and family and still have ample time for...
Ring a bell?
Who wrote this?
That's neither here nor there. Some hack, probably. The point is, the only information you have about Arthur Curtis is what's written here.
That's crazy.
Jerry, I really do understand. Sometimes I'd like to escape myself, get away from this turmoil. The long hours, the early calls, to a simpler, sweeter existence. It's only natural.
You're telling me it was all a delusion? That I'm really somebody named Gerald Reagan, a dissolute, pitiful...
A sweet, unhappy man. A square peg in a round hole who never should have moved to Hollywood. Burdened with that harpy in there. Jerry Reagan, who wanted to be a serious actor once. Trying to make a living and find a little happiness. That's all.
No. I won't accept that. The life I remember, it was real.
I wish it were. For your sake. I wish it were. I have to go, Jerry, and report into the agency. Try to rest and forget about the series. You won't have to go back. I just spoke to the studio a few minutes ago. They're canceling production.
Production on what?
You may as well give me the script. I'll toss it for you. It doesn't matter now. I'm sorry, but Arthur Curtis is dead.
Well, what's his story?
I don't think it's a story. Not this time.
All better? Or should I fix him some milk and cookies?
He's had it. Withdrawn from the playing field. And I can't say I blame him.
Go on, then. Get out of here. I'll whip him into shape. If he thinks a little breakdown is going to let him off the hook.
Wait!
Jerry!
Well, what do you know? It walks.
Out of my way.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Jerry?
I've got to go back.
I told you it's too late for that. It's finished.
No, I've got to get back to my office.
If you mean the set, they're probably tearing it down already. And as far as I'm concerned...
But they mustn't. Don't you see? I'll never get back if they tear down the only connection I have to...
Jerry, knock it off!
I can't do that.
Jerry! Careful, Jerry, that's my car!
Name?
Open the gate.
Oh, that's you, Mr. Reagan?
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, sure. Nice car. What happened to your...
Now, Harold.
Well, see, your name's not on the list anymore. I mean, Reagan's not. That other one you gave me. What did you say it was? Curtis something?
I don't have time for this.
Hey, did you get fired? Real sorry to hear it. Or maybe you quit. Either way, I'm not supposed to...
Stand back.
Huh? No, I was just saying...
What in the... Hey! You can't do that! Put that down! What do you think you're doing?
What'd you say?
Watch your feet. That's my sofa!
Yeah?
Where are you taking it?
Back to props.
You can't.
Yeah? I got a work order right here to strike the set.
You mean my office?
Which office?
The low building with the rose bushes. 189.
Nah, this is from stage 23.
Which way is that?
It's over there. Hang a right at the commissary.
Take the wall down?
Not yet.
Get the desk and chairs.
Where do you want them?
Hold on!
Pardon me, Mr. Reagan?
Don't touch the desk yet, or the chair.
No? How come?
I have to get something.
Oh, sure, go ahead. It'll take us a while. Too bad, huh? Nice set. Real nice. Kind of sorry to see it go.
Sally? Are you still here? No matter. I don't know where to start. There must be a way. There has to be.
Mr. Reagan?
Who?
It's Kelly. I thought I saw you come in.
What happened to my books?
Books? Oh, sent back to props by now.
And my papers? And file cabinets? Even the photos on the desk? They were pictures of my family, my wife and daughter.
Were they? You mean they were real? Give me a few minutes. Maybe I can track them down.
Do they have to do this?
I'm afraid so. The studio needs the space.
A career. A whole life packed up while you're out and shipped off to God knows where. I had no idea. I thought it would last.
Nothing lasts in this town. You know that.
But I thought...
You thought you were different. The exception to the rule? Well, I don't blame you. It's easy to fall into that. You see what happens to everyone else, but you never think it'll happen to you. Human nature, I guess. But, the next thing will come along.
And what will that be?
Beats me, but it always does. You have to have a little faith.
And the things we collect over the years and leave behind.
Oh, somebody else will get some use out of it. It was never really ours in the first place, was it? Can't exactly take it with you.
No, I guess you can't.
They're ready to take the walls down now. You might want to sit somewhere else.
I thought if I got here in time...
Thought what?
Nothing. You go on. I'll be out of here in a minute.
Just following orders, Mr. Reagan. Nothing personal.
No. Nothing personal at all. Marion, don't leave me. Don't leave me here.
Mr. Curtis?
Sally?
Mr. Curtis, oh, there you are. I thought you'd gone home.
What?
Somebody's here to see you. Go ahead, Mrs. Curtis.
Arthur?
Marion!
Honey, I don't understand.
You don't?
Where have you been? I've been phoning all day.
Marion, is it really you?
Well, who else would it be? Honestly, Sally kept saying you were out. Out? What does that mean? She couldn't imagine where you'd gone. She didn't see you leave.
I had some business to attend to. I got lost on the way back.
You did? How do you mean?
It doesn't matter. I'm back now.
Oh, just let me sit down for a second. These new shoes are... Why, where's your sofa?
I won't need it anymore. Marion, let's get out of here.
But I just got here. I didn't think you'd mind. I thought you might want to have dinner on the way home.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, and I wanted to tell you, I got something for Tina's party. That doll she's so crazy about.
Now, Marion, let's go right now.
Artie, are you all right?
Yes, I am now.
You're looking a little tired. A hard day?
Very.
Where were you?
It's a long story.
Mr. Curtis.
Sally?
What is the matter with you, dear? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Leaving now?
Did you make that call to the airlines?
Yes, sir. They sent the tickets over this afternoon. I have them right here.
Let me see.
Plane tickets for our trip?
Are they all right?
Yes, they're perfect.
Ready to strike the office. Get those lamps and tables out of there.
Okay.
Honey, you look so peculiar. Is something the matter?
Can you hear that?
Hear what?
Over here, boys.
Please, Marion, let's go on our vacation right away. Let's not wait.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing, sweetheart. Just let me hold you. I don't want to lose you.
Not much chance of that. Oh, Artie, I've never seen you like this.
We'll take Tina to your mother's and go right to the airport.
But I'm not packed.
We'll pick up what we need when we get there. Oh, Marion, it's very, very important.
Well, if it matters that much to you, I suppose...
Then let's go, now.
Hi there, Mr. Brinkley.
Have you broken it down yet?
Not just about to.
Has Reagan been here?
He was a minute ago.
Where?
The office set.
And he's not there now?
Nope.
You didn't see him leave?
I didn't. Any of you guys see where Reagan went?
Nope.
Sure didn't.
Would you look in his dressing room?
Sure thing.
Well?
Not in his dressing room.
Then, I wonder where he's gone. Wherever it is, I hope he finds what he's looking for.
Flight 23 departing at Gate 5. Last call, Flight 23 to San Francisco.
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual experience. Words of definition from a book we call the dictionary. Words that fail to recognize man's gift for creating realities of his own. Realities perhaps beyond the measurement of science, and yet actual in their own right. Realities existing in that vast and timeless middle ground between light and shadow, the dimension of imagination, also known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You Drive, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hammer Jr. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Jeff Lupetin, Ann Whitney, Doug James, Darren Stevens, Carl Amari, Alyssa Fraden, Elizabeth Lido, Kip Karstedt, C.J. Amari, and Christopher Bolf. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
$5 finally.
The day's getting longer or what?
Too long, if you ask me.
It's that time of year.
What do you mean?
It gets dark so early.
Then we ought to knock off sooner. 4 o'clock instead of 5.
Oh, old man Roscoe would love that.
Hey, Mary Ellen, let me get those files for you.
You want to carry my books, Rich?
No problem.
I guess not, for a big, strong man like you.
I was wondering, how about I buy you a drink?
No thanks. I have to drive home.
Just one?
Some other time. Besides, it looks like it's gonna rain.
We could stop off at the corner.
Leave her alone, Rich. Can't you see she's not interested?
Just trying to be friendly.
Good night, Mr. Pope. Don't work too late.
I won't. Look at them go. Never worked overtime in their lives.
You still at it, Ollie?
Few more minutes, almost done.
I was about to leave.
Go ahead, I'll lock up.
Let me give you a hand. What do you got left?
Why does he always want to give me a hand? Thinks I can't do it, is that it? Oh, no, not that much. Just some letters.
Well, give them to me. I'll do them for you.
What's he trying to prove? Don't worry, I can handle it.
I know you can, but I'm your assistant, you know? Let me assist.
Yeah, assist me right out of a job. That's what you're after, isn't it, Pete? That's all right.
Come on, I'm your friend, too.
Sure, Pete, a real friend. You want my desk, don't you? Go on home.
You know, Ollie, you don't look so good. You're working too hard. You gotta take it easy, you know?
I'm fine. I'm fine, really. Just get out of here.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm sure.
Sure, I'm sure. Working too hard. What does he know about it? What do any of them know about it? Look at this traffic. You'd think it never rained in this town before.
Pull over. Let me pass. What's the matter with these drivers? All a man wants is to get home after a hard day. They probably don't even have a home. Creeping off to the nearest bar, knock back a few. Make the light! Go on through! Punch it! Come on, it's still yellow. Make the turn!
Hey, mister! Don't you see me?
Help! He tried to hit the newspaper boy. I saw the whole thing. Stop! Somebody stop that car! Help! Police!
Portrait of a hit-and-run driver. The name is Oliver Pope, a shaky little citizen, insecure in his job, suspicious of the world and its inhabitants. A man who feels big and powerful and secure only when he's behind the wheel of a car. Oliver Pope has just arrived at a crossroads in his life. The hit occurred in the world he knows. The run will take place in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, You Drive, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, garage door. Open! What's the matter with this thing? Good Lord. What have I done?
Ollie?
Yeah?
I'm in the kitchen. Did you put the car away?
What?
The car. Why did you put it in the garage? I thought we were going to the movie.
It's raining, Lillian.
Well, still, it was supposed to stop.
Well, it hasn't.
Where are you going? Dinner's almost ready. We can still make the first show.
I have a splitting headache.
Bad day at the office?
They're all bad.
Well, then, the movie will take your mind off it. You've been under a strain.
I'm not under a strain. It's just...
Just what?
I think Pete Radcliffe wants my job.
Oh, come now. He doesn't impress me as that kind of person at all.
Why does she disagree with everything I say? Lillian, please.
Here, take this.
I don't need it.
Yes, you do. You're tired and cross and you have a headache. An aspirin will make you feel better. Good for your heart, too.
She thinks I got one foot in the grave.
Ooh, you're shaking. Let me feel your head.
What are you doing?
I want to see if you have a fever. You might have the flu bug that's going around.
Leave me alone. Stop fussing over me, please.
You should be glad that someone cares about your health.
I'll be fine. But I don't want to go to a movie.
Well, maybe tomorrow night then, if you feel better.
I'll feel better if you just leave me alone.
Did you lower the garage door?
Of course I did.
Well, it sounds like someone just opened it.
That's impossible.
Listen.
Probably the cat.
I'm serious. Does the cat know how to work the garage door remote?
All right. I'll check it out. Who's there? Thought I closed it. Who did that? I didn't even touch it. The headlights? Somebody in the car? Get out, or I'll call the police.
No, you won't. You definitely don't want the police around.
I'm not kidding.
Nobody. You're cracking up, Ollie, old boy.
Then who just turned the headlights on?
There. Now they're off. Tell her it was a short circuit. The moisture.
But the headlight switch was on. Somebody pulled it out.
Did they? And who would that be?
Well?
That must have been a short, rain and all.
Was it the cat?
I don't know, Lillian.
Did you turn the car lights on?
Yes. I mean, no. I mean, I turned them off.
You mean they turned themselves on?
Faulty connection or something?
Shouldn't be acting that way. We just had a $200 tune-up. You didn't see the paper out there, did you?
No.
Oh, the boy's late tonight. I guess it's the rain. Here's your supper.
I don't have much of an appetite.
Oliver, sit. You need your nourishment.
I'm gonna lie down for a while. I got a lot on my mind.
Oh, no. You'll eat your salad and then we'll see. Greens for what ails you. Sit.
On his rounds in the rain when a hit-and-run driver collided with the bicycle. So far, an eyewitness has been unable to provide a description of the vehicle or a license plate number. We'll bring you any late-breaking developments. Back to you in the studio, John.
What are you watching?
Nothing. I just thought I'd catch the news.
I thought you were going to lie down.
I am.
Well, try to get some rest. I'll check on you in a little while.
Yes, is this the TV station? I'm calling about one of your news stories. There was an accident tonight on the corner of 3rd and Elm. Could you tell me... Oh, I'm a friend of the family. That's right. Could you tell me how the boy is? I see. Yes. That's terrible. Terrible. Critical condition. What do I do now? What if...
You don't do anything. You'll be fine. Nobody saw you clearly. Put it out of your mind. That kind of thinking makes a man crazy.
But it was me. I did it.
Did you? If a tree falls and nobody hears it, did it happen? Answer me that.
But I have to do something.
That's right. Be a man for a change. In the morning, it'll be nothing but a memory. You'll see.
What in the...
Ollie? Ollie, what is it?
Nothing. Go back to sleep.
Oh, come to bed. Why are you standing at the window?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, there it is again. I thought I was dreaming. What?
Some jerk waking people up in the middle of the night.
But that's your horn, Ollie.
Who's out there? Who's doing this? Huh. Wires must be wet. Take care of it first thing in the morning. That's enough! I had it with this piece of junk. Where's that wire? There. Stupid car. You trying to kill me, slamming the hood like that? I never even touched it.
You tell him, Ollie. Don't let a piece of machinery push you around.
There you are. 1 egg or 2.
Just toast.
Oh, the morning paper came. Oh, terrible about that little boy, isn't it?
What little boy?
Oh, right there on the front page. Just 12 years old and they don't expect him to live. Oh, I hope they catch the man who did it so he gets what he deserves.
How'd you know it's a man?
Oh, didn't you read that far? There was a witness. Oh, drink your juice. I'll make your toast. You gotta have more than that. How can you expect to do a day's work on one piece of toast?
I'm not going to work. I don't feel so hot.
I thought you said you fixed that.
I did.
Are you sure there wasn't someone in the garage last night?
I told you, okay? The car's old. Nothing works right on it.
Our other car was old and it didn't go honking its head off in the middle of the night.
I'm gonna get rid of it.
Oh, well, that's just great. Then what will we drive? You know we can't afford a new car.
I don't care.
Well, I do. I'm going to take it down and have it looked at right after breakfast.
You do that if you want, but I'm still getting rid of it.
That's it, Ollie. You tell her. You're the boss of her and that car, aren't you? Well, aren't you?
And that low-pressure area seems to have passed over. In local news, still no word on yesterday's hit and run. The boy, 12-year-old Timmy Danvers, remains in critical condition. We'll be back with the sports news after this.
So sad. Oh, I don't believe it. Now something's wrong with the steering. Turn!
Big rig on Old River School Road.
10-4. Help you, ma'am?
Oh, officer, I am so glad to see you. My car seems to have broken down. Do you know where there's a payphone?
Back a block at Lincoln. You'll see it.
Thank you.
Not out of gas, are you?
No, the tank's full.
Here, let me try to get it started.
No, I'm afraid it wouldn't do any good. This car is nothing but trouble. Hello, Auto Club? I need a tow. Yes, at 3rd and Elm. I don't know what the trouble is. It just stopped and now it won't start. Would you please send the truck right away? It's in the middle of the street. Ollie?
In here. What took you so long?
Oh, I have never had such a morning. That car.
Where is it? I didn't hear you drive up.
It's at the garage. I had to take a cab home.
What happened?
The strangest thing I've ever seen. It all started down there at the corner. I tried to turn right, but I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
The wheel wouldn't turn. It wouldn't let me go where I wanted to go.
Where was this?
Oh, it finally stalled at the intersection near Lincoln.
Which intersection exactly?
3rd and Elm.
Stalled?
The motor died, and there I was, right in traffic. Oh, it was embarrassing. Even the policeman couldn't get it started.
Please. What were the police doing there?
A motorcycle officer came by while I was waiting. I think he wanted to watch the corner. It's that same corner where the child was run down last night. Maybe they're keeping a lookout in case the driver returns to the scene of the crime.
Did he say whether they had any leads yet?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, he said they were very close to making an arrest.
Is that right?
The witness can almost remember the license plate. Oh, I hope they get him soon. None of us are safe with a madman like that around.
What in the...
It sounds like...
I thought you said it was at the mechanics.
Oh, no!
What are you trying to pull?
Oliver, what are you talking about?
You just told me you had it towed for repairs.
I did.
I tore out the wire to the horn last night. But what is it doing here?
That's what I want to know.
Hello? Speaking. No, I didn't pick it up. Neither did my wife. Yeah, I do know where it is. It's right here at my house. Didn't one of your guys bring it out? Well, I don't understand it either, okay, pal? But I want you to understand something. Don't go sending me any bill. It wasn't there long enough for you to even look at it.
Guess you told him, but that still doesn't explain.
Oliver, I'm confused.
You're not the only one. What do you know about this?
Was that the mechanic?
He said they'd lost the car. Imagine the nerve of that guy.
But it isn't lost. It's in our garage.
Well, then you tell me how it got here. They didn't deliver it.
Oh, I suppose it drove itself home.
Don't answer that.
Why not?
Will you do as I say?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Why? Ollie, what's happening? Your eyes. You look frightened.
Nothing. I just don't want to see anybody.
I don't know what's come over you, but if you don't get over these heebie-jeebies fast, I'm gonna call the doctor.
Are you gonna let her talk to you like that? Be a man.
Well, Pete Radcliffe.
Morning, Mrs. Pope. Or afternoon, I guess it is.
Oh, what a nice surprise.
Ollie here?
Yes, he's in the kitchen.
Could I see him, please?
Well, just for a few minutes. He's a little under the weather today.
That's what I figured. I thought I'd stop by in my lunch hour. How's he doing?
Oh, nothing serious. I think it's just a touch of the flu. He's in the kitchen. Ah, guess who's here?
Hey, Ollie boy. I hear that mystery bug's got you down for the count, huh?
Not quite. I'll be back to work tomorrow.
Oh, I hope so, buddy. Kind of slow around there without you.
He's lying through his teeth.
What brings you over here, Pete?
Well, you didn't show up this morning. I thought I'd do you a favor and empty that in basket of yours.
Now that's going too far.
Pete, I've got important papers in that basket.
Not anymore. I took care of it. Every letter answered. Here they are. All they need is your signature.
Give me those.
Ollie.
Gosh, Ollie, I was just trying to do you a favor.
You want to do me a favor? Stop bucking for my job. I take one morning off and already you're making noises like you're the head of the department.
Hey, you got me wrong. I was just trying to help so you wouldn't fall behind.
Don't try so hard.
Think I enjoyed sitting there dictating your letters? Well, I've got better things to do.
So, go do them. Nobody's holding you here.
I think maybe I will. In case you didn't know, a kid was run down on our street last night. Yeah, he lived just 2 doors away from us. Used to play with my kid. That was one nice, decent, fun-loving, ambitious little kid with a paper route, and some maniac smashed into him with his car and left him bleeding in the rain.
We read about it in the paper. Such a shame.
They didn't actually hit him, did he? Just ran him off the road.
Same difference. Let me tell you, we're watching that corner. He'll show up. They always do. And when he does, he'll give himself away.
You haven't heard how the little boy's getting along, have you, Pete?
He's dead, Mrs. Pope. About an hour ago.
Oh.
So long. I'll be going now.
Oh. Oh, I'll see you to the door.
He knows. He doesn't know, Jack. Just tough it out, buddy boy. There's not a mark on your car. They'll nab somebody for it. Just you wait.
Where are you, 51? Check in.
Stakeout, corner of Elm and 3rd. No luck yet.
The chief needs you back at the station.
That's Big 10-4.
Are you leaving, officer?
For a while, ma'am. I'll try again at rush hour. You see a suspicious car, you get the license plate this time.
Should I try to stop him?
No. No way. Keep your distance and call it in. We'll follow up.
You simply have to stop him. That little boy was very special on this block. Everyone loved him.
I'm sure they did.
Officer!
Yes, ma'am?
I think that's him.
Are you sure?
No, but
That won't do. You've got to make a positive ID.
he's getting away.
You know, if I had something more to go on...
The car's the same color. Yes, he's the one. I'm sure of it.
Wait here.
Yes, officer?
Driver's license and registration, please.
Oh, sure. I just live down the street. How's it coming with that hit and run?
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure. What?
Where were you about 6:15 last night?
Home with my wife and kids. Why?
I've got a witness who says you're wrong.
About what? Look, I tell you I was with...
License and registration, and don't try anything funny.
You gotta be kidding.
This is 51. I need backup at 3rd and Elm. Possible suspect.
I'm not the one you're looking for. Listen to me. My name's Pete Radcliffe. I live right down the...
Turn around, please. Hands on the car. And don't make any fast moves.
What are you doing?
I'm taking you into custody. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
But I'm not the one. Will you listen to me? I'm not him.
Oh, there you are, just in time for dinner. You feeling better after your nap?
I guess so. Paper come?
By your plate. I'm just giving you a little chicken broth and some crackers tonight. Nothing too heavy. I know you want to get back to the office tomorrow and... Ollie, what on earth is the matter?
Did you see the headline?
No, dear, I haven't opened it yet. What does it say?
They've made an arrest.
About what? You're not making sense.
The hit-and-run driver.
Really? Well, I'm glad to hear it. But is that any reason for you to take on so? You're as white as a ghost.
The man they've arrested is Pete Radcliffe.
Let me see. I just can't believe it.
Read what it says. Positively identified by an eyewitness.
Well, I still don't believe it.
Why not?
You can tell when a man would do a thing like that. Pete just isn't the type.
You don't know him like I do.
No, I suppose you're right. You've always claimed he was sneaky after your job and all.
Yeah, I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Ollie, I'm surprised at you. How can you take satisfaction out of someone else's misfortune?
I don't get any pleasure out of it. I just said that I don't have anything to worry about at the office.
Oh!
Stay calm.
Ollie, there is someone in the garage, and now I'm not imagining it this time.
There's nobody there.
Don't you tell me it was my imagination. You heard it. Aren't you going to look?
A little noise, that's all. Could have come from anywhere.
It came from the garage. If you're afraid, I'll call the police.
No. No police. I'll go. Now what? The whole front bumper. Looks like it fell right off. Or somebody pulled it off. Who did this? Who's in here?
Did you see anybody?
No, there's nobody out there.
Then what made the noise?
That cat. It was pawing around the garbage. It knocked the lid off.
Well, it certainly made a racket. Don't you want your chicken broth, dear?
No, I don't feel so good.
Oliver, wake up!
What?
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Sounds like some nut's got his radio turned up as far as it'll go.
Oh, I'll see where it's coming from. Where's my robe?
It must be coming from next door at the Cassidys', that teenage boy of theirs.
Cut out that noise! People are trying to get some sleep around here!
Dad's telling them.
Hey, over there! Did you hear what I just said?
Is it at the Cassidys'?
I think so, but it's so loud they can't hear me. I'll go over.
Oh, what can those people be thinking running a radio like that at this time of night?
I'll take care of it.
Attaboy.
What is this?
And now the news. An arrest has been made of the accident that fatally injured young Timmy Danvers.
Radio in my own car. Somebody or something is trying to drive me insane.
The suspect, Peter Radcliffe, has been identified by Mrs. Daniel Hastings, who was walking her dog at the corner of... Funeral services for the victim will take place tomorrow afternoon at the Church of the Good Shepherd.
No!
Take charge of it. Kill it. The right tool for the right job. How about a hammer?
Yesterday's hit and run.
Leave me be, you piece of junk!
For the victim will take place tomorrow.
Can't see! Turn those headlights off me! Off, I said!
That fatally injured young Timmy Danvers. Young Timmy Danvers. An arrest has been made of the accident. Fatally injured Timmy Danvers.
Oh, Ollie, I wanted to surprise you.
I don't need any more surprises.
I was going to bring you breakfast in bed.
I'm not an invalid. A fever and a little lost sleep doesn't make me bedridden.
Well, eat as much of it as you can. I still think you should have called the police.
Why?
To find out why prowlers are coming into our garage. This makes 2 nights running.
I'll install a new lock when I get home tonight.
Ollie, you haven't eaten anything.
Not hungry.
Ollie? Ollie, are you sure?
Please, stop fussing. I have to get ready for work.
Now, don't you stay in that office and try to work if you feel bad. You come on home.
All right, Lil.
Aren't you going to drive?
I thought I'd take the bus.
Now?
I don't trust the car. It's falling apart.
So what should we do? Are you just going to let it sit in the garage?
No, I'll put an ad in the paper. Maybe we can unload it on somebody. For now, leave it as it is.
If you say so. Bye.
Bye.
Morning, Lillian.
Oh, good morning, Alice.
How's everything?
Fine, I guess.
Are you sure?
Oh, it's Ollie. He's so nervous lately.
What's wrong?
Well, he's not getting enough sleep, for one thing. Neither am I. All that noise in the middle of the night.
I heard it. Was it the Cassidys'?
That's what I thought, but... Oh, you won't believe this. Someone broke into our garage.
No.
I told Ollie to call the police, but you know how men are. If it happens again, though, I'm calling them myself.
You should. Did they steal anything?
I don't think so, but they fooled around with the car, turned the radio on and off. It was terrible.
Oh, I bet. I hope they didn't do any damage.
Well, Ollie says it isn't serious, but he wants to sell it. Now, I suppose we'll have to buy a new car.
Well, at least it runs. There he goes now.
looks like it's going to rain. But Ollie's not driving to work. He's walking to the bus stop.
Then who's driving your car?
Watch out! Alice!
Lillian, maybe I'm going blind, but I'd swear there's no one at the wheel.
I don't believe this. Get away from me. Leave me alone. I said get away. What do you want from me?
Hey, mister. What are you doing in my yard?
I have to get to the next block. Out of my way. Taxi! Taxi, over here! Thank God.
So where are you headed?
Anywhere away from here.
Yeah, sure thing, pal. Just let me turn around here.
No. Stop!
Well, who's that? Hey, what's going on here? It could have totaled my head. Hey, listen, fella, watch where you're driving.
Don't. Just go. Get out of here.
Yeah, not till I give that guy a piece of my mind. Hey, who's driving? What the heck is going on here? Hey, cops! Somebody's tearing up my cab!
Stop! I'll do whatever you want! What am I supposed to do? Get in? All right, I'm getting in, see? See, I'm getting in. Now, where are you taking me? Now you've done it. Is this what you want? For me to get caught? For your crime?
Face it, Ollie, old boy. It's not the car. It's you. There was always you. Stop trying to lay it off on a piece of Detroit iron. Stand up and face it for once in your life.
Slow down. You're gonna get me killed.
Come off it. Take your punishment. Thought you were pretty clever, didn't you? Well, you weren't clever enough.
I am not what I drive. I'm a man. I tell you, a man.
That's right, a man. Just think, your name will be all over the papers. You were a man who was not afraid, who would not break, who drove to the police station under his own power and turned himself in.
That's it. I am a man. A man who would not be broken. A man who stood up. A man who took his medicine.
This is an all-points bulletin for drivers within the sound of my voice. Any persons attempting to conceal criminal acts involving their cars are hereby warned. Check first to see that underneath the hood there does not lie a conscience, and that the hum of the engine is not really the beating of something very much like a heart, especially if you're riding along a rain-soaked highway on your way to the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Charlie?
Go back to sleep. It's early.
What time is it?
I don't know. My watch stopped.
Oh, look at the clock.
It says 7, but it's wrong.
Oh, it can't be wrong. You wound it, didn't you?
It has to be wrong. Look out the window. It's still dark. Must be 3 or 4 in the morning.
When did you turn the light on?
I don't need it. Leave it off.
So, this is the day, huh?
This is the day.
Well, have you got 3 or 4 hours yet? What do you have to get up now for?
Can't sleep. So, I thought I might as well go over to the jail.
You know what I think?
What?
I think you're crazy. If it really is the middle of the night, you're crazy to get up now. What's so special about today?
Ella.
Just about hanging a little?
I said, why don't you go back to sleep?
Why don't you? There's going to be all kinds of excitement today, reporters and everything else. You're the one that could use some sleep.
Bring breakfast over about 8:30.
You want some coffee now?
Pierce will have some at the jail. Just bring Jagger's breakfast at 8:30.
What about you?
I can't eat.
What time do you string him up?
Ella.
You know what I mean. What time does he get hung?
Hanged.
That's what I said. What time?
When you're talking about an execution, Ella, the word's hanged. It's at 9:30. And you know something? I hope they stay away. I hope everybody stays away, not just the reporters, the whole town. Because when I think of a bunch of cold-blooded gawkers who get their jollies from watching a boy die, I want to...
Well, why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't the whole town turn out to watch it?
Including you?
I haven't decided yet.
Why would you want to see a thing like that? Why would you even think about it?
Because if anybody deserves it, he does. Dirty little animal.
I'm leaving now.
I understand that after the neck breaks, they only feel it for a couple of seconds. Well, it ought to take more time than that, Charlie. For what he done, this is a mighty easy way to pay it off, don't you think?
Easy? To get strung up by the neck? All I can say is you have a funny view of what's easy and what's hard. Just remember to bring his breakfast over.
Hey, Charlie. How does he want his eggs?
Edible. They're the last ones he's gonna eat, so do one thing for me, will you, Ella? Make them edible.
Sheriff Charlie Koch on the morning of an execution. For the record, and as a matter of absolute fact, it is a little after 7 a.m. Now, logic and natural laws dictate that at this hour there should indeed be daylight. It is a simple rule of physical science that the sun should rise at a certain moment and take away the darkness. But at this given moment, Sheriff Charlie Koch, his wife Ella, a condemned man named Jagger, and everyone else in this small, inconsequential town are about to find out that there are some causes and effects that have no precedent, except in the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Sheriff.
Pierce, anything doing?
Nothing much.
You sure?
Yep.
Take your feet off the desk.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
Glad you finally made it. This ain't the day to be oversleeping.
You tell me all about sleeping, Pierce. You're the expert on that.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I mean, I ain't complaining.
You ain't complaining, but at 2 or 3 in the morning, you've had a 4-hour shift. And, buddy, that doesn't break anybody's back.
2 or 3 in the morning? What have you been drinking? It's 7:30.
Then why is it pitch black outside?
What are you talking about?
Take a look.
I don't get it.
What don't you get, Deputy? That some men can't sleep and get up early? I suppose that doesn't make much sense to a guy who could put in 12 solid hours on a mattress and then wake up and complain about...
Sheriff.
You got a problem, Pierce?
Sheriff, it is 7:30 in the morning. Take a look at the clock. And you're right, it's black as a coal mine outside. I never seen it blacker. What's going on?
You're right. It's 7:30, and the sun's not up yet. And to tell you the truth, Deputy, I don't know why. I don't know why at all. Who's coming?
I can't see yet. Everything out there looks the same. Black as the ace of spades.
Morning, Colby.
Sheriff?
How about that? You see it out there?
Of course I saw it.
Any sign of the sun?
Not a speck.
You gonna run an extra in that paper of yours?
If I get the time. I've been answering the phone since 6 in the morning. One fella says that the electricity's gone off in the whole town. Well, I can see that's not true. Another one says it's already tomorrow night.
I like that.
Well, what do you think?
Well, hold on, there's more. The president of the January graduating class of our local school, who majors in physics, tells me it's a phenomenon caused by sunspots. Now, you're well versed in law and order, Sheriff Koch, keeping the peace, in other words. So I'm here to ask you, what's your theory?
I wish I had one. It's almost 7:45 in the morning. Daylight should have come 2 hours ago.
Maybe a storm's on the way. Big whopping storm, the kind that covers up the whole sky.
Possible, I suppose.
Storms don't bring this kind of darkness. Anybody call the state capitol?
Oh, yeah. In between reassuring people that this is neither an interplanetary invasion nor the end of the world, I placed said call myself.
And?
Oh, things are normal there. It's daylight, just as it should be. But if you'll forgive the pun, they're as much in the dark as we are.
You mean it ain't black up there?
It appears that all up and down the state, and across the face of the earth for that matter, we are the only ones who are groping around in total darkness. So, the phenomenon is quite localized, which means we'll have to seek elsewhere for company to share our misery. How's Jagger doing this morning?
I seen him. Brought him in a cup of coffee to make sure he was awake.
Thoughtful of you.
To remind him about what day it is.
I'll bet you did. I wonder, how did you occupy yourself as a lad there, Deputy? Torture small animals or just pull the wings off flies?
Say, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. I don't mean anything by it. So, Koch, can I talk to him?
Go right on in. I'm not saying he'll talk to you, but that's the privilege of the press, to try.
So he's got an hour and 45 minutes left. What about a priest or a minister?
He doesn't want either.
As a point of interest, Sheriff, entirely off the record, do you believe Jagger's guilty?
Mr. Colby, I arrest people on the basis of evidence. I jail them on that evidence, and I'm responsible for their meals and their health until they get sentenced, executed, or let loose. As to guilt or innocence, it's a matter for the jury, public opinion, and God to decide. And that part of it, thank the Lord, has nothing to do with me.
Uh-huh. So, let us all praise God for the morning's impartiality. You just keep them alive until their moment of death. I see. And as for my part, I follow fate around with a small pencil and a notebook and make a record for posterity of how he died and why he died. But neither one of us has any guilt to share for the fact that he does die. How perfectly convenient for us.
He's guilty as hell. He fired buckshot into a man's head, a real decent, upstanding man. And today, he's going to pay the price. He's going to hang for it. And man, oh man, his justice going to be served up deluxe style this time.
Pierce, why don't you shut your mouth?
I got a right to an opinion.
Oh, you do, Deputy. Indeed you do. There are just a couple of disturbing facets to this particular case.
Like what?
First, that the murder victim was not a decent man by any stretch of the imagination.
Hey, you're talking about the dead.
He was a cross-burner and a psychopathic bully who attacked the man you've got locked up in there.
Well, that don't matter.
Go on, Colby. I want to hear this.
Second, Deputy Pierce here saw it happen and then perjured himself.
Now, wait a minute.
Let him finish.
That's the word, all right, Deputy. Perjured. You said that Jagger shot him from across the room. Well, no such thing could have happened according to the records I saw. The murdered man had powder burns all over him.
So what?
Oh, you tell me how a man can get shot from 10 feet away and still have powder burns on his skin. By itself, that might not have proved self-defense, but it would have supported Jagger's story. It would have at least raised some doubts in the jury room. If they had heard it.
I wondered about that myself.
Did you, Sheriff Koch? Well, you saw the body, didn't you?
I saw it.
But I didn't hear any comment on those powder burns when you gave your testimony, or did I miss that?
I answered the questions they asked me.
Oh, don't feel singled out now, because your courageous editor who covered the trial from start to finish, he just didn't see fit to include that insignificant little detail in any of his news stories either, now did he? Even though for some reason he knew at the time that he was being very, very selective about what he wrote and what he didn't write, about the truth, in other words. Which is what a trial is supposed to be, a search for the truth. So, when you get right down to it, you're quite right, Deputy. Justice is being served on a platter with its tongue cut out, just like the carcass of any dead animal.
Call me when you're ready.
I will. Smoke, Jagger?
No, sir.
You don't mind if I have one?
Go ahead.
I quit years ago, but I picked up a pack last night. I don't know why. And this morning, I looked at it like I've never seen a pack of cigarettes before. It didn't even feel right in my hand. I know it's bad for me, but I put it in my pocket just the same. Now, why do you suppose that is?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Colby?
Anything you like. I can't promise I'll have the answer, though.
I was just wondering, what kind of day is it?
Oh, you're not going to believe me, even if I tell you.
It's rainy, huh?
No, it's not bad. A little chilly. The main thing is, it's still dark.
How do you mean?
It's still black as night outside. The sun never came up. Close to 8 in the morning, and not even a little bit of daylight.
God, come on. Don't kid me.
I'm not. Why would I? What reason would I have to lie to you?
Well, this place doesn't have any windows, so I guess it could be Christmas Eve or the 4th of July, and I wouldn't know the difference.
Jagger, do you have a religious affiliation?
No.
Anybody you want to see?
Nobody.
Anything you'd like to say? Anything at all?
Nothing.
No priest, no friends, no comment. What do you have?
What do you think, Mr. Colby? Not much, that's what. I mean, I've got a little over an hour, and I've been thinking that I'd like to rip these bars apart and get out, same as you would. Or maybe, just save everybody the trouble and hang myself in here. But I haven't got the strength for one or the guts for the other, so I'm just sitting here and waiting. What else is there?
That being the case, would you care to make a statement?
You want a statement? Is that what you came here for?
Look at it this way. I don't think anybody should leave the Earth without a comment. You, me, or anyone else.
Oh, well, now that sounds like a reasonable request. Considering that you're not the one who's leaving.
I'm serious. I'm giving you the chance to say anything you want.
All right, then. I'm guilty, Mr. Colby. How's that? That should let you off the hook.
And that's supposed to mean what?
That's supposed to mean that you're on the side of the good guys. You know. There have to be good guys and bad guys. That's the nature of man. Well, I'm the bad guy, okay? Worse than that, I'm the troublemaker in town. The one with the causes and the banners. I'm the idiot. The fool. I tried to be his brother's keeper. You understand now, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't matter whether I do or not. I want to hear what you think, on or off the record.
Anything I say, you're going to write it down and put it in that little newspaper of yours, aren't you?
Not if you don't want me to.
How would I know if you did or you didn't?
I don't have a tape recorder on me. See? My notebook's in my pocket, and so is my pencil. If I did put it in my paper, what good would that do me? As a matter of fact, it would do me some damage. Because I didn't speak out about the case. I kept silent, not even an editorial. So I can't very well change my stripes now, can I?
I said all I had to say in court.
But nobody listened. Well, I'm listening. We're two men talking here. If you say it's private, that's how it stays. What difference can it possibly make to you now? I have to know. Can you understand that? I have to.
You think I know?
You were there.
You got one of those cigarettes?
Right here.
There was a shotgun. It wasn't mine, it was his. Everybody knows that, but they convicted me on premeditated murder. Even though I'm the one who tried to take it away from him before he could go out and use it.
So you fought with him?
I either loaded the gun and put it in his hands, or I tried to get it away from him. Take your pick. All I remember is the gun going off, and that's what counts, isn't it? Not motives, not what's in your head. You know what road is paved with good intentions. Good, bad, it doesn't matter.
I'd say there's a big difference. A huge one.
Except that the man I killed, he was the White Knight.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would. The things he did, other people only thought about. What they wanted to see happen but didn't dare do. He was the cross burner, the bomb thrower. He did their dirty work for them, like whipping some poor, scared guy just for being black, when nobody else had the guts to pick up a stick or a rock to do it themselves. So the White Knight ended up with his brains spattered all over the place. And I was the cause of that, one way or the other. There's no way the people around here were gonna pin a medal on me.
You don't think much of this town, do you?
Do you?
The man wasn't a saint, but he died. And what the jury said was that regardless of how it happened, we cannot dispense life or death because someone offends us. That's the distinction between men and animals.
And that's well said, Mr. Colby. You tell it to the man who fixes up the rope, okay? You tell it to the sheriff and his deputy out there. You tell that to the town while they stand around and watch my eyes bulge out and my tongue swell up and I choke and do my little dance for them. You tell them all about the difference between men and animals. But you better draw pictures. Because this kind of language they just don't get.
Catch!
You ready, Mr. Colby?
I'm ready.
A lot of commotion out there. I guess they just can't wait.
That's not it. It's because nobody can see where they're going.
Why's that?
I told you, it's dark out.
For real?
The darkest I've ever seen it.
Get the crossbar on there real good.
I got it, officer.
And the rope. Make sure it's fixed right. Don't want it to break now, would we?
No, sir. Could you point your flashlight up here one more time?
You got it.
How's that?
Looks A-okay from here. You done real good, boys.
Boss?
What?
Well, sir, you had us add cleats to the support, and then you wanted a bigger crossbar, and now you ordered a new rope, but just for today? Well, the old setup was just fine the way it was, as far as I could tell. So how come you went and spent all that extra money?
Because this one's gonna go off without a hitch. Right, boys?
Well, if it don't, it sure won't be your fault.
Yeah, that's the truth.
All right. I guess you can come on down. We gotta test it one time.
Sure thing, boss.
Now, when I say pull, you drop the sandbag.
Yo.
All right, then. Pull! That got her. That got her good, didn't it, boys?
Yeah, boss. It sure did.
Who's there?
Easy, Pierce. Looks like everything's in working order.
Yep, that'll take care of him.
Sure it will, but I'm still worried about one thing.
And what's that?
Exactly who or what is going to take care of us.
There it goes, 9 bells.
Why is it so dark then?
Is it an eclipse?
Can't be. I've been listening on the radio. This ain't no eclipse.
It's weird. It's just plain weird.
Word of the darkness that has suddenly and inexplicably engulfed this remote Midwestern town.
Turn up that radio so we can hear.
It is now 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but latest reports indicate that the darkness blanketing the specific location is virtually total. So far, there is no sign whatever of any daylight on the horizon. A spokesman for the Meteorological Service says that the event is without precedent, according to records covering the past 150 years.
Who's that? Turn on your headlights.
Why, it's Sheriff Koch's wife. Morning, Ella.
Is that you, June?
It's me. What you got on the tray?
Breakfast.
Oh, aren't you the one? Fixing a nice hot meal for your man.
Well, it's not for Charlie.
Who's it for, then?
For him.
You don't mean...
Afraid so. For Jagger.
What did you go and waste good food for? He don't have no right. He don't even have time to eat it.
It's the law.
The law?
That's what my husband says. Anyway, I can help carry out the letter of the law. I'm glad to. It's my duty.
Ella?
Over here, Charlie.
Just bring it on inside. I'll be right there.
Excuse me.
The governor, please. Yes, I'll wait, but please tell him it's urgent.
Mr. Colby?
Hi, Ella.
Where should I put this?
What? No, this is the editor of the Sun-Times. That's right. I'm calling to see if there's been a stay in the... Yes, I'll hold. What do you have there?
Charlie said to bring it.
Breakfast?
For the condemned man.
I guess you can just take it on in.
To the cell?
The hall door is open. It's right down there.
I know where it is. Charlie said to fix a plate of eggs. He didn't say I had to spoon feed it.
Yes, well, of course, if he's on the phone. He's not? What do you mean nobody called? No, listen. After the automatic appeals, there's always a request to the governor's office for a stay while they argue it before the circuit court.
Morning, Mrs. Koch. I thought that was you.
Yes, I'll hold.
Thanks for bringing the tray.
Just in time, too. I wouldn't want it to go to waste.
When did you make these eggs?
When?
They're cold.
Well, that's not my fault.
You could at least have brought them on time.
Charlie, you listen here. I couldn't drive because there's no street lights, so I walked over. I couldn't even see where I was going. That's just how long it took me.
All right. I'll take it into him.
If he doesn't like it, he can throw it in the trash for all I care.
Well, now, don't do that. I mean, I haven't had nothing to eat this morning.
I said I'll take it to him.
Yes, I'm here. I see. You sure? That's it, then. All right, yes.
Who was that?
The governor's secretary.
And?
No dice.
I see.
Well, there you go. Sure is a big, fat surprise.
No, but I'll tell you what is. It's a surprise that someone can go to trial for his life with a third-rate public defender who's afraid to stand up to the local DA. It's a surprise that no private lawyer somewhere heard about the case and went to bat pro bono. It's a surprise that the public defender didn't even try to call the governor a half hour before the sentence is carried out. And it's a surprise that I didn't give up the ghost in this place a long time ago. But it's not a surprise that you, Pierce, and this whole town are out of your minds with glee over the cold-blooded taking of a life that's about to occur.
I think you dropped this.
It's all right, Reverend Anderson. It's empty.
Whiskey helps, does it, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't hurt.
Helps you see things more clearly? Or does it keep you from seeing?
You suppose, Reverend, that there's some theological explanation for this morning?
Theology? That's for divinity schools. This is a time for faith.
Faith in death or in darkness? Maybe if we thought there was a divine act going on here, we could find a way to live with it.
God is always with us, whether we know it or not.
Is he?
Even now.
This isn't the first gallows ever built, Reverend, or the last. Won't be the first man to lose his life at an untimely age, and we won't be the last mourners on this earth either.
Did you see him? Did you talk to him?
Briefly.
He wouldn't see me. Wouldn't even let me in his cell.
That's a pity. He's a lonely boy. But at least he won't be lonely for much longer.
That's the truth. He's going to glory.
I'm glad you think so.
And you don't, Mr. Colby?
It would be easier if I did. But I gave up my faith years ago. Now I'm not sure I ever had it.
We all stumble in life, lose our way for a time. But the shepherd doesn't give up. He keeps on looking for us.
What happens if the shepherd loses his way too?
It must be time.
Listen to them. Oh, they want blood. Reminds me of sports fans in an arena somewhere.
Yes, a Roman one.
How's it look out there?
Hard to tell. When they light their torches and storm the jail, I'll let you know.
Well, I'd better get the prisoner ready.
You're going through with it?
Unless something happens in the next 10 minutes, I have no choice.
Then I suggest we use this time wisely.
And how do we do that, Reverend?
There's only one thing left to do. We pray.
No time to pray now. It's 9:25. That's right, ain't it? 9:25?
5 more minutes. I can't believe Koch's doing this. The sun's not up yet.
Law says May 25th at 9:30 in the morning. Well, that's what it is. May 25th, and it's pretty near 9:30 already.
Quite apart from the fact, Mr. Pierce, that you're not the most sensitive of men, doesn't this morning suggest to you that there's something odd going on, and that perhaps we'd better dispense with business as usual until we find out exactly what it is?
You know something? I take an awful lot of crap from you. And just who are you, anyway? A little shot editor of a crummy little paper? That's right, a crummy little paper that crawls along on its hands and knees from one edition to another. The way I figure it, you got more creditors than you got readers.
That'll do it, Pierce.
That won't do it by a long shot. And maybe you feel like turning your cheek to this bum, but there ain't no rule book says I gotta. He says I perjured myself, says I lied. And he wasn't throwing no bouquets at you either.
Maybe because I don't deserve any. You know, Colby, you're right. I saw the victim. He did have powder burns. And when a committee of townspeople came to me and said there'd be no autopsy, I just bent my head and shuffled my feet and nodded. We've all got little axes to grind, don't we? I'd like to be re-elected sheriff. And you, Colby, you'd like to keep that newspaper going. And Deputy Pierce over here, he likes to feel important. He likes to be popular. He likes to stay on the side of the majority. So here we are, gentlemen. All of us treading water in a sewer.
I don't take it from him, and I don't take it from you neither.
Watch who you put your hands on, Pierce.
Oh, what?
You better unravel it right now, or I'll spread you all over the yard.
It's 9:27, Koch.
Then we'd better go get the prisoner.
At last, Mr. Pierce. A labor of love, huh?
You coming, Pierce?
Yeah, I'm coming. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I want to see Jagger's face when he gets a look at that gallows.
You won't be able to see anything, and neither will anybody else as long as it stays dark out. And maybe that's just as well.
Come on!
Let's get this show on the road.
Hurry it up, Sheriff!
Can't wait all morning.
There he is!
Dirty little murderer.
I want to see him choke.
You don't need the chains. I'm not going anywhere.
He has some minutes, doesn't he?
He's used them already. We're behind schedule.
You can talk to him now, Reverend. Take your time.
It's my time. I got nothing to talk about.
Then let's go. Let's get on with it.
Don't waste your last minutes, Jagger. We're a different color, and I know we have different faiths, but you've stood up for me and mine. You've spoken for us. And God help you, you've killed for us. I think we owe you some peace, and I'd like to try to give you some.
That rope over there give me peace. I don't need any words, Reverend. No quotations, nothing in the Bible or any other book.
Get it over with!
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah!
Patience, everybody! I'm gonna give you what y'all came here for. I'll dance at the end of the rope, and I'll choke, and I'll swing back and forth like a rag doll. Yeah, you'll see. You'll get your money's worth. I promise.
This way.
I told you, I'll do this myself.
Any last words?
Not on your life.
That's one thing I won't give you people. I won't give you the satisfaction of saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah!
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 Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Don't return their hate. Don't dishonor yourself.
Why don't you go home? Go on. Get out of here.
Just tell me one thing. When he came at you, Jagger, did it feel good then?
What's the difference?
And when you aimed that gun at his head, that wasn't such a bad moment, was it?
Good or bad, who cares? If I wanted him dead or not, it ended the same. What was in my heart didn't matter, because it's what you do that counts, isn't it? Not what you wish for.
So, when you killed him, Jagger, when you blew his head off, there were no regrets then, were there?
If I told you I didn't mean it, would you let me go? The law's the law. It's what I did in this life. The same as for him, and I hated his kind.
You enjoyed seeing him dead, didn't you?
You know it.
Now I know it too. I know it only too well. This man is guilty.
We're all guilty.
Guilty as sin.
It's important to get with the majority, isn't it? That's the big thing. That's what really matters to you.
We're all the majority. The minority died on the cross 2,000 years ago.
You want a statement? I'll give you a statement. Tell everybody that. Tell them they're no better than me. Who wants to put the rope around my neck, huh? You, lady! You want to put it on, mister?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
And who wants to pull the lever, huh? You, Reverend? But you know we're all murderers.
I'll do it.
Hey!
You seen the light, Reverend? You finally seen the light?
Have you? Have any of you? In all this darkness, can anyone make out the truth? Look at what's hanging from that gallows. He hated. He killed. Now he dies. You hated. You killed. And not one of you isn't doomed. Not one. Do you know why it's dark? Do you know why there's night all around us? Do you know now what the blackness really is? It's the hate he felt. The hate you've felt. The hate all of us felt. There was too much. There was way too much, and we had to vomit it up, and now it's surrounding us and choking us. So much hate. So much miserable hate.
Oh, it's getting colder.
Look what's happening. It's getting even darker. You can't hardly see anything now.
Take me home, Charlie. I want to go home.
I will, if I can find the way.
That's crazy, isn't it? what he said. Isn't it crazy? You know what's going to happen, don't you? I mean, you know what's going to happen next. Oh, believe me, this here stuff is going to lift. It'll just all of a sudden just plain lift. Because it's just a fog is all it is. Nothing more than a fog. And it'll lift. And there'll be the old sun, high up and bright. Wait and see. There'll be the old sun shining to beat the band.
I don't know. I don't know if there'll ever be daylight again. Only God knows. And I'm not even sure about that.
Reports now coming in of similar occurrences here in the United States and abroad. At 9 o'clock this morning, a dark cloud suddenly appeared over several widely separated U.S. cities. The government of Israel has verified the fact that a rectangular area over the West Bank appears to have gone dark. In China, correspondents just filed a news item about several square blocks, including a political prison, thrown into darkness early this morning. In Iran, an area in Southeast Asia, in Central and South America, the African continent, the darkness continues to spread.
Witness the effects of a sickness known as hate. Not a virus, not a microbe, not a germ, but a very real sickness just the same. Universal and not easily contained. The diagnosis? Highly contagious and unfortunately quite deadly in its effects. Consider yourself forewarned. Don't look for this one in the realm of science fiction, but rather right in front of you, in the mirror. As a matter of survival, you'd be well advised to eradicate it now, right now, before the light goes out, somewhere in the vicinity of your town. A prescription prepared for all within listening range of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Norm Woodell, John Watson Sr., Turk Muller, Jeff Lupetin, Paul Patch, Maggie Carney, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, and Irene Olson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Probe 7. Log entry 1411. Another waking period. Ship seems to be functioning perfectly as usual. Wish they could make cars this reliable back home. Oxygen supply, right on the button. Food supply, a little over. Something wrong with my appetite. Not enough exercise, I guess. I know. More workout time. Gotta stay in shape. Never know who I might meet in space. Coordinates on autopilot. Propulsion system humming like a top. Pressure flow, output, all right on the money. Oh, come on, guys. You don't need a pilot up here. Could have sent an unmanned probe. All I am is extra weight. Think how much farther this crate could go without me. Of course, you wouldn't have my brilliant observations. Boredom followed by prolonged disinterest, with periods of great loneliness. Must be fascinating. Here's an observation. All these blinking lights in the cockpit. They remind me of stars, or candles, or cigarette lighters. That's it. You remember cigarettes? Did you know at concerts people had these little lighters, and sometimes they'd hold them up and it looked like a sea of stars out there in the dark? I want to write a book, not this diary. Doesn't have enough plot. Just me remembering. That's who I am, boys. He who remembers. Oh, well. Better send you the numbers. Here goes the download. Transmitting now. Till next time, this is Colonel A.L. Cook. Over and out. Hold on, I think we've got a malfunction here. Some kind of overload. Yep, there's the power drain. Initiating diagnostics. No time for that. Switching to manual override. Base, this is Probe 7. Probe 7, calling base. Come in. I've just lost a rocket tube. Can't handle this baby. Controls won't respond. Losing power fast. Have to set down on the nearest planet. Got one in view now. Not much choice. Entering atmosphere. Surface coming up fast. Can't slow down. No retro rockets. Ship's about to catch fire. Base, do you read? This is Probe 7. Probe 7. Mayday! 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 Mayday!
One Colonel Cook, traveler in deep space several million miles from his point of departure and presently out of options. He set a course across an endless ocean in a one-man lifeboat, now scorched and broken on an alien shore. But even if he should survive, his greatest ordeal is yet to come, for he must face a far more dangerous challenge, an opponent more menacing than the cold, lifeless vacuum of space. He must face what awaits him on the other side of the bulkhead and do battle with the unknown. As soon as the dust settles, he will take stock of his plight with very little effort, a single 360-degree movement of head and eyes. For Colonel Cook has come to rest on a small, undistinguished planet not on any chart, one that is actually an outpost in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Log entry 1412. I'm alive. That's all I know for sure. The ship is wrecked pretty badly. It might be possible to realign the main drive, but not without help. So far, I'm holding up. One badly bruised head and a broken right arm for which I made a sling. A few more painkillers in the first aid kit, but after that, I'm on my own. The planet has an atmosphere, so I don't need the pressure suit. That's another stroke of luck, if you can call it that. The terrain is desolate. Sand, rocks, some low-grade plant life. That means there's water. The question is, how much and where? The ship has cooled down now, what's left of it. Main instrument panel is intact, so I'll try to contact the base directly, if there's enough power. More later. Cook, signing off. This is Probe 7. Do you read? Probe 7. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, with a landing report and damage assessment. Over to you, base. This is Probe 7. Come on, base. I'm waiting.
Probe 7, this is base. You're coming through low, barely audible.
Blaine, is that you?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Blaine. We read that you're...
This is Cook, Probe 7. I'm glad to hear you.
Cook? Cook, we thought we'd lost you. Your transmission was interrupted.
Everything was interrupted. I'm lucky to be alive. Probe 7 made unscheduled landfall approximately 7 hours ago.
What? Come again. Can't hear. I thought you said...
I've crash-landed, Blaine, in another planetary system. Didn't have much choice. One of the thrusters broke off the ship. This planet is 92,900,000 miles from the nearest star.
Good Lord, Colonel. We're having trouble seeing you on the monitor.
Sorry, but I can't send or receive a visual. Most of my equipment was fried in the crash.
Okay. How's your oxygen?
And that's the least of my worries. There's an atmosphere here. I don't know its density or composition, but it's breathable.
Probe 7? Probe 7, your signal's drifting. Can you increase power?
Not much chance of that. Far as I can tell, this is the last of my juice, at least for now. I've got half a generator and 3 solar cells working. I was afraid it wasn't enough to get through it all.
Okay. Can you effect repairs?
Say again?
Repairs. Can you make repairs?
If you give me maybe 20 years, a good right arm, and a new head while you're at it, I might make a start. The bottom line is, I need help. Got that, Base? Help. And right away.
Probe 7, you're breaking up. Probe 7, are you there? Probe 7, we're having difficulties. Probe. All right, just stay there. Stay in transmission. Probe 7, we've traced your signal. We know where you are.
Great. How soon can you send a ship?
Colonel, I'm sorry to say we have nothing here that can reach you.
What? You had several ships on the drawing board.
Repeat, we have nothing available.
Say again?
All construction is suspended pending the current crisis.
Ah, come on!
Colonel Cook, I've been told you'll have to make the repairs yourself.
Base, now hear this. I don't have fuel, no propellant at all. I left most of my rockets scattered across 50 miles of dirt and rock. All I have is a ship that looks like a jigsaw puzzle. As for the wiring, it's nothing but spaghetti. So when you say you've got nothing that can help you, you're telling me you're crossing off one spaceman permanently.
Probe 7, we're having difficulty. Your words are breaking up.
All right, Base. I'll give it to you in a few syllables. This ship isn't going anywhere. Not forward, up, down, or back home. Is that plain enough for you? Now I'm asking you again. Isn't there anything you can do to help me out here? Or are you just going to write me off?
Colonel Cook?
There's the low power warning. I'm losing transmission. Got to sign off for now. I'll make contact again in 3 hours. Roger that, will you please, Base?
We will stay on this frequency, Colonel, and wait to hear from you. Oh, just a minute. There's someone here who wants to speak to you, Colonel.
Colonel Cook, this is General Larrabee. We understand the spot you're in. We wish we could help.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is a possibility that once you give us a full report on the ship, we can send you instructions for its repair and walk you through it step by step. That's still an option.
Is it? Well, here's an option. Why don't I just build me a new one, General? I'll make it out of tin cans and chewing gum. I'll burn some circuit boards with a magnifying glass. That's a possibility, too.
Colonel, I'm trying to be frank with you.
Sorry, sir. I'll transmit again in 3 hours. Over and out. Heaven help me. I wonder if that's a possibility.